measurable, and it will behave pretty much the same, but it doesn't give good for their formula to multiply something by infinite, because obviously it's infinite. you know they can't get a real number out of that.
So yeah, it's a big joke from the
Yeah.
get-go. Like he said, he knew it was something was wrong with it before he even became a flat earther. I like to call it graphraction, right? So instead of calling it gravitational lensing, I've heard people come in here and say that gravity is causing the light to bend down around the curvature of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared. Is basically what they're insinuating. So I'm like, oh, so you think it's graphraction, right? Gravity-induced refraction. And I love it. It's like my favorite thing when people say that, because I'm like, thinking to myself, like, you're dumb. You're so dumb.
You know how on the double slit experiment, or whatever you want to call it, where when it's being observed and not observed, it acts in two different ways, and you can actually see that there's they call them photons, show penetration marks in the plate behind the slits, like there's particles that have hit and penetrated. I maintain that those are not light particles myself. I think if they're anything at all, they are particles that are in the medium that the light is traveling in, and are pushed by the waves, the light waves, and pushed through the slit. And so they could just be particles of the atmosphere or whatever that are pushed along and travel on the waves, the light waves, and then they penetrate the plate behind. They're probably just particles of minute dust, or I don't know I don't know. I can't give a name to it, but that's how I interpret what takes place there. I don't know if anybody's ever suggested that before, but that's what I think could be going on. That they're pushing stuff that's in the atmosphere through the slits to show some sort of penetration on the plate behind.
When I weighed about 80 pounds less, I took a trip on a light wave, and it was nice, so it was good, and there was this little hole up, that I could barely get through, but the light, helped me get through it, and I had a good time. If I wasn't so heavy, I'd go do it again.
So you experienced something like
I'm just merely spitballing because
I know I was just giving you a hard time.
There's no mass. There's no mass to light, so you got to find some way to account for those dents in the plate behind it.
Exactly.
Got to find some way to account for those.
I figure in the age of convid, in the age of our globe, we got to maintain some sort of a sense of humor, huh?
The problem is that, you see, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, when you have an element, a substance, one atom of any element, gold, lead, hydrogen, oxygen, whatever, and you propel it to travel with the speed of light. The problem is that that particle's mass will become infinite, and all directions will be forward in front of it. So when you want to go left, you're actually just going straight. It's right in front of you, all those directions. And this is something very weird. But that's what they say with Einstein's theory of relativity.
I maintain that's a cool story as well.
Yeah.
But who knows? I'm just trying to put some practical idea behind what I said. Just trying to make it somewhat practical without bringing in calculations, bringing in this and that. Obviously, something made dents in the plate on the other side of those slits. Obviously, something hit it. There's dents or holes penetrated. Something hit that shit. So I don't know. I don't think it's light. So therefore, it had to have been something that was pushed through the holes that the light traveled with the light, or was pushed along with it somehow. That's just that's the only thing that makes any sense to me. Whether it's not, it's right, wrong, whatever. I have no idea. But I know that it's probably not light because light has no mass, like you said. Something hit that plate that did have mass when it wasn't observed, or when it was observed. I don't know whether it was when it was or when it wasn't observed or whatever. I can't remember which one of the times that happened. When you see the wave function, or you see the particle function where it shows them particles hit the plate, or the waves hitting the plate. I can't remember which is which, but obviously you need to account for something making that.
Yeah, well, the wave behavior of light can explain the double slit experiment, the interference, and the appearance of lines on the wall. You get more than 2 lines on the wall, but on that orifice plate, you only have 2 slits. So normally on the screen wall, you are supposed to have like 2 slits there of light. And we don't get that. We get many more, you know, like 6, 8, 10 slits. And this is some sort of like omnipresence phenomena effect.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Yeah. With the electromagnetic wave behavior, they managed to describe how those lines appear, but it's not 100% like a nail in the wall. That's actually the thing which is taking place, how it's happening, you know. Yeah.
I bet.
And it,
Yeah.
also the observer affects the experiment. So
Right. Yes, it does.
that's a very weird one.
It's very strange. You're right.
Yeah.
I bet the two prophets to the globe god, Bill Nye and Neil Tyson, have absolutely no idea what you two guys were just talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're
Probably
the
not.
prophets, and they're the prophets. I mean, so you know we're supposed to bow down to them, you know, before we bow down to our globe god.
Yeah.
Hey guys, pardon the interruption. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dave. Hank.
I'm just going to say there's a VC verified in here named JA711. Hello, JA711. Would you like to
Hello,
talk?
Jace. Hello. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How did you find the server?
Jay, you'll have to unmute your mic in order to speak to us, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I guess he's got the right to remain silent and the ability. Back to whatever y'all were talking about. Pardon the interruption.
No problem. I would rather speak to him. I would rather speak to him anyway, because I probably don't know what I'm talking about anyway.
Well, yeah, this is why I said when I ended up on this server, I didn't realize how much I had to learn. And I'm still learning so much. I mean, this double slit experiment, I cannot claim to understand it. And I don't think in my personal life I will ever, I don't know people who would invoke this argument, when I'm trying to speak to them about, you know, how can they prove to themselves that they are living on a spinning water ball. And it's always surprising when you're speaking to anyone. You don't know what the thing is that is going to make them sit up and pay attention and think. Um, I was talking to one of my friends, and what he's in his occupation, he builds artworks. He's made quite a few famous. He's not the artist, but he's the craftsman who takes the drawing from the artist and makes the actual artwork. So he works with steel. He uses a plumb bob, and he knows about measurements. So when I was talking to him about the distance, if you observe the horizon, where should you find, how far is it from you? Are you seeing too far? What's going on here? And often I just have to back away, change the subject. And a few weeks later, like 3 weeks later, after we had this conversation, he suddenly in something that we were talking about, and he said, yeah, and he was showing this other friend of his the black swan. So in the meantime, he was really looking into it, and so I turned around and I said I could just punch you because I thought, okay, I'm going to have to leave this. I can't go any further with it. But when we parted ways, he did. He went and found the black swan. He went and looked at some of the things. He actually watched one of Eric Dubé's videos, and so another flat earther was born.
The black swan.
Yes, and yeah, I was like jubilant.
Black swan.
Yes, the black swan. So he was actually showing somebody else the black swan.
Black swan.
So I was like, you could have called me and said, okay, fair enough. I see it now. So it's incredible.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. You know what's so awesome about a flat earther being born is that when a flat earther is born, an angel gets his wings. It's a great thing.
I get a bit discouraged. I've sort of made up my mind that I have to try and avoid anything social media kind of thing, because I'm overwhelmed by the stupidity, the rank stupidity of people in the world today. We've been engineered to this point, and I myself, I used to think, I'm not too stupid, but yeah, when I see what people are preoccupied with, it's always the next thing and the next thing. I mean, at the moment, this Elon Musk and Twitter thing, it's just people's lives are so empty when there's so much to learn.
Ariel, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just sent you a PM message. If you can check it out, because some people want to talk about something that we cannot around here. No offense to anyone, by the way.
I know that's. Yes, thank you. Slalom.
You're welcome.
You know, it's fascinating about being every flat earther who's been born was once a glober. You know, was once heliocentric before they became geocentric. It's the same thing with our education. Everybody who believed in germs, you know, don't believe in germs cause disease anymore, once believed it. So, you know, some people wake up to the fact, and some people don't. Sadly, the majority don't. And so, you know, we've all been indoctrinated to believe a certain way, and those indoctrinations were all lies. And we have to admit to ourselves, you know, cognitive dissonance. We have to admit to ourselves that Mark Twain was right. It's easier to fool somebody than for them to admit they've been fooled. And we have to look in the mirror, you know, look into our eyes and just say, we've been fooled, and we're going to start over. And that's all you can do.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing when you see people trying to take off the restraints of, you know, this prison, these people that indoctrinate everybody who try to keep them imprisoned in this way of thinking. It's a wonderful thing to see people start to loosen the ropes a little bit and start to peer outside of their constraints.
We were all born in a box or a cage.
Yep.
And if we get outside of that box or a cage, we're called conspiracy theorists. And all we're trying to do is research and learn on our own that the box and the cage wouldn't let us learn out of. And that's all we're doing. I mean, we're trying to fly away. We're trying to crawl away, and that's all we're trying to do. And we're considered tinfoil hat and conspiracy nuts and flat tards. And I've even been called mentally insane a couple times, having mental issues, because I'm now a flat earther. And it's just like, you know, I say to myself and I say to others, you know, we don't become flat earthers because we enjoy being ridiculed and called flat tards and conspiracy theorists and nutcases. You know, we become flat earthers because that's where the truth took us. And, you know, and truth's important now.
Yep. Loosen those restraints, people. Start looking outside the box. Or try. At least try. I don't know how well I've done it, but I'm at least trying a little bit.
If I could mention real quick, there's a couple of new people here without roles. They want to go to VC check-in. Somebody will be with them to check them in. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, any of the wannabe moderators, why don't they go up there and do that, please?
Hopefully somebody can. I can't right now as I'm operating a motor vehicle safely and according to all local rules and regulations. So
I'm watching wait to see if they're going to go up there.
I'd say Jim was spot on his last statement there. That I'd say most of us here became flat earthers or whatever you want to call us after we tried to honestly prove the globe and failed miserably.
It was interesting. We used to, when our kids were younger, we used to get together at certain parts of the Midwest, you know, from college days. And remember, we went up to Lake Michigan, the southernmost part of it, to Indiana Dunes, just north of Chesterton. And I got there. You know, I remember being a really great days, 80 degrees, probably last of July, 1st of August, when we got to go with our friends. And I remember walking onto the beach right there, basically the most southern part of Michigan, Lake Michigan. And I looked over to my left, and I saw all of Chicago. It's just like, wow, And then, because I was,
what you were saying there was a mirage. I'm kidding.
yeah, I've had a conversation on Facebook with Tom Combs. He's a clown. He's in a small market in South Bend, Indiana, with a ABC affiliate, and he's trying to move into Chicago or go someplace that's bigger market. Because right now he's in South Bend, Indiana, and that's a really small market. But he's trying to please his masters. But I looked over to the left, and it's like, oh, there's all Chicago, and I didn't think twice about it because I was an indoctrinated Glober. And as the crow flies, it's about 22, 25 miles. You drive it, it's about 33 to 35. But as the crow flies, it's about 22 to 25. And if you hop on Route 12 and head east and then northeast, you go to Michigan City, and our wives, that we were there, they stopped at Michigan City so they could do some shopping. And I didn't think anything of it. And then, now I know that if you would have continued up to 12 to Interstate 94, up to Benton Harbor, which is 54 nautical miles from Chicago, you can see it all too. And it's just like, if I lived closer, I used to live there, close to there, but now we're down in Texas. And if I lived closer, I would take a day trip. I would go up there. I'd take my little telescope that I have with me, and some sort of camera if I could, and I'd take pictures, because once you prove that you can see all of Chicago from 54 miles, which should be a little over 1,800 foot of curve, and the Willis Tower, which is Sears Tower, is 1,450 foot tall, and you add the antennas onto it, it goes a little over 1,700 feet. That from Benton Harbor, you should not be able to see any of Chicago, period. Even if you're 5-6 foot tall, you shouldn't be able to see any of Chicago. And I've had people that said if you even go further north, you can still see Chicago, from 65, 70 miles away. And it's just like, if I lived anywhere close to there, it'd be like day trip. I'm gone. But it's just fascinating, and that's why they had to say mirage, because it's so obvious. I mean, everybody says Lake Michigan. You want to prove flat Earth? Everybody says Lake Michigan, in the States especially. And so that's why Tom Coombs, the weather guy from South Bend, Indiana, had to come out and say it was mirage. And he did concede that Apollo 11 was fake. He did acknowledge that, which I thought it was okay. And but he's just total globy, and he has to be, because if he wasn't, he'd lose his job.
Well, Jim, about Rob Skiba going across Lake Michigan in a boat and keeping the city in his P900 sights the whole time, right? So
yeah,
definitely was not a mirage.
Yeah, I saw that video, and he also proved that the sun was local. When he was looking back, I think as he was going back, he said he looked back and saw the sun was very local, because there was a direct spot. Some people call it a hot spot, even though it's not really a hot spot. It's just where the sun shines down on it. Your Globers will go, is that particular place just hotter than the rest of the water around it? No, it's where the sun shines on it, and it proves a local and close sun. Because if it was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't get a hot spot like that. And so, that's what, it was really good that he did that thing with Chicago, but he also proved that the sun is local and close, which I thought was really cool.
Yep, shout out to Rob Skiba, R.I.P. He was a good man. Very good researcher.
And I will say, it does take some money. It does take some money to do that, what he did. So it's not a cheap thing that he did. So when he says that it took a while for him to do it, it's like, well, one of the reasons is it's a little bit expensive to do what he did. I'm going to run to one of our more healthy grocery stores here and pick up an order I made. I always get red raspberries because they're high in fiber when they're on sale, and they're 2 for $3, 6 ounces, 2 for $3. So I'm going to run and get that before it gets dark here. And thanks for the conversation. We'll talk again.
All good, Jim. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
All right, we got 20-something critical thinkers sitting here. Somebody's got a topic or something. They got something to say. Go. If nobody's got anything to say, my mic's still working.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll make a commentary on what I'm observing today in the news,
Go
if
for
that's
it.
all right.
Go for it.
I'm kind of concerned about the health of some of these Christians out there because Elon Musk bought Twitter. I see a whole bunch of people on Facebook saying, "Oh yeah, Elon Musk, he is the man. You know, he is awesome. I'm putting him on my prayers list and go SpaceX." And I'm like, "Oh man."
You gotta love Elon the hero. He's a real man of genius. He's gonna save the world, Elon will. You wait and see.
Yeah, it's funny how they will use everything and anything they can to prop up someone like him, make him look like he's the hero. He's the new prophet of space, like you want it, maybe like you want to put it or whatever. And yeah, by him buying Twitter and saying, "Oh, I believe in free speech and I believe in all this and blah blah blah," when in all reality, he's probably buying it so they can put as much more private spyware on it as they possibly can. Once he gets in control of it, they'll make it so that it's so way more insecure, way more. I'm sure there's more to it than just him buying it and saying, "Yeah, we're going to make this a freedom of speech place." It's going to be a way just to rat on everybody, is what it is. He's nothing but a rat. You got him flying on his rockets. He's nothing but a rat. I'm telling you, look out for Elon Musk.
Oh, that's for sure, man. For sure.
You start trusting that guy, you're going to be in trouble.
And that's what's concerning me is so many people are just jumping on the bandwagon.
It still amazes
Yeah,
me
this
how many
guy.
people still watch
Oh,
TV. I can't believe it. Sorry, go
this
ahead.
guy I'm friends with. This guy I'm friends with, man. I'm like telling him about flat Earth, and I'm explaining all this stuff to him. He's like really thinking about it, you know. Like he seems like he's on the fence, but he's like, nah, fuck this world. Like I don't care. Elon's gonna take me to Mars. Like I don't get it. He's just like he's so like infatuated with it. He's like, yeah, man. I don't care. Just let me have my space, you know. Like I'm like, all right, dude. You go to Mars. I'm like, send me a picture. Like he really thinks he's gonna get to go to Mars one day, and it's kind of sad.
Be advised, it's a trap, brother. It's a trap, and that's all I can say. Everybody needs to be advised. It's nothing but a trap.
And that's the thing. See that he said, just let me have my faith, man, you know, and that's kind of what I feel like this is like there's some of us out here who are interested in the truth, and the rest of them just like are willing to bow down to their idols, whatever the idol is, you know. For example, in the Bible, God keeps saving all the Jews and everything, or whatever, the Israelites, and then they keep turning on him and bowing down to idols. And I'm like, how could they do that? That's like weird. And like, what the heck? But then you see it going on here in front of you every day.
Looks like we got activity up there in the VC check-in. Maybe they'll make their way down here in a minute. Y'all continue.
Yeah, let's tell all these people they got a free speech platform now. They can say anything they want. But first, let us install all the spyware we possibly can on it so we know exactly who to go after. Be advised, brothers. Be advised.
Go after in what way?
All the conspirators and all the people that believe in what they don't want you believing in. And you know, they want to find out who's involved in putting anything together against the government or any type of rebellion or any of that kind of stuff. That stuff's all going to come to an end. I'm telling you, they're gonna put an end to all of that stuff. They don't want nobody going against the government or against what they want everybody to believe in. It's a trap. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay. When you said going after, I thought you meant like with guns and knives and stuff like that.
No, just to basically, you know, put them on the red list of people to watch or whatever. You give somebody a free platform and tell them it's a free speech platform. There's going to be a bunch of stupid tarts that are going to go on there and think they can say anything they want, and it's going to get them in trouble.
As long as it doesn't ever get to the guns and knives part, I'm sure we'll be okay in the end.
I guess if you think FEMA camps are good in the end, I guess maybe you're right.
Well, no, that would be the guns and knives part because they use the guns and knives to get us into the camp. So no, that's not what I mean.
Only a small portion of us are going to walk in freely.
Or you mean willingly?
Willingly, yeah.
Are you cuckoo for Globo Puffs? I like to eat my Globo Puffs because they're full of sugar. When that sugar gets to my brain, it's a lot easier to believe that I live on a spinning ball.
Hey everybody, I was just going to introduce Main Man. I don't know if he's mic'd up yet.
Yeah, I'm mic'd up.
All right. So, do you have any questions for us?
No, not really, but I was looking forward to like joining this call.
All right. Is it okay if we ask you some questions?
Okay.
All right. So, there's no right or wrong answer. We're not trying to get you in a gotcha. This is only to help you know what you know. So,
Yeah.
if you don't know, that's fine. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So, if you don't know, we'll just move on. So, 3 simple questions. These are the claims of the heliocentric model, the globe Earth model. So, number 1, do you know of any time in the past history, or all the way up until recent times, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how did they do it?
We heard about I think it was it Plato or somebody anyway that took a stick and then they rode to the other side, the Earth, and then placed the stick, and somehow they calculated that the Earth was round.
All right, so you're talking about Eratosthenes. I think that's the story you're talking about. And he directly measured shadows, right? We're talking about an Earth measurement because I can calculate your weight is probably 125 pounds, right? But if I measure your weight, I'll get an exact number, right?
Yeah.
Right. So he didn't measure the Earth; he calculated it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I asked specifically, anyone directly measure it in ancient history up until modern times. So do you know of anyone?
No.
All right. So that's fine. The next question is the next claim is that the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,038 miles an hour. Do you know of any time in ancient history up until modern times has someone directly measured the Earth's spin on its axis?
No.
All right, and the last claim is that if you go up high enough off of the surface of the Earth, eventually you get to a place
One
they
more
call
time. I
deep
didn't.
space.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, so the third claim is that there's this place called the vacuum of space. Right? It's called deep space.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any way that you can verify their claim where they have a vacuum at 10 to the 17 negative torr? This is a near perfect vacuum next to gas pressure, which is the gas pressure of the Earth, without a container. Can you have a vacuum without a container?
I don't think so anyway. Not what I've learned.
All right, cool. So at this point, you basically have 3 fundamental beliefs about the Earth that you live on, but you have no way to really verify it so far. So I
Yeah.
want to ask you a question. Let's do a little thing called word association. So if you close your eyes and I say a word, tell me what pops into your mind's eye. So close your eyes. The word is Earth. What do you see?
Around Earth.
Right, the blue marble, the model, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what the Earth actually is. When you go to the beach and you get the sand between your toes, that's Earth, right? Dry land.
Yeah.
So what earthworms live in, that's what Earth really is. This whole concept of a blue marble, it's a model. You know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche?
Huh?
If you try, do you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche? If you try to drive your model Porsche to school, they're all going to laugh at you, right?
Yeah.
And if you try
Yeah.
to pass it off as this is the real thing, they're going to say, wait, do you think this is a real Porsche? Do you think
Yeah.
this is the real thing? It's obviously made of super glue and plastic tires. Like
Yeah.
it's like 50% glue. Right. So that's the difference between a model and the actual Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to pay attention to what I'm saying. What they showed you on TV and magazines, when you were a baby in a cradle, they had a mobile above your head. They spun it up and it played music and had stars circling the sun, right? So that doesn't exist in reality. You've never actually experienced curvature of the Earth. No one has, except for the few people that say that they've been in deep space out there where they went to the moon. So in 1969 and 1972, those are the only people that say that they saw it as a globe. Everyone else experiences the same thing. If you were to meditate in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights, sit as still as you possibly could, your brain would tell you that the Earth is level and stationary, meaning it's not moving, it's somewhat flat. It's not perfectly flat because there's mountains and hills and valleys, but most importantly, the physics of water, you innately know that no matter how big the container, it's level. That's why we call it sea level, right? So they're telling you that if you are at the ocean and you see something 10 miles away, they're telling you that there's a 66.6 feet of water hump in between you and the land 10 miles away. That's what they say. But we've been checking this out for the past 7 years, and we've been taking measurements all over the world with lasers, with observations, right? And we can't find anything anywhere as it comes to curvature.
So do you understand what Larry was telling you there, man? You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I accidentally closed my microphone.
That's all right. So, do you have any questions about what I just said?
No, I don't actually. Or I would like to say that when I checked your channels and I saw that you had a bunch of information, I saw this section. What was it called? There was something about the rays. Oh yeah, crepuscular rays. And I remember that when I was a lot younger, I thought that the Earth, the sun was a lot closer to us because of the crepuscular rays. Because I saw it one day.
You're absolutely right, my friend. It is closer than they tell us. That's why the crepuscular rays are there.
Yo, do you hear me?
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah. So I had just forgotten about the crepuscular rays, and it makes no sense that the sun is 93 million miles away, yet the rays shine in that matter.
You're right on target, brother.
But I didn't know anything about the Earth being flat.
Oh, we've tried to find the curvature. People have been out measuring it long distance, shooting laser beams over the water, see if the laser beam is above their head once they're 10 miles away. It should be like 66 feet above your head at 10 miles, and it hits the target at your feet. So we can't find any curvature. And we've been looking, like Hank said, for 10 years, 7 years. No one.
All right, so here's the deal.
Yeah.
We don't want you to believe us, right?
Wait, sorry, I
Because
had I accidentally muted. I did it on purpose. I muted Godrockin because he was making a noise.
Sorry.
Did him?
no, he was talking to you, bro.
I didn't hear.
Okay, well, unmute Godrockin because he was talking to you.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything he said. I just muted him.
So, did you unmute Godrockin?
Yeah.
No, I muted myself. I'm just going to stay out of it for now. You just go ahead and handle it.
Okay.
Okay, so the thing is that we're not trying to get you to believe us, right? Because that would make you a religious person. We're telling you, don't believe us. In fact, don't believe any man, because
Yeah, I
you're just
don't.
as equal as you're just as equal as every man, right? You have two
Yeah.
legs, two arms, two eyes, two ears, two nostrils,
Yeah.
and most importantly, you have your own consciousness. You know, your own mind to
Yeah.
think for yourself. So I recommend that you go outside and measure yourself. So you got to think for yourself and question authority. You should obviously obey your parents,
Yeah.
but that's it. That's it. Just your parents. Honor and obey your parents. Um, as far as everyone else, think for yourself and question authority. So we're asking you to go outside, look up Earth Curve Calculator on your favorite search engine, and when you see an Earth Curve Calculator, it makes it really easy for those people who are not very savvy with the math. So instead of doing the math yourself, you just punch in all the variables. Observation height above the water. You're going to find a large body of water at rest. You're going to get the Google map out, and you're going to see how far away what you're viewing is, how high it is, right? You're going to record all the variables and factors, like the temperature of the water, the temperature of the air, the time of day, and you're going to make some observations. And you're going to see how far you can see. So people have already done this, right? And you can choose to believe them if you want to, but the main goal is for you to go outside and do it yourself. For example, we can see Chicago from Michigan. So Chicago is in Illinois, across a lake that's like 50 or 60 miles across. And people have seen it from Michigan.
Yeah.
At 60 miles, or 50 something, 60 miles, it should be under 1,800 feet of curvature. We shouldn't be able to see any of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like seeing Alaska from Russia.
Right, right. I don't know if they could do that, but yeah, that would be the exact same thing. So here's the thing. I don't believe the lady in Alaska, right? Because I've never done it myself.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I believe those pictures because I've seen pictures of Bigfoot. But what I do know is that I went to Corpus Christi, Texas myself, and I made an observation, and I saw things that would be literally impossible to see if I lived on a globe Earth that had a radius of 3,959 miles. It would be impossible to see what I saw.
Yeah.
So, knowledge is the enemy of belief. You can believe whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
Some people believe in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or the Boogeyman or ghosts. But your primary knowledge comes from your past experience and your present experience. Everything else is imagination.
Yeah.
Someone else can take over if they like.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like what you scientifically know. For example, you must use your what's it called? Is it called your deductive reasoning? Basically, you must
Yeah,
you must know of it. You can't just believe. For example, I mean the examples that you just said. When what should I say? When a little kid believes the religion of their parents, they're new to the world. They don't know that much. Are having they're just believing it without any concrete knowledge. That's just one of the examples, but I get what you're saying.
right. So there's some things you should probably be aware of when dealing with this topic. If you're
Yeah.
going to listen to both sides, which I recommend that you do, I recommend you listen to the flat earthers and the anti-flat earthers. But before you go to the anti-flat earthers, you need to look up your logical fallacy is, and then I think the website will show you. a bunch of logical fallacies. So
Yeah,
let me
and
give you an example
yeah, and have
of,
you
a,
heard
of,
of
of a logic. Go ahead.
like the same website, the same people who made yourlogicalfallacy.is made yourcognitivebias.is. It's
That's the next thing I was going to tell you. Excellent, sir.
uh,
Yeah, there's also a lady on YouTube. If you type in logical fallacies, hello, we can hear you. If you type in logical fallacies on YouTube, there's a redheaded Irish lady who does a really good job of the logical fallacies. You have to open mic.
You're hot, Mike and Elijah.
I see, man. Hey, I just wanted to say something real quick.
Go for it.
I live in Sweden and it's like 3 a.m. and I have school tomorrow, man.
Yeah, you better get some rest. We hope you come back and see us some other time.
Alright, man. But I appreciate being on the show.
Yeah, peace. Come back and see us.
See ya, man. Goodbye.
All right. I'm going to give him a seem sincere role.
Yeah, he did seem sincere, didn't he, Hank? There's
Yep.
another VC verified in here. I can't pronounce his name. It starts with a B. Bajornik.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, welcome to the server. Got any questions?
No, just kind of checking it out, listening in.
How long have you been aware that flat Earth was a topic?
I'd say maybe like 3-4 years.
Okay. And it's okay if you do. Right now, do you think you live on a globe?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay,
But
fair
I'm not.
enough.
But I mean, I've been around, listening to you guys for long enough that at least I'd say, I would agree with the conclusion that I have no direct evidence of that, if that makes sense.
Well, that's a good place to start from. I appreciate your honesty, yeah. I'm driving with a bad mic. Somebody else go.
Thank you for being honest. And what you have is appeal to authority. You're appealing to somebody else to tell you what's what because you can't do it yourself. You can admit that. That's a big thing.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
A lot of people were taught in school. It's a globe. In the first grade, they give you a globe. They spin the globe like a toy, and you believe you live on this thing, but they're giving you no proof. And this is before we can critically think for ourselves. And you'd think later on they would tell you, okay, let's go. It's fifth grade. It's sixth grade. Let's go measure the curvature. Let's go show the Earth is a sphere, and that never happens.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I agree.
Now, there are people who measure the stars, and they say that it must be a globe because of the stars. But I'd say looking up. Does looking up confirm what's under your feet?
Yeah, and they're not even measuring the stars; they're just looking at the stars.
It's basically an explanation at best, and there's other explanations.
It makes more sense.
Why would
Yeah,
you
so
ever
I
think
guess
that the things in the sky? Why would you ever think that the things in the sky have anything to do with the ground?
yeah, so I guess what they suggested me to get VC verified for was I was looking at the Canagoo photo. I think you guys have that hashtag, and I was just curious, what about that picture, shows that the Earth is flat, if that makes sense.
Right. So this image was taken by a non-flat earther who got the Guinness Book World Record for the longest photography ever. So this was just a photographer trying to see, how far he could take an image from. And during a certain time of year, you can get this shot because the sun is behind the mountain, and we can see the silhouette, right? So the reason that this is such a big deal is because at 273 miles, it should be the whole mountain should be under a mile of curvature when you do the math. Now, the problem with this is the anti-flat earthers say, well, why can't you see the bottom? Just like they do with Chicago. Why can't you see the bottom? Which is like, what does that have? What is that? Go ahead.
Sorry, so in that same like a Canagoo link, there's a spreadsheet that I assume was made by you guys, and it kind of calculates how much of the mountain should be visible. So most of them have a visible portion, I guess. Am I understanding that correctly, or so the whole mountain shouldn't be hidden, right?
Yeah, it should be behind the Earth curve.
I guess this is the one I'm looking at.
So basically, it's an impossible shot. It's like you're standing in front of a 6-story building, right? And there's a deer on the other side of the building. Or think about it like a deer on the other side of the hill. If you got a 50 cal, can you shoot the deer? If you got a bow and arrow, can you shoot the deer? If you got a camera, can you shoot the deer? And the answer is no. It's on the other side of the hill. You can't see it.
Yeah. I guess my understanding from the spreadsheet was that some portion of the mountain, should still be visible. So it says a hidden height. It's usually around 95,000 feet. I don't know. Maybe I'm
wrong. Please, the math. Show us where we're wrong. We would love to see it.
No, I'm just showing you your spreadsheet. I'm not really arguing. I'm just asking. I'm just showing you the spreadsheet. It says.
Show us. That's what I'm saying.
I linked it in the voice text chat.
I don't think he has perms to post.
Yeah, it should be in the voice live stream voice text. It's from the server, so.
No, but you have to have perms to post in the live stream voice text. You have to have permission to do so.
Oh, can you guys not see my link in there?
No, we cannot.
No.
Oh,
can I just intervene?
Is it the ones with the 13,000 feet? Is that the one?
It's like if you just click on the hashtag Canagoo long distance, it's there. I can go look for it really quick.
Is he talking about the infrared image?
Yeah,
I think I saw him.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so there might be some confusion there as to which image that we're discussing here. That's all. I just wanted to jump in because I thought I saw you talking about that in the lobby earlier, and you were discussing.
Yeah, I was. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, so if you
I just
click
want to
on
clarify that for you guys.
If you click on the hashtag Canagoo long distance, there's a picture from someone named Sunny, and then right under it is a Truth Prevails posted a spreadsheet. I don't know if he's a flat earther or a globe earther. I don't honestly know, but that's where I got the spreadsheet. I don't know if it's accurate or not.
Does anybody know what he's talking about? What spreadsheet?
We're more than
down in the additional information. It's down in the additional information. I'll go see if I can find it and post it in the live stream.
Yeah, I can DM it to somebody also if
His link is showing up in the live stream voice text.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh,
But it probably would be better to get the one that's the original source from us so that we could compare notes. If you could find it, that'd be great too.
I thought this was from you guys since it's in that hashtag section, but I could be wrong.
Okay, it says Canada Alps. So what's your point of posting this? Explain to us what you're trying to show.
Well, I'm not really trying to show anything. Larry said that the mountain should be hidden, and I said my understanding from this spreadsheet is that the mountain should not be hidden. In the right column, it says visible in feet, and there's values there. Basically, it's not 0. That's my question.
Drawings. No. I'd be more than happy to let someone else address it, but I'm in the middle of traffic.
I just tried to post it. It won't. All I got to come up was the link as well.
If you were to show, so what you need to do is use one example. Here's the mountain. Here's the distance. Here's the hidden height, and here's what you can see, what you can't see. You can't just give us a list. We want you to take one at a time.
Sure. So I guess to make it more clear, so I didn't make this spreadsheet, right? I came here. I saw someone told me, Canagoo is a good example of flat Earth. So I came here and I asked, can someone explain to me why it's a good example? He said the mountains should be hidden. I said, based on the spreadsheet you guys provided, it seems like the mountains should not be hidden. You can pick, I would say you can pick any mountain. Because I don't know what you guys are saying about that proves flat Earth, if that makes sense. So I can't pick a mountain, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're basically making a general statement, but there's no way to prove it, disprove it, is what we're saying.
No, I'm asking, you guys have put this forth as an evidence of flat Earth. So I'm just asking why. That's all I'm asking. So I think most of the people would agree that
Does it show observer? Does it show observer height? We need the observer height. Otherwise, we don't know what's going to be hidden without the observer height.
You mean in that spreadsheet?
If you're showing something, it needs to have the observer height. There needs to be a distance, a target height, and an observer height.
Okay, so I guess my question. So I guess my interpretation was that the stuff in that link was provided by you guys. I mean, we can look at where the photo was taken and see the observer height. I'm assuming that this calculation is taking that into account.
Yeah. I think there's an argument with the horizon in this particular instance.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but do we know the distance to there's water in that image, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So do we know the distance to the shoreline before the mountain range?
I don't see it in the spreadsheet. You could probably figure it out with Google Earth or something.
Right. Well, I think I saw in the spreadsheet.
Canagoo is not over water. Sorry, but it's not over water. If he's talking about Canagoo, it's over a mountain range.
No, Canagoo is taken over water. It's from Canagoo. It's looking at the Alps. There's water in between.
Right, and so if we can determine the distance predicted distance to horizon, I think it said 126 miles, and then calculate the distance to the shoreline. Then, if you can see the shoreline and the horizon is supposed to be before that, then it's falsifying the horizon claim. If I'm not mistaken. if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Can someone please correct me if I'm wrong?
So the argument's not about the mountains; it's about the horizon relative to the shore.
If I'm not mistaken, the
Yeah,
horizon should be. Yeah, sorry.
ask Indio or Mimas when you see them. They know more about these shots than anybody else has cared to look
Yeah.
into.
I'll find the
Unfortunately.
video.
Sounds good.
I'll see if I can find the video for it.
Oh, right. There was a debate, yeah, about it, and they presented it, right? They were talking. That video is around here somewhere. And they talked about the details and all that. All right.
Yeah, that makes more sense, honestly.
So were you saying that there's information on our spreadsheet that says it shouldn't be hidden, or what are you trying to say?
Well, the spreadsheet seems to suggest that you can still see the mountains. That's why I was asking.
We'd have to
You
know
guys-
what you're specifically talking about there.
It's the infrared image.
Well, if it's
It says 2
Canigou,
miles squared of curvature down. A fourth of that is what should be obstructed. The simplest thing is just taking 1.22 times the square root of your height in feet. That gives you the distance to the hump of Earth curvature that obstructs something your height or lower. That appears to be the simplest way to think.
Right. Yeah. So it should be the horizon that's obstructing the view of the mountain ranges. So hidden should be indicative of the horizon. So, but yeah, I've just posted that video in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I see that. I'll check that out now.
What you need to do, you need to be able to use the globe Earth calculator, the Earth curvature calculator. Do you know how to use that?
Yeah.
Right. So there's a distance, right? Let's say 10 miles. There's a height of the object. Let's say it's a building. Let's say it's, I don't know, 200 feet. And then it's an observer height, right? And then that'll tell you how much should be hidden, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you have to go by. And as far as I know, it's accurate. If it's a flat Earth point topic, then it should be accurate. And what we're saying is, we're seeing the thing, even though it's behind the curve of the Earth. That's what we're saying. You can show us differently. I'd like to see that.
Wait, what? Kidding. Hi, Godric.
Hey, how you doing?
Really good. How about you? Who's acting a fool? Anybody?
Pretty good.
we're talking to a new person, but Generic, he's talking about Canigou. Jenny, do you know anything about Canigou?
Well, it used to be the Guinness Book World Record, a long distance landscape photography, but I'm probably not going to say it right. It's Finis Australis or something is the new one. So yeah, that's like, to me, the most credible source there is on the. I was going to say on the face of the you know what, but I stopped myself. But I mean, for real, I mean, like authority figures, Guinness Book. I mean, we see too far all over the earth.
Yeah. I gotta say, the new guy is being genuine. He seems sincere. He's got a question. If somebody comes in here and trashes the guy and mutes him, I'm gonna be pretty upset. He's got a question. That's it. It's just a question.
Yeah, everyone's been pretty cool.
So, what was the question, though?
Ask
I
your
jumped
question
in.
again.
I mean, yeah, I think it's been answered, but it was one about that picture, shows the flat Earth. But I think we agree that it's the, fact that the horizon is in front of the shore and actually doesn't involve them, right? I mean, that's my understanding.
So the way I remember it is it should be under a mile's worth of curvature. So it was something like 5,000 feet, something like that. I could be remembering it wrong because I usually don't use this argument. This is not one that I'm extremely familiar with. I wish that I could like sit down and do the math, but I'm driving. I'm pretty busy right now. It's like dinner rush. It's 8 o'clock in Texas, 8:37. So I'm not capable of doing any of that. I'm not even sure if I'd be able to do the math correctly, to be honest with you. But Indio is a pretty smart guy. He'll probably be in here eventually, and he'll definitely be able
Yeah,
to go
that's
through
his
all the
talking.
math. Yeah, that's his thing.
So, yeah, you could message him I guess. If you have a question about his video, pretty good, pretty thorough, isn't he? I mean, there's quite a few coincidences in that image, that photograph.
But yeah, if you would like to hear other arguments until Indio shows up, have you ever heard of the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, the oil rigs and the horizon is behind them.
Right. And it's supposed to be in front of them. Do you know what the anti-flat earthers' rebuttal is to that one?
They say it's a refraction.
Right. So this is something that I got from Indio. So they actually went out to test this, right? And I got the paperwork, or I got the source. I can cite it right now. I'm pulling up to my destination, so I think I could cite it real fast. But yeah, they tested this with 3 different wavelengths. Yeah, I think it's this one right here. So 3 different wavelengths are going to have 3 different refraction indexes. And they expected it to be like meters apart. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the one.
Oh,
so,
boy. This is
that would have.
thesis.
Right, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Is that the right one? Is that the one about refraction? Versus
Joint effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation.
Right, cool. All right, so this one is where he was like deciding on whether it was the refraction model or the turbulence model. Now, the turbulence model, if you think about like a helicopter taking off with the sun behind it, right? The atmos, which is the gas that we all breathe in, it's going to wobble a little bit like heat waves. So there's going to be a slight amount of turbulence, making the sun kind of wiggle and wobble and do a little dance. But it doesn't cause the sun to set behind the horizon and then rise again, right? So there's not that much light bending. But what they're saying is that the light is bending and it's causing objects that are behind the curve to raise up above the curve and appear above the horizon because the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile square. Now that's a cool story, but how do you verify it, right? Well, this guy, he actually verified the opposite, that the turbulence model is actually the correct model. And this is something I got from Indio. So if you ever get a chance to talk to Indio, I would definitely talk about both of these things because the dude is sharp as a tack. Like he's a smart dude.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll have to check this out. So this thesis is showing what, that turbulence? I'm
The
sorry, can you
turbulence
say?
model is the correct model, and the refraction model is incorrect. Because when he actually tested it with 3 different wavelengths, there should have been like a refractive index, and they should have appeared like really far apart, but they actually appeared right next to each other, as if the refractive model was incorrect and the turbulence model was the correct one.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll give it a read.
As far as I know, there is no refraction that actually bends light into a curve. You can send light through 2 separate mediums, terrestrial refraction like glass, water, or salt water and in a glass. And then when the light passes through it, it just changes the angle, and then it goes in a straight line again. I don't know of any test whatsoever that shows light that continuously bends on a curved line. There's, you can reflect or refract light, but it just sends it in another straight path again. It doesn't.
Well, I think refraction just refers to 2 media, so it's just as it transfers from one media to another media. But as far as just one medium goes, don't forget, there is fiber optics. Light can, in a certain sense, be directed through them.
Yeah, but it's trapped in.
Have a flashlight pointed one direction and have it curve around through a fiber optic cable and point it right at your eyeball.
That's because it's trapped inside of an enclosure, my friend. It's trapped inside of the fiber optic, which is wrapped with an enclosure. The light cannot escape.
Yeah, and it's what the Globers are insinuating that the air is doing, which is silly because they have no demonstration of this, no proof of this, no evidence of this, no anything to back this up.
Fiber optics is a terrible analogy to refraction of light. I mean, that's the light.
Well, no, I'm not saying it is. Well, I mean, as far as just going through the fiber optics itself, that's just one medium. But I mean, the refraction is when it goes from the air in front of the fiber optic cable, between the air between the light bulb and the fiber optic cable, and then that point where it goes from the air to the fiber optic cable. That's by definition refraction, because that's 2 media, But yeah, I'm just saying, that's what refraction is. But then as far as what it does inside the fiber optic cable, that's what these Globers are describing the air doing. And they're saying, oh, that's why we can see the horizon past the oil rigs, because, the air is functioning like a fiber optic cable, which is
with
silly,
light trapped inside of it, and you can bend it around and curve it, wrap it around in circles, and do whatever you want. The light's going to stay trapped inside the optic cable. It can't escape it. That's not even at all correct analogy at all. I mean, that's just way out there, brother.
What people forget is they used to tell us in 2015 the boats go over the horizon. And when the boat goes over the horizon, this proves that the Earth is a globe, right? Because they were saying that the horizon is the geometric Earth curve. Now we've completely debunked that, and all they is, well, the reason that this is happening is because of refraction.
Yeah, which on its face value makes no sense, because again, refraction is 2 media, not 1 medium. They're talking about just the air, which is 1 medium. So it's like right from the very first few words into their explanation or excuses, if you want to call it that. Just call them excuses. Right in the first few words of their excuses, it's just falls flat on its face, pun intended.
So yeah, when they say refraction, they're conceding that they have no geometric horizon, because whenever they measure the distance to the horizon, the place within hours. Like, the weather condition changes. You look through a different optics, right? It doesn't change, but the weather condition changes it, and it's moving all over the place. So when we measure the distance to the horizon, we're no longer measuring the radius of the Earth. We're just measuring the distance to the horizon based on the atmospheric conditions that day. So yeah, I apologize that I can't answer your question right away. I can't. I'm driving. I mean, I apologize.
I mean, I think that makes sense. I think everything's, everything you're saying, I think makes sense. So I guess your argument is basically that the globe would predict a geometric horizon irrespective of atmospheric conditions, etc. But that's not what we observe. Is that
right? So what the globe predicts is that if you have a globe Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Or in other words, at 1 foot observation height, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. It can be closer due to fog, rain, snow, sleet, but it cannot be further than 1.22 miles, because imagine you got a woman, she's 9 months pregnant with triplets, right? She's laying on the back of the table and she's about to give birth, and the doctor comes in and says, "Hi, how you doing? What color are your toenails?" She's gonna look up at them and say, "I have no idea. I haven't seen my toes in 6 months. My husband painted them," right? Because there's a hump of belly curve in the way that she can't see past unless she has a giraffe neck. So she would have to increase her eye height in order to see her toes. It's the same thing with the Earth. If there's a curve, you would have to raise your eye height in order to see over it. But we don't have to. We can see it regardless of our eye height. And that's what I did when I went to Corpus Christi and tested it myself.
So what is kind of the limiting factor in how far we can see? I guess the atmosphere, just has a certain, level of humidity or density or something like that, and therefore it just limits, how far we can see with, a telescope looking from a mountain or something, right?
There's several different factors, right, and variables that you have to take into consideration. One is, the aperture of the eye, right? The lens, the condition of the atmos or gas, all sorts of things. But let me post a GIF for you, and I think this GIF is going to make it to where you can see clearly what we're talking about. So they claim that boats go over the horizon disappear from the bottom up, right? And this was their claim for 500 years, allegedly. But this was their proof that we lived on a sphere. So I'm about to post what's called a time lapse. So a time lapse is when they take a really long exposure photo, but this is a time lapse video. So this is several hundred frames in a split second. And it's all long. So
But I
when the
guess
sun rises,
both flat earthers and globe earthers agree that things disappear from the bottom up, right?
right, the question is why.
That would be a negative.
Yeah, that's what I'm fixing to get into right now.
Yeah.
Well, earthers believe you can see infinity on a flat plane. It's been said
Yeah.
countless times.
Well, I guess.
And that's not
I
true.
guess.
So we disagree on that.
Sure. I guess that was my question. If it's not the geometric horizon, what factor influences how far we can see? So that's why I said I imagine it's.
I was about to answer. I'm about to answer. All right. So, do you see the GIF that I posted?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So, I want you to understand that this is about 6 or 8 hours, right? As the GIF starts over and begins, you can see that you can see pretty clearly on the other side. There's not a whole lot of wonky stuff going on, right? But what the Globers are calling this is atmospheric refraction because they believe in the refraction model. So that's why it says that at the bottom. But as the day progresses, you can see that the sun begins to perturb the atmos, the gas, right? And it causes things to start wobbly a little bit, get a little wonky. And it looks like the bay is disappearing from the bottom up. If there was a really big, massive ship there, like the shipping container ships that go back and forth between like China and India and the United States, like if that was a ship instead of a bay there, it would appear to be disappearing from the bottom up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this so-called atmospheric refraction, it's actually doing the opposite of what they claim. They claim that the geometric horizon is what causes things to disappear from the bottom up, and that atmospheric refraction causes us to see further. So if the conditions are clear, can you see further? Because they're saying the opposite. They're saying when the conditions are bad and there's lots of refraction, that we can see further.
Well, I guess yeah. I guess this doesn't really answer my question though. I guess I'm not saying refraction causes X, Y, Z. I'm just asking you, what limits how far you can see. That's it. So that's why I said, I've asked some people this. It seems like the most common answer is either humidity or air density, something like density of the media, essentially.
Yeah, that covers what I was talking about. Atmospheric conditions, right? That involves a slew of things, right? The Rayleigh criteria, the way that the light distributes through the atmos, right? Your eye height, the aperture of the eye, the ability to zoom in or not, whether you got optics, all these things factor in how far you can see. But the one thing that you have to understand is you don't have owl eyes. You don't have superhuman eyes. You got human eyes, which means that your eyes are really good at about 100 yards. So if you see a deer at 100 yards away, you can bet that deer is right where it appears to be. Or if you're underwater and you see a shark, okay, if you see a shark underwater, that shark is right where it appears to be. But if you see, a straw in a cup of water, it looks bent. Well, there's 3 media, right? So if you see a fish in a tank, there's 3 media there. So it's going to appear where it's not actually at. So its actual location is somewhere else, depending on where you actually see the light and angle that you're looking at it at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So when I talk to Globers, I often think to myself, like, how do they believe in like war, right? Because in war, like people are shooting projectiles at each other, sometimes at like, thousands and thousands of yards, right? So the longest kill on record I believe it was a Canadian, and he killed a guy over 2 miles away. Now, if the Earth is spinning, like they say, right, he had to factor in like wind, altitude, temperature, Coriolis effect, like all these things to make the shot. But I ride motorcycle, right? And when I ride a motorcycle, there's like pockets of heat and then pockets of cold. So how did he know the temperature like the whole way there? And that's what I would ask the Globers. They're basically claiming that the light is bouncing off of these oil platforms, right? And it's heading toward the shore. But the shore is actually down around the curve. So it has to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, until it reaches the shore. But we know that water actually gets warmer the closer you get to the shore because it's more shallow and the sun can heat it up faster than the deeper water. But like I said, I ride a motorcycle. The temperature fluctuates. Sometimes you go like 1,000 feet and you're like, oh my God, it's hot. And then you hit like a cold pocket and it's like, oh, that's wonderful. Almost like you ride near a lake during the spring. Like the temperature fluctuates that much, even without the lake. So for them to claim that the temperature above the air is just getting colder and colder and colder, and that makes denser and denser and denser air, well, I don't see how they could prove that. How could they actually prove that's what's happening unless they got a man out there every, 50 yards taking the temperature and going, yeah, it's getting colder. Okay, here's not, yeah, it's colder. And the next guy, and it's cold. I don't think that's how reality works. I think it makes a lot more sense that water, no matter what container it's in, when at rest, a large body of water will remain level. They say that that's not true. We've been using water to level buildings for thousands of years, to level foundations, to be more precise. So I don't really see why anything would change. They say that, there's a huge hump of water, like 66 feet high, 66.6 feet high at 10 miles. I couldn't detect that. But you know what? I'm just a regular dude. I may be incorrect. So I would challenge you to go out and find a large body of water and come back and tell us what you find. But the weird thing is, when you ask the Globers, and this is really interesting, you ask a Glober how to prove the Earth is a sphere, they'll tell you to look at the eclipse, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at these shadows that this, guy who lived before Christ, like, 300 BC, named Eratosthenes, look at the shadows the sun cast, right? But we're telling you, forget about the sun, moon, and stars. If you want to know someone's shoe size, you don't measure their hat, you don't measure their crown, right? You don't measure their head, you measure their feet directly if you want to know someone's shoe size. And the same way, if you want to know if the Earth is curving, you measure a large body of water. Now, if the Earth is 70% water and it's not curving anywhere over the water, what is it?
Don't everybody speak at once.
Yeah.
No, if I'm indoctrinated and I have Stockholm syndrome and I have cognitive dissonance, of course it's a globe. Now, come on, anybody knows that. Come on, give me a break. You flat earthers, you know nothing.
Well, they say the water curves with the earth, so they've already packaged the water with the earth in that way. They don't think that the water acts independently of the curvature of the earth or whatever. This curvature of gravity, so called. It's going to take a lot to disabuse them of that illusion.
Yeah, I
Even
gotta say,
when
the
they see
guy. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just real quick. The guy we're talking to tonight, he's not a globetard. He seems like a normal guy who's asking questions and he wants clarification. So I think everybody should treat the guy with a little respect, because that's the only thing that he's done to us tonight. Please continue.
I don't think anybody's treated him disrespectfully. I
Yeah.
think we were just quoting things that we've heard that other Globers come up with in order to give him examples of what these other people do. I don't think anybody said that he'd done those things.
Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate that.
I'm
but,
sure you didn't.
Yeah, but yeah, everyone's been pretty cool. I mean, I think all the answers you guys have given me, do make some sense. So I think it's an interesting thing to think about.
And welcome to the group.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, there's what's on the internet. It's called the Earth Curve Calculator, and it tells you there's a spot for the observer's height, there's a spot for the distance that you think you're measuring to. Like if you're going to measure to an island, you go on Google Earth and it's like 10 miles off the beach. So you put those two numbers in, and the observer's height in feet, the distance, and then you push calculate, and it will tell you that there's supposed to be 66.6 feet of drop by the time you get to that island. And you can use that calculator with a 1 mile observation all the way up to a 30-mile observation. If you can visualize and see an island 30 miles away or whatever, then it should be, the calculator will tell you exactly how many feet down from where you're standing it should be over the curve. If you go out and you don't see any of that, which is what we've done time and time and time again, we never, ever see the curve. We always see the island. We always see the object we're trying to see. It's never down over the curve. That's the problem. That's the huge problem there.
It seems like
that's why we encourage you to go out and do it yourself, rather than believe us. Just go to the beach and click on Google Earth, find an island that's out 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 miles, whatever. And if you can see it, and it's supposed to be 66 feet below the curvature of the Earth, there's something wrong with their model. There's something wrong with what they're saying. That's what we've all done. And so, yeah, we just encourage most people here, we encourage you to go out, if you have a chance, to go to a body of water, a lake, an ocean, whatever, find out the distance to an island or whatever, and get your binoculars out and see if you can see it. And then put the numbers in the curve calculator, which was made by Globers. The curve calculator was not a flat earther calculating device. It was made by a globe earther. And so, and it works out perfectly anyway. You know how to do the math. It's just simple geometry. You got a circle with a radius of 959 miles. You can do the math. It's like 5th grade math. It's really simple. It's just geometry. So you don't got to be a scientist. You don't got to be a mathematician. You just got to be able to go and pass a 5th grade math test is about it. Pretty simple stuff.
So does anybody object to me talking to this guy about gravity? All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead and talk about gravity.
So you still here, new guy?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. I can't pronounce your name, so forgive me for being rude. All right, so let's go over something real fast. So the scientific method. We don't believe in observational science because you can look at something and it could be totally wrong, right? Sometimes you can't trust your eyes. So what we believe in here, and it's not really a belief, it's knowledge. It's called experimental science. So I'll give you a real quick example. Let's say a caveman, he comes across a hot spring, he sees the water boiling, he wants to know why it's boiling. So he starts to investigate, he feels the heat, he forms a hypothesis. Maybe the naturally observed phenomenon that I just saw, water boiling, is caused by the heat, right? So he goes home to his village, he adds heat to the water. Now the heat is the independent variable, right? It starts boiling. He takes away the heat, it stops boiling. He adds the heat again, it boils. So he just proved that enough heat and enough duration of time will cause water to boil. He doesn't believe it at this point. He knows it. because he did the experiment and he gained knowledge. That's why science means knowledge. Because if you do it
Now,
right,
let me ask you a
go ahead.
question. This is a little bit facetious, but it's also kind of serious. What if he came to the conclusion that water boils after whatever 10 minutes of heat, right? And then he went up to 5,000 feet and it didn't boil. Would you say that? You know what I mean? How would you interpret that? So even though
I got you.
yeah.
I got it. All right. So science is not like religion, right? In religion, Judah will always be the progenitor of the Jews, right? No matter what, it's never going to change.
So
Jesus will always be.
sorry.
Hold on. I'm trying to answer here for you. I'm trying to explain something.
I just want to clarify something really quick before we go on. So would we agree that the goal of science is to determine truth or fact? Is that the goal?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so if you do an experiment. Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain. I'm trying to answer your question. So Jesus will always be the Messiah, and Muhammad will always be the prophet. These three things will never change, right?
Listen, science is a method to use to test hypothesis about naturally observed phenomena. That's what science is. QE, you're there. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell these folks what's up.
All right, so, but science is never settled, right? We don't write things in stone with science. So at any time, somebody could come up with a new hypothesis and a new test or a different result, and we're not going to say nuh-uh, right? We're going to say, oh, let me see that. Let me try. How did you do that? I want to try that, right? So science is never settled, right? We always leave like a 1% chance of doubt, right, that we're wrong. So the low gas pressure will also cause water to boil. That doesn't disprove the first thing, but it adds to the knowledge that we already have. That water can boil because of heat, and now we know that water can also boil because of low gas pressure.
Yeah, definitely.
Does that clarify that for you?
It clarifies it a little bit, but I would say, the guy who did that experiment, he's still correct. Heat does cause water to boil, obviously, but he's probably not aware of the pressure difference. So I would say that's kind of the paradigm science works within, right? There's some variables that we don't know. For example, he's probably unaware of that, and that can influence the experiment. So, I agree with generally with what you're saying. I just think sometimes there's a little nuance there.
I agree. There's unknown variables, unknown unknowns. Right, and that's why we don't get dogmatic when it comes to science, when it comes to experiment. So now you understand the cause and effect relationship, right?
I do, also related to science, just before we move into cause and effect. So I would argue that science can be observational. I guess this is a difference,
I really thought the snow wasn't real, man. I really did.
What?
When I first heard
But yeah, so the example. Yeah, so the example I consider science really any type of attempt to methodically understand something in nature, right? So it can be through an experimental test, for example. But I also think, for example, a chemist who maybe determines the structure of molecules or something by X-ray diffraction or whatever method, spectrometry. I would argue they're doing something. But they don't often have hypotheses. They don't often have independent variables. So I guess you can call them researcher if you like, something like that. But I would argue that that's still so. For example, an ecologist who goes to the field and measures the abundance of insect species or something, I would say that's an ecologist. That's a branch of but a lot of this is semantic. So I guess that's my question. Would you consider that science, or would that fall outside the realm of science?
consider what is science?
Like a
Observational
structural
science. Yeah,
a structural chemist. So let's say a chemist, we want to know the structure of a molecule. So they crystallize it and they define the structure and they publish that. Is that a science? Is that science? Basically.
Sounds sciencey to me, but I think it would be under chemistry science or whatever. But
Yeah, chemistry for sure. But he has no hypothesis. He has no independent variable. He's not testing anything. He's just
so you're saying
determining
is
the
it
structure.
science even though it's not trying to establish a cause and effect relationship?
Yes,
If it's
exactly. Yeah.
systematic study sort of science, I would call it science on another definition of systematic, thorough, careful study using, good equipment and stuff like that. I'd call that science.
Yeah,
But
I would
if it's
agree.
like,
Can you see what I posted? Can you see the live stream voice back?
I see a lot of stuff. I don't know if it's all from you. That's from Krista.
Yeah, it's from Larry, right? You see where it says a hypothesis?
I don't see it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find it
it's a
here.
lot of copy pasta, but there's a definition of
Yeah.
hypothesis at the top of
Oh, I see it. I see it here. Yes. Hypothesis. Yes.
Yeah, I would say that I'm a village idiot, right? And I could try to explain to you why science you have to manipulate the, independent variable or the cause to prove the effect, the dependent variable. But instead of listening to me, like the village idiot, you should probably go through that, copy and paste it down under your notes or whatever.
Well, I mean,
and
I'll say so. I work in a chemistry department. That's kind of why I brought up that example. So, I think I would call what I do science. So I don't think I need to read the definition. I'm pretty familiar with hypothesis testing, etc.
Okay,
but
so
I just would argue that you can have science without an independent variable, basically.
Okay, well, maybe you need to see this.
Pseudoscience, maybe.
I would define science as any type of systematic or methodological investigation into
let me read this.
some natural
Let's
phenomenon.
make it clear. So I posted 14 minutes after the hour. Astronomy and cosmology. Cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments. You cannot do that in cosmology, right? Unlike other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate objects and see how they work. So, I mean, maybe this guy knows better than me. Maybe he knows better than you, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I can also disagree with that guy. Right. Like it seems like kind of a weird, I don't know how to explain it. Like why do you trust that guy? Yeah, sorry.
Why do I trust what? Hank, hold on. Give me 7 minutes, please. Bziernik, yeah?
Yeah.
So what's the question? Sorry.
So I guess my question was, can science be observational? The example I gave was a chemist. If a chemist, crystallizes a molecule,
Hold on. The question was at the first part. You didn't need the rest. Yeah. So I do think that observations are a part of science, but they are not the body of a scientific test or experiment. No, that cannot exist as you think.
Okay, so the example I gave you.
Listen. You got it. If you're trying to figure out what happens between two things, you're going to have to test it. And at the very least, the first step is observation, right? Then you got at least 6 more steps after that if you're really going to get down to it, okay?
Yeah, I agree in terms of mechanism, yeah.
Okay, well, okay.
So I guess what I would say is, let's say you have a group of people working on the same thing, right? So the first chemist determines the structure, a second unrelated chemist determines the mechanism. Is the second guy a scientist, but the first guy is not?
I don't know why you're trying to go down this semantics rabbit hole, dude. The reason I came, in was to remind you that the Earth measures flat, and I'd like to know what you're going to do about that.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I think we had a pretty good discussion about that.
Are you a flat earther yet?
No, I would say I'm not.
Okay, then our job isn't done, or you haven't done the research, or both. Would you like to find a big body of water and do some observations, and then test the hypothesis that you derive with lasers? Or even you could do it with a mirror. Certain distance, you can still see the mirror shining, Not supposed to see that. It's supposed to be humps of impossibly convex water blocking the view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were discussing that. Yeah.
Okay. So here, the reason I come in hot, I need you to understand that the only way you're going to prove it to yourself is going out and at the very least measuring for Earth curvature against the current globe numbers and calculations. Okay?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know if you missed a lot of this conversation.
I might have, yeah. I'm just wanting to make sure, because if you haven't done that, then it's really hard to talk about the main point, is that it does measure flat. I don't care about religion. I don't care about how someone conducts science or not. None of that. It's irrelevant to just me. My opinion is go out and figure it out yourself and come back to us when you've had some real world hands-on, get your shit dirty work done on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say one last thing. I hope I'm not interrupting. So basically, you don't drive your alternator to work, right? It's called the division fallacy, right? You drive your car to work. So yes, the alternator is part of your car, right? Just like observation of a natural phenomena is part of science, but it's not the whole, right?
Yeah. That's
right,
a good
so that's how I understand.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Right, because you can look at things and your eyes can deceive you, right? You can think you're seeing one thing, but you don't really think about it like this. Me and you go to a hotel room, right? We can sit there theoretically for 2 weeks arguing and debating and coming up with theories and diagrams over what light affects what switch and what switch affects what light. But we're not going to know until when? Until we start a systematic process of experimentation. This switch on off. Oh, that light, write it down. Until we start manipulating the causes and seeing the effects, we're not gonna know. We can observe everything all day long, but the circuits are behind the wall, so it's not gonna do any good.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I agree that in terms of astronomy and cosmology, I'm really not very familiar with. So I don't really have a big argument there. Whether or not that's science, whatever, I don't really have a strong opinion on that.
May I chime in?
Please do.
I think as a person who believed in the heliocentric model, the globe model, for 99% of my life, I think it comes down to, if you're believing the globe model, you have to be open to the fact that you were wrong. And until you come up to the fact that you were wrong, no amount of evidence will help you determine you were wrong. But there's basically three things that I ask any person who believes in the spinning watery ball model to look at. Is water at rest? Because as you said, the Earth is 72% water, and boats don't disappear over the curve, because the law of perspective and the vanishing point says you can get a 30-40 power telescope when you lose sight of the boat, and you can bring the whole boat back into focus on a 30 or 40 power telescope until the telescope can't see it anymore. So that's the first thing that you have to, if you're a globe person, you have to say to yourself, I have not lost the boat over the curve with my naked eye. I haven't. I've been told I have. Bill Nye and Neil Tyson have told me that, but I haven't. Because if I get a telescope and I'm honest with myself, I can see the whole thing again, the whole boat again until I can't, till a telescope can't. Second point is that radar was created to operate line of sight, straight line. And if you're a boat, if you're a ship, and you have a radar, I understand radar, they have a couple different types of radar in ships. One measures up to 25 miles, another one could go out further. If you ping something down at 52 miles, the Earth curve calculator tells us that's 1,800 feet of curve. If you ping something out there 52 miles and it comes back, that right there proves that you don't live on a spinning watery ball, because radar operates line of sight, straight line, and you can never get something to ping back because it doesn't curve. Radar is basically a radio wave, and it doesn't curve coming back over the Earth. It is straight line. So that's the second thing. And then you get down to lasers. You can do it over water. You can find salt flats that are extremely flat, and you could do it 21, 25 miles. Put a laser on one side, one laser on the other side, put them at 5 foot tall. You should have 212, 216 feet of curve. But the laser goes straight for 21 miles. You can see it on the other side, 21 miles away. The other person can send a laser back. It's straight. It does not curve. There's not 212 feet of curve. Laser does not curve. Now, laser does. You can reflect lasers, but if it's not being affected by being reflected, it continues straight. So lasers tell you that the Earth is flat. Now, if you are somebody like I was, maybe you're not ready to look into it. Maybe you don't care. Maybe your indoctrination says it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect my life. Cognitive dissonance is the big thing. You just don't want to admit you've been fooled. Mark Twain said it's easier to fool somebody than for them to admit they've been fooled. And that's why they get you at 4, 5, 6 years old when your mind is mush and you walk into a school and you see something tilted at 23.5 degrees and it spins around and you can go up and play with it, and it's by the teacher's desk. And teachers never lie, right? When you're 5, 6, 7 years old. And so you have to come to the fact that you've been lied to. People have a hard time with that. Very difficult time with that. So you have to admit you've been lied to. And if you cannot, the globe, the heliocentric model has been the default position in our educational system and on TV, in our entertainment for generations. I mean, Universal had a picture of a globe Earth with Universal going across it back in 1927. In their movies, 1930, 1935. Nobody went up into the sky until 1961. And so how did Universal know back then? Because they were told that's what it was supposed to be for indoctrination purposes. We have to get over our cognitive dissonance. And if somebody who believes in the globe model come out and answer those 3 things that I talked about, then you are hanging on by your cognitive dissonance. That's all you're doing. It just means you're not ready to accept the fact you've been lied to and you've been fooled. I had to. Any flat earther who is now a flat earther was once a globe believer. Every one of us were a globe believer at one time. We got the cognitive dissonance sunglasses off our eyes. We threw the indoctrination into the trash can. We say our Stockholm syndrome. They lie to us all the time, and we sought out the truth. So until you can actually remove all those 3 things and answer those 3 questions about vanishing point and law of perspective and laser and radar, then you're just hanging on to your cognitive dissonance, and that's the only way I can answer it. Thanks for the time.
That was amazing. Great answer, Jim. Great answer.
Thank you. I just, took me a while. It took me 99% of my life to get there, but when I found out that we were being lied to about this certain thing that's captured our attention for the last 25 months, I looked into other things, and this naturally came up as well.
Well, you articulated it well, and I think that I can't, even from a Globie's point of view, because like you said, we all came from a Globie point of view. I I'm now 43, and I thought that the Earth was a ball until 2016. So, I think you really articulated that well with all of the points of actual proofs that these are super huge questions. If these things are possible to do, then it's either flat or it's way, way, way bigger than we're told. It's got to be way bigger.
Yeah.
Either way, I do not consider myself a flat earther. I consider myself just an earther, a plain earther. I like to call it the plain, So, but I think you articulated those points very well for any newbie to understand.
I think what's
So,
interesting. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What is how do you say your name? Benjanik? I was in your VC check-in. I was there with you and Helio. So, what is your response to what he said? What do you think about all that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think there's a lot of stuff to look into. Like I said when I came in here, I agree with the fact that a lot of these is more of a belief. These obviously aren't things that I've proven myself or have seen evidence of myself. So, a lot of what he said, I believe in. I know you would say that's, appeal to authority or something like that. So I'm open to that. I think that it's not an easy thing where you can just, answer this off the top of your head. I think you need to really think about it more seriously. And, I guess that would be my response.
Yeah, I know you told Helio you've been looking into this for many years. Since I think you said 2018.
Yeah, I would say not. I wouldn't say looking into it. I'd say aware of it, if that makes sense.
So you've been you have been you. I'm sorry, I haven't been here this whole time. I knew you were here, and I haven't been here to talk with you. I was there in the VC. You didn't know I was. You may have seen me there, but I didn't speak at all because I thought Helio was doing a good job of checking you in, so I didn't feel the need to step in or say anything. And I think you have a good head on your shoulders of trying to cognitively think about things, and I think that's awesome. I'm really happy for you that you're actually wanting to think about things for yourself and not just be told what is going on around you, which I think that's amazing. So,
yeah, I think that's actually one of the beneficial things to kind of looking into this. I know a lot of the things I hear from the podcast and stuff is, people say, Globers, don't even know their model, don't even know how they arrive at these conclusions. And I think there's actually a lot of truth to that. And I think that that's actually a real problem. I would very much agree with that.
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing for me as a truther, and not as a flat earther or anything else, is just as a truther, is that the best thing anybody can tell you is to, if you're questioning something, that's awesome, and you need to go research it yourself, and however you feel to go research it. And yeah, you may be put into algorithms where you're not getting the best content to look into topics, but the best thing you can do is literally research these things yourself. And literally.
All right, I think I'm losing you a little bit. I don't know if it's me or you.
It's probably me. I live out in the middle of the country with I have one bar. But literally the best thing you can do for yourself is to research things for yourself so that you can answer for what you know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's actually kind of a difficult question because I think there's a lot of things that I would say I know, quote unquote, that I don't really have the means to test. I understand you would say I have the means to test the shape of the Earth, but of course, there's a lot of knowledge that I can't test myself. Right?
Right,
So
like
that's a
me.
very high standard.
Like me,
If
I
I'm
don't
gonna,
I don't have lasers where I can go out and test things like a lot of flat earthers do. They have the lasers and they have the capability. I don't have that in my power. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, like it would be very difficult for me to do a test myself, basically.
Right, but you do have the test of your eyes and you have the test of your senses. Like when you look across where you live, it does look flat to you, correct? Or not a ball necessarily.
Yeah,
And
definitely
you
looks
don't
flat.
necessarily you don't feel inertia of spinning around, do you?
No, not at all.
Not unless you've had like a fifth of whiskey or something.
Yeah, yeah.
You might feel some inertia spinning then, but yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is like, trying to think of how to explain it. So like there's a lot of things I believe that are contrary to my senses and that I will never be able to prove, right? So like I believe that the water I'm drinking is made of water molecules, right? But I can't see a water molecule. I just have to take somebody's word for it, basically.
Oh, right. I'm
So I guess my life is full
fully
of
on
those
board
things.
with you with that because, like, I can't see molecules, and like hydrogen peroxide is supposed to be H2O2, which means it just is like water, but with an extra oxygen molecule or something. Like how do I personally know that? I'm just told that.
And actually, the interesting thing is like even scientists can't visualize a large majority of molecules, right? So these are all things that we accept as truth, or at least I do. I won't speak for everybody, but I accept these things as truth. I have no proof of them. I probably never will. And actually, I guess if you want measurable proof, probably all of humanity doesn't. Yet I kind of accept them because I kind of trust smart people have come to that conclusion, and I know you guys don't agree with that. I'm just sharing. This is my worldview, So.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from because we do blindly accept what we're told because we're told these people are smarter than us, and we're supposed to say, okay, if you say that, then that's got to be fact, right?
Yeah, and I agree with you. There's a lot of danger in that. I'm not saying that this is a perfect system.
I'm not saying it's a perfect system.
Yeah, I mean,
either, but I
agree
get
with
where
you.
you're
In an
coming
ideal
from.
world, yeah, in an ideal world, I totally agree. I would prefer to have all this knowledge. I guess I would prefer to verify all of this stuff, but
let me ask you a quick question, if you don't mind. If you got let's say you've got a scientist or whatever that claims, like some of these claims you're talking about, stuff you can't really see, like molecule structure and different things like that. And then let's say that this guy went to school for 10 years, spent $150,000 on his education. And then he finds out at some point in time that what he's been teaching is not correct. And if he goes out and tells the world about it, he's going to lose his PhD. They're going to ostracize him. They're going to kick you. You're no longer going to be able to teach at the university because he's going against their curriculum. Do you think he's going to tell the truth, or is he just going to go ahead and continue lying because he doesn't want to lose his job?
He's going to keep his $150,000 education. That's what he's going to do.
Well, how much of that
I guess
he's not going to throw his $150,000 education out the window for truth. He's not going to do it.
So I guess I would say to that, And again, this is another thing I think we just kind of fundamentally disagree on. I don't think we're going to reach a consensus, but at least in my experience, scientists are wrong very often. I think scientists are shown to be wrong very often, and even show themselves to be wrong very often. So I don't think it would really hurt job prospects, things like that. I mean, again, this is just my view. I think we have just kind of a fundamental disagreement on that.
Well, if they go against the curriculum, that they're told to teach, it very, very does have a big effect on their future. They cannot go against the curriculum, and that's one thing you need to understand. If they go against the curriculum, they're going to lose.
I guess I misunderstood. I agree with you there. There is a curriculum, and it needs to be taught. And if they go against it, I thought you meant in terms of their research, for example. If they
in their research, they all can go in different ways in their research. But if any of them take their research to a point where they're questioning all of the theories that have been put into place before them, that's when if a scientist, a physicist comes out and is a very prominent physicist and says, "Oh, well, all this stuff's crap, and the Earth is not what we've been told," they're going to lose all credibility in their community, and they're going to be blackballed where they can't even get a job. This is what he's talking about.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, I think. I mean, again, I think if they have, I really believe if they have some solid evidence that stands up to scrutiny, I don't think that they would be, blackballed, as you say, even if it's controversial. I think there are examples of this in science of times, at least in modern science. I will say it's not always been the case, but I think there are examples of people with controversial views.
I would encourage you to watch Ben Stein's documentary, Expelled. Please continue.
Okay.
Can I chime in for a sec?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I've come to the conclusion, and I might be off by a couple percent one way or the other, but 97% of scientists are bought, because most scientists work in a public sector that is not private. They get funded by government, NGOs, foundations, and things like that. So these foundations and NGOs and governments all have agendas, and they tend to fund scientists that agree with those agendas. So if a scientist doesn't come to the conclusion that those who fund them want them to, that scientist and their families go hungry. Now,
yeah, they get defunded.
And guess what? The scientist, whether it's a man or a woman, goes home and tells the spouse and tells the kids, guess what? I'm not getting paid anymore. And that is a huge incentive to go along with the agenda. And the agendas today are to support the heliocentric model.
Climate change,
germ theory, all those things. And if you go against those narratives, perfect, man-made climate change is, right on top of us, as far as being pushed down our throats now. And of course, the last 25 months have been pushed down our throats with germ theory. And now we're talking about heliocentric versus geocentric. And the default positions for this world is that man-made climate change is real, germs cause disease, and that the world is round. And anybody who goes against that doesn't get funded. And it's that simple, because our side, the side that is, the side that believes the world is a plane, doesn't control the printing presses. We can't go out and print a few $1 billion to throw here, throw there. And in the United States, we ran a deficit of $3 trillion last year. And so that's $3 trillion we didn't collect in taxpayer money. That money had to come from somewhere. It was printed. And our side can't print, their side can.
Yeah, if I print money, I'm going to jail. That's a federal offense. But the federal government, I shouldn't say the federal government, the federal banking system, which is not even federal, has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the government. The federal banks can print money left and right and cause insane inflation in the name of humanity, which is a bad term in itself, to save
I
humanity.
guess
And yeah, man, I don't get me on my soapbox, man.
so. Like, I guess what I would say to that is, if you think scientists are bought and, for example, publishing literature that's contrary to prevailing views, will get you fired or something like that. I think I've seen things, shared with me, and I'm sure there's a lot of publications. There's just actually very recently high impact publication about, that vaccines, that the COVID vaccine increased the myocarditis, for example. So I would say that's against the view, right? Or against the prevailing view, but that stuff gets published, right? You guys share those papers and you say, look at this, here's a scientist who says this is harmful, so how does that stuff get published?
Well,
I'm sorry to cut in. I've been triggered. I'm sorry. The nowhere on TV in the last 25 months, nowhere on TV have they ever mentioned that the jabby is bad for you. Nowhere on TV. Nowhere. And 6 corporations own and control 90% of what we hear on TV, Wall Street Journal, printed, media. And so if somebody comes out with 1 or 2 things that talk badly about the jabby, who cares? Because when you turn on the TV, you get a commercial. I can sit here, watch the Dallas Mavericks on TV, and they'll go to commercial, and I'll see 2 propaganda commercials, one dealing with the shape of the earth, and one some hospital saying it's safe and effective, and 7,500 doctors agree that it's safe and effective. I'm telling you now, if we go, what if, this thing about, these jabbies being dangerous, when I can sit down on TV and watch TV for an entire day, and the score is literally 200-0 on the side of the jabby, and that's on Fox, One American News, CBS, CNN, and it's 200-0. I'm sorry, guys. I don't care about some little survey that comes out and says it's dangerous. So anyway, that's my triggered event. So thanks for listening.
I 100% agree with you, Jim. Is that if it's being pushed on all that bullshit media, which literally Disney owns most of that shit, and if it's being pushed on all of those platforms,
jump in here for a second?
It's very questionable for me. Very questionable, and
Hey guys, I'm trying to moderate just for a second. Yeah, we shouldn't be talking about medical stuff, right?
Well, we're using terms. We're using terms.
Okay,
in
I'm
the
sorry.
proper way, my
I brought
friend.
that up, so I didn't mean to bring up.
Right, we
But
can talk
hey,
about boxing.
we're talking about it in the proper terms where it should not get any kind
No,
of.
he didn't. He didn't. He used the wrong term. I was correcting him.
I thought he
Please
used
continue.
jabby.
No, he didn't. So,
No, he did. The guy speaking before him said the bad words that were not.
My bad.
Sorry, I get your meaning. That was my fault.
My bad. I didn't hear it.
So my I just want to respond to what what Jim was saying. So that study was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. Sorry, so it's not some small study. Actually, if you Google it in PubMed or something, there's hundreds of papers on this, and these scientists are not getting fired. So I do understand what you're saying. I would argue that's a media problem. Whether they share this stuff, the scientists have no control over that. Well, all I'm saying is that scientists can research and publish controversial stuff. Whether it gets shared in the media, that's not in their control, if that makes sense. I agree with you. The media doesn't.
The journal is media, right? It doesn't have to be accepted, right? So,
Well, I mean, I guess what he was referring to was television.
Well,
Right, we're both
the
correct,
media
right?
is an echo chamber for what they want to push their agenda. It's just an echo
Yeah,
chamber to push it,
and I
push
agree
it,
with
push
that. I
it,
agree
push
with
it.
that.
And
But
so
you
No, no,
can't
it's
say
an echo
but you
chamber.
can't
The people
say
that listen to it create an echo chamber.
yeah,
and
but you
and and
can't
it just
say that
extends. Yes, it
sure,
extends
but
beyond
but
that echo chamber to
sure,
their platforms.
but you can't say that these journals are echo chambers and their media when the journals are publishing these contrarian views that you say are being suppressed, right? That just shows that
I
that's a
agree.
false statement.
We're both right. Okay, but let's look at history. Okay, talked about this earlier. The guy who invented the germ theory, he died in a mental asylum, even though he provided evidence to the doctors. He said, "Look at the midwives; they have a much higher success rate, right, where the mother doesn't die and the baby doesn't die." And they said, "You're crazy. We should wash our hands after we touch the dead bodies, after we dive in the body of a cadaver. You're saying that we should wash our hands? Like you're a crazy person." So he went into the insane asylum and he literally died from infection. He died from infection in an insane asylum. So the guy who killed George Washington, the 7th or 8th president of the United States of America, that guy, he was a doctor. He bled Washington to death because he believed that if you have pneumonia, right, you need to do some bloodletting. If you have too much liquid in your lungs, you got to let some of the blood out. And he killed Washington, right? So this stuff happens. It goes both ways. Yes, you are right. There has been negative publishing against the you know what he would. But there's also been doctors who were like removed off of Twitter for telling the truth. Now, I know that you don't control Twitter. You don't control CNN or MSNBC or any of that garbage. But you have to remember, it wasn't that long ago that 9 out of 10 doctors recommended Camel to calm your nerves.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I don't agree with removing people from social media or whatever. I totally agree. So
Yeah, I thought we were
Ask
agreeing.
your
That's why I
doctor.
tried to bridge the
Ask
gap.
your
Go ahead.
doctor if flat Earth is right for you. I was just saying, ask your doctor if flat Earth is right for you.
I haven't been to the doctor in over 20 years, but next time I go to the doctor, I'm going to say, "Hey, is flat Earth right for me?" That's a great question to ask your doctor.
I would get a sample of
Yeah,
your water
if you
supply.
tell them the TV suggested it.
That's hilarious. I had to comment on that because that's hilarious. Yeah, I literally have not been to the doctor in over 20 years, and I don't plan on going to one. But if I do go to one, I'll be like, "Dude, do you recommend flat Earth for me?" Just to see what he says, because and I'm gonna have my phone going. If I do, and I don't plan on going to the doctor for at least 30 years, so that's gonna be. I don't even know if YouTube will be around for that, but if I do, I will make it a live stream.
I think one thing that allopathic Rockefeller bought medicine, that was brought back to life, that brought Louis Pasteur's fraudulent germ theory back to life in 1902, is the fact that we're not our own doctors anymore. We need to become our own doctors. We need to understand that vitamin C, vitamin D, magnesium, and zinc, we should get that every day in our diet. Of course, vitamin D is sunshine. And we should become our own doctors. We should get enough sleep. We should get enough water, alkaline water if possible. We get the 4 minerals that I talked about. And we become our own doctors and screw this medical cult that we call the medical community. Screw them.
I agree with you 100%, Jim. Literally,
sorry.
that's why I say I haven't been to the doctor in over 20 years because I personally medicate myself with uh, literally foods that I eat, and sunshine. Sunshine is literally probably one of the best medications for anybody. If anything, all these depressed people, they're sitting inside their houses playing video games, they're so depressed. They need to just get the hell off the couch, go outside, walk around, see some deer and rabbits running around in their area or something. I don't know. Just get the heck out of your house. Go get some sunshine. And
Sorry to interrupt here, but am I interpreting this correctly? There's some controversy regarding germ theory. So is that something that is
that
may or
is
may not exist?
something, because
Yes, yes, there is.
it's not a germ. It's not a germ fact. It's a germ theory. The fact
So
is,
you hold to the belief that
germs.
there are not microorganisms that are
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Sorry. Time out, guys. Like, I hate to say it, but I think just to make it go a little smoother, like, I think we're even pushing it a little further as far as the server goes, even saying the words herm and theory. Like, yeah, that's kind of what's being debated, but the point is that's being debated literally fucking everywhere, pardon my French. And flat Earth is not really being discussed freaking anywhere. So I'm just saying, like, for the sake of the server and the YouTube, like, the whole a million places to talk about that, but
Yeah, I completely understand you,
really
my
have
friend.
not.
I
really have
understand
not
you, my
heard.
friend. But
Yeah,
this
I haven't
person,
heard of this debate, so this is new to me. So I apologize.
I don't know why you would do.
so I'm just going to simply say, like, yes, it is being questioned. We'll just simply leave it at that. And feel free to direct message anyone in this room you see here to go down and talk with you about it in another server. Like, we do that all the time ourselves. And
I would love to
I'm just
invite
saying,
him
like, we can
down.
talk about in other rooms, just not in this room, just not in this particular chat room.
Got it.
Hey, bro, I'd love to talk to you and the other guy from Dallas. Would you guys like to go down to another room so we could talk about that? Can we go to chill chat?
Yeah,
let's go to chill chat.
I'm 4 days on the Discord, so I'll try to find what you guys are talking about.
It's somewhere in this Discord.
him to
Go to chill chat. I'm going to chill chat.
Is that what it's called? Chill chat?
Yeah,
So CHILL.
yeah, chill chat.
Thank you.
Okay. Just kidding.
What the fuck did I miss? Where'd everybody go?
I was just about to say, no, I'm going down there too. It's we're all going down to chill chat so we can talk about the cough subject. I'm not allowed to talk about up here.
Oh, okay.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have an arena event. Tommy Gobblers versus Quantum Eraser. Hello, Tommy. How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Yeah, very, very good. Thanks. And how are you, Quantum? You doing well this evening?
Had a rough day.
Well, that's not a good thing for Tommy. I was expecting a debate, so I had like time slots for people to talk and all the rest. Are we just not going to do any of that?
No, it's going to be a documentary. He's just going to ask questions, and I don't foresee any problems with control of this thing. So I guess the floor is Tommy's. We can get started.
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
So right off the bat, just to get a better idea of your beliefs, just a few questions, answer true or false, and then we could probably discuss them in depth afterward.
Okay.
Basically, the idea is going to be I'm going to maybe propose some hard critiques that the round earthers would have of the flat earth, to give you an opportunity not just to propose your ideas, but to also defend some heavier critiques. Is that fair?
Let's roll.
Okay. So then these might sound a little silly, but it's in the interest of the documentary. So, is NASA lying to us?
Is NASA lying? They would have to be, because it's either they're lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Okay. If we can just do a bit of a rapid fire here, because I presume most of your answers will be no. Is the Earth rotating?
Negative.
Is it rotating around the sun?
Negative.
Is the universe heliocentric or geocentric?
Geocentric.
Is the atmosphere real?
Atmosphere is a paradox. It's a contradiction in terms.
Okay. Do density gradients exist?
Density gradients? You'd have to get more specific.
So is there a density gradient from the top of the atmosphere all the way down to the surface of the Earth?
Is there a pressure gradient? I guess you could say density. That's fine. I'll take it. Yes.
So yes. Okay. Is outer space real?
Space is real. The vacuum of space is not.
Okay. Are the stars real?
What are stars?
Fair enough. Is gravity real?
Gravity has never been scientifically validated.
So is buoyancy real?
I'm not a density buoyancy guy, but things, but let me rephrase that. Density is the cause of buoyancy. So relative density. How about that?
Fair enough. Is there kind of a container effect around the Earth?
Must be a container, or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Is the container effect caused by gravity?
No, gravity doesn't exist, and gravity's not a physical barrier.
Okay. Are eclipses real?
Solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, are they real? See, this is a little tricky because their definition of the lunar and solar eclipses are not. Their explanations? How about that?
Their explanations are fake. However, you're not disputing the fact that a shadow does get cast over Earth, or shadow.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that either. You can't validate that scientifically.
You can't validate that a shadow has been cast over the Earth due to
you cannot scientifically validate eclipses. No.
Okay. Are seasons real?
Seasons? Yeah,
Yes.
I experienced seasons here in Missouri.
Great. And final question: is the flat Earth real?
Is the flat Earth real? The Earth is flat, motionless, domed, and geocentric.
Okay. So you believe in a flat Earth?
I'm losing your mic. I'm losing your mic. Get close to your mic.
Okay. So just to be clear, you believe in a flat Earth, not like a concave or a convex or a hollow, anything like that. It's a flat Earth.
Negative. I don't believe in anything. I know the Earth is flat, non-spinning, domed, and geocentric.
Okay. Do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
What is it?
Black Swan. I'm going to go through 3 arguments. I'd like to start out with the big picture and then come back to flat Earth. So we'll destroy the entire heliocentric model quickly. Then we'll come to the Earth's rotation, and then we'll come to whether the Earth is flat or not. How about that?
Sounds good.
So it was in response to your previous question concerning the gas pressure gradient, right?
Yeah. Okay. You're responding to that?
Yes. The entire heliocentric model is based on a vacuum. You can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, without a physical barrier, without bludgeoning to a bloody pulp the second law of thermodynamics. Not even speaking to Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law.
So you're refusing that gravity is holding all of the air.
Gravity doesn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist. I'm talking about the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity has no sway over the second law. Even if it did exist, it has no sway.
Okay, so can you go further into what is providing this container effect if it's not gravity?
If it's not gravity, gravity doesn't exist. I don't know what the container is. All I know is that it has to be a physical barrier because we have gas pressure. Gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter. Because
go ahead.
Because to have gas pressure, you must have a container. That's the definition of gas pressure.
So you believe in a container, or you know that there's
Negative. I don't believe there's a container. I know there's one.
Okay, so you know there's a container, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It has to be a physical. I don't know the makeup of it. I don't know the color of it. I don't know what its tail smells like. All I know, it's a necessary antecedent consequent. I'll give you a scenario. Right? If somebody slaps a filet mignon down on my plate, then I know with absolute certainty that a cow must exist. You follow? I don't need to know the color of the cow. I don't need to know where the cow is. I don't need to know the name, how big it is, how fat it is. But if I see that filet mignon, then that cow must exist somewhere. Necessary antecedent, consequent. Follow?
I follow. So if you don't have an explanation for what the container is, why do you not believe?
No. That wouldn't be an explanation. That would be a description. Do you know the difference between a description and an explanation?
If you don't have a description of what the container is, why do you refuse to believe that it is gravity?
It's a physical barrier. You're not listening to me. Gravity, we're going to get to gravity here in a little bit. I already told you gravity doesn't exist. Even if it did, it doesn't hold sway over the second law of thermodynamics. Number one, just because I can't describe the container, I guess you didn't listen to my discussion for the last 2 minutes. It's a necessary antecedent consequent. It's based on the definition of gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics. I know there must be a container.
So I'd like to step in with just, something that globe earthers would respond to with, saying gravity would violate the second law of thermodynamics. They might argue that it does not violate the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics being that, you can't have a net decrease in entropy. Am I correct?
You can't have a net decrease in entropy. Entropy only goes one way in nature.
So that's what the second law is, right? A common globe earther rationalization for why the gravity being the barrier would not be breaking the second law of thermodynamics.
Time out. Stop. You have to validate gravity first. Right? Gravity, even if I gave you, there's two types of gravity in the narrative. Now, one was superseded 106 years ago, but the Globers still bring it up. It's Newtonian gravity, right? So you got Newtonian gravity and you got Einstein's bendy space-time. I could give you all of Newtonian gravity, everything you want, all the force in the whole world times a billion. Then I'm going to give you Einstein's general relativity, the bendy space-time. I'm going to give you 1 billion times of that. We're going to times them both together. You can have all of them. It will not affect the entropy of gases one iota. Follow?
Okay, so now that we're in kind of this, I don't know, other dimension where we are agreeing that gravity exists, just, to humor the argument. Basically, the argument is that when you condense the particles, you decrease the local entropy of the system. And in this idea, you're completely
That's not
correct.
entropy. That's
However,
not entropy.
outside of the system, there is an increase in entropy, which accounts for the local decrease in entropy.
Negative.
That's negative.
That's not
Okay,
entropy.
Can you explain why?
I can explain why. You need to define entropy.
I need to define entropy. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just hop on Google. Okay. In statistical mechanics, entropy is a measure of the number of ways a system can be arranged, often taken to be a measure of disorder. The higher the entropy, the higher the disorder.
Incorrect. Entropy has nothing to do with order and disorder.
Okay. So what is entropy?
Do you need citation for that?
No, I don't need citation.
Okay. Nothing to do with the order and disorder, so your definition of entropy is incorrect.
Okay, can you provide an alternate definition, please?
An alternate definition? I don't need to provide an alternate to anything. You haven't provided anything yet.
Right. You asked me for a definition of entropy.
I will.
Okay,
entropy. In classical thermodynamics, is the dispersal of energy from localized to spread out at a given temperature. In molecular thermodynamics, it's a change in a system or surroundings or their total from which there are fewer accessible microstates to one in which there is an increased number of accessible microstates.
Okay, so using that definition,
let's kill it.
Can you explain why gravity would violate?
Gravity does not exist. How many times?
Right, we're still in the dimension where we're assuming, like this was your proposition. We're in the dimension where we're assuming that gravity exists. Can you explain why it?
No, I'm not assuming gravity exists. Sorry.
Can I just cut in for a second? This is meant to be an interview, right? You said at the
so I'm
top
posing hard questions, and it's fine if
you said at the top. No, but you said at the top you were asking QE about his ideas. He's told you a number of times gravity doesn't exist. So I don't know why you keep referring to gravity.
He offered to kind of say he'll give me Newtonian gravity and he'll give me Einsteinian gravity, so I took it and ran with it. But we can move right back and talk about something else.
Okay, we can stick with QE. We can
if you want. I don't mind.
If you want to invoke gravity, I have no problem. You're just going to have to scientifically validate the monkey.
Scientifically validated. Let's not go there because I'm not going to try and prove anything to you. I'm trying to get your ideas.
You're not trying to prove it to me. You got an audience here. You need to prove it to them. They're the jury.
No, but this is kind of an interview type deal, so I'm not going to really try and prove anything to you.
Let's just end it real quick. If you are in arena text right here, you can read along with me. This is from the legend in the second law of thermodynamics, Professor Lambert, from the entropysite.oxy.edu. Listen carefully. Gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Period. If we have a vacuum and we don't have a barrier, then it must increase in entropy, or it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Prosecution rests right there.
How would you, counter globe earthers who say we're in that dimension again, when gravity attracts the air molecules
Objection,
or whatever?
Your Honor. Gravity doesn't attract the air. That's bullshit. If gravity existed, like you said, it would never rain.
Why?
Because of evaporation.
Evaporation is due to the sun.
Yeah, evaporation.
Can you let me finish my earlier
When
point?
water,
No,
you're still going back to gravity, right? Now I'm going to kill
that's
it
what we were
forever.
talking about. That's
I'm going
what
to
we were
kill it
talking about.
forever, right? You said what? Because of the sun? No, sunshine. Evaporation. When water evaporates, which vector does it go into?
It goes upwards.
Yeah. Bye-bye gravity.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
And would you not agree that when it goes up, it then cools and condenses and then falls as rain because it gets
Yeah, but
denser?
that's liquid. That's not gas.
Right. So when it's gas,
False equivalence fallacy.
it's less dense. And we agreed, or we kind of.
No, let's go back. That's a false equivalence fallacy. You invoked a liquid. We were talking about gases. False equivalence.
No, I'm not equivocating liquid and gas.
I
I'm
didn't
doing
say
the
you're
opposite.
equivocating. I said false equivalence. That's not equivocation.
Okay. My apologies. All I was trying to get across was that a liquid is denser than gas.
So
when
what? That doesn't have
that's why
nothing
it's
to
on
do
the
with-
ground. And when it
It
evaporates,
doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
You brought this up.
Gases. Hey,
When it evaporates,
hey,
its density becomes
referee,
lower.
Referee.
So it floats up.
Referee. Objection.
Hello.
Okay, we're going to go to this point now because this guy's a cuck. Right?
Duly noted, I guess.
Objection. False equivalence fallacy. He's bringing the sun in, right? He's also bringing liquids. Yeah, but the gases condense and falls liquid. Who cares? Red herring fallacy with it. Who gives a shit? That's not my point. The gases vector is up when your vector for gravity is only where?
So can I explain to you what buoyancy is?
Oh my God. Objection. Not answering the question, Your Honor.
Well,
Yeah,
I need
I
to
agree.
explain to you buoyancy.
And
is
also, I would remind you that it's an interview and not a debate. So if you want to debate, we can go into a debate format.
We could. I'd be okay with that.
Yep. If you're going to invoke, you'll be okay with that. You're already finished. You're
fair enough.
finished. At 17 minutes after the hour, I provided a citation for you that said gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. Well, the gas isn't expanding into the vacuum. That means entropy is decreasing. That's a
Right.
second law of thermodynamics violation, son.
So I would counter that.
You can't counter it.
I can. And if you let me finish.
How can you
please, let me
counter it?
finish. Okay. So assuming gravity exists, right?
False. Objection, Your Honor.
Let me finish, please. I am begging.
No, you're not finishing. I'm not allowing you to invoke frigging.
Okay, I won't say
fairy
gravity.
tale.
I won't say gravity. It's fine. Assuming the air molecules are brought down closer to the surface of the Earth due to
They're not.
whatever.
They're not.
Due to whatever. Okay.
They're
that
not.
It would not be a decrease in entropy.
Yes, it
because-
would be. Objection, Your Honor.
Because the friction creates
Objection, Your Honor.
energy.
Yeah, it seems like you're debating and not asking questions at this point.
Oh,
Right,
we can go
so
to a debate. That's
I
fine.
thought we agreed that we were kind of going into a debate.
That's
so,
fine.
I mean, if you'd like to moderate it, if we can set it up.
Cool.
right
Yeah,
now.
well, we can debate if you want. Yeah, fine.
All right. Sounds good.
That's what we've been doing for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah,
That's,
okay.
that's me.
I went in to try and talk
Oh my
about some,
God.
globe Earth arguments to try and improve your argument, but I mean, we've gone down the rabbit hole at this point, so let's just keep going.
Yeah, you're just violating the second law of thermodynamics with every breath. Refute my citation.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do. You won't let me finish.
You're not. You're not trying to do it. You're saying that gas molecules are somehow attracted to the Earth. That's a decrease in entropy.
Right. So
You're
there
saying
is-
you're starting out your sentence with "Imagine that citation doesn't exist."
Right.
Am I doing that? No, I'm
implying it.
looking at the citation right now. Okay. It's saying that there's no change in total energy due to a greater number of whatever. There is no change in total energy because when the air molecules are drawn in, the friction produces a heat, right? Heat is energy.
You said
Do you know
there
what
is no
friction
energy.
is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know what friction is?
Objection, Your Honor. He said there's no change in energy, and then he invoked heat.
Right. So
let me ask you a question. Can you have
decrease in
change?
entropy
Let me ask you a
caused
question,
by
there, Sunshine.
it's not expanding into the
You just
vacuum.
don't interrupt me.
Okay, I would ask that you don't interrupt me as well. Moving forward.
Fuck off! You little fucking clown, you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Don't interrupt you. While you bludgeon to death the second law of thermodynamics, you're reading half of the definition. You didn't know what entropy was to begin with. And now you're conjuring these gas molecules with friction. What the fuck does that have to do with the price
You know
of
what?
tea in China?
Okay, so please, I'm trying to explain this to you.
You can't explain it. You didn't even know what entropy was.
So please don't. Please let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Okay.
Fuck you.
Noted. Can I move on?
No, you can't. You have to deal with the increasing entropy of gases.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do, and you're not letting me finish.
One objection at a time. You're causing objection upon objection upon objection. Take it back to the first objection, then finish your sentence. You have to deal with each part of it. You can't just build. You can't just add stuff to the story. Does that make
As
sense?
a moderator, can you take me back to the first objection, and then I can talk about it?
Sure. Well, I can do that, but I mean, what was the first objection, Kiwi? Because you said objection.
Yes,
but
he brought the gas molecules down by some imaginary means in the atmosphere.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and then said let's assume gravity. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, we can't do that. Do you know why?
Can I counter that? So basically, QE is saying that there is a drawing of the gases in the atmosphere. That's what he's saying. That's why he's saying there's a counter into the second law of thermodynamics.
Say
You're saying-
again? Objection. I didn't say that.
You're saying that that's what's breaking the second law of thermodynamics, is that the gases are being drawn into the Earth.
Yeah,
That
you're
theory.
conjuring of the gases being drawn into the Earth as a second law of thermodynamics violation. Yes.
Right. So when I respond, it's not. I'm not making anything up. I'm actually responding to your objection.
No, you're not.
How?
What causes the gas molecules to decrease entropy?
That's not your question. That's not even related to the
Yes,
question.
it is.
No. Okay. So if your question is what is drawing them in, we can
Yeah,
talk about
because
that.
you said that something was drawing them in. So what is it?
No,
Decreasing
you're saying that it's drawing it in. You're saying.
Oh, for fuck, this guy.
No. Sorry, I'm sorry, but you're saying that this theory is breaking the second law of thermodynamics
What
because there's
theory
a
is
force
breaking?
drawing it in.
Objection, Your Honor. He invoked a theory. What theory am I saying that is drawing?
The theory
what am I
of
breaking?
gravity.
The theory of gravity.
Or the theory that there's a container, or the theory that there is some force pulling.
That's not a theory. That's
not a theory. You don't know what is a scientific theory?
What is a scientific theory?
Yep.
This seems kind of like a red herring. Can we?
A red herring? You invoked a theory. I'm asking you what it is. How in the fuck can it be a diversion or irrelevant?
We're not talking about what is a scientific theory. We're talking about what the actual specific theory is.
Oh my God, you Elmer Lysopist.
Can I just?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, can I just get in with a? Okay, so we surely would need to know what a theory is in order to then discuss theories, correct?
Yep.
We need to know what a theory is.
Yeah, because otherwise you can't discuss theories without knowing what they are.
A scientific theory, by the way, not just a theory.
I don't mean quite
Scientific theory. There is no scientific theory of gravity to begin with, but go ahead.
Right.
So I mean, do you agree with that? You have to know what a scientific theory is before you can discuss them. Right?
Okay, so I'll tell you what a scientific theory
Well,
is.
do you agree with that?
We'll go down this road. I'll agree. Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what a scientific theory is. Okay, so scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols of observation.
No, not observation experiment. Accepted protocols of observation. That's horse shit.
Okay,
Scientific experiment.
Okay, so you've helped me define it now. Can we move on?
That's no. You didn't define it correctly. Accepted protocols of observation. What do you mean? One with goggles on, one with one eye shut, squinting. That's not the definition of a scientific theory.
You're talking about fallacies, and then you blow this out of the water like this? Dude, can we
I'm
get
talking
back on
about
track with the
fallacies and I
conversation?
blow that out of the water? Yeah, because it's not the definition. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to
Okay,
Flat
so
Earth
what if I
Arena
change it?
Tech.
Using
Shut up. Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said his Google definition that he just Googled, he hesitated and caused a ruckus so he could go look it up. Your definition of a scientific theory was incorrect. Mr. Scientific Method of Validated Protocols of Observation. That's not a scientific theory, son.
I didn't
From chemistry about.
say that. I actually didn't say that.
Yeah, you
can
did
get
say that. Everyone heard it.
I can repeat exactly what I said.
Everyone heard it. Shut the fuck up.
You,
Objection.
can we please
Maybe you can repeat
dial
what you
back
said
the
and then-
language? This doesn't
You
seem
just
like a
fucking
formal-
heard
Yeah,
it.
Tommy, how about you repeat what you said if you feel like you've been strawmanned? Repeat what you said.
Okay, so what I said exactly to the word. A scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method using the accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results.
You stopped at observation and it's not measurement either.
You cut me off.
So you didn't have experiment in there. Your definition of a scientific theory is incorrect.
Okay, so
Like
what would
correct-
you,
Shut
if you define an
up.
experiment?
Shut up! At 29 minutes after the hour, scientific theory. See if this sounds familiar to anything he just said. A scientific theory from physics about, or chemistry about, sorry. Scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. You didn't say any of that. From quarks to quasars, scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Repeated echo,
I
huh?
did say that. I said
Shut
it can
up.
be repeatedly
Scientific-
tested.
Shut up!
I'm sorry, but you're just saying
Shut
lies.
up! I'll tell you what, you little crayon muncher. You're going to have to have some discipline in here when I'm fucking deconstructing your bullshit. And moderator, I had an objection. He can't get inside that objection until I'm done.
Sure, I just wanted him to restate what he said earlier because
Yeah,
said it-
he did twice. None of
Yeah,
it had
well,
hypotheses.
I'm satisfied with that.
None of it had hypotheses. None of it had experiments. That's what it is. A scientific American. Scientific theory is explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated by repeated experiments and testing. Last one, University of Rochester Physics Labs. A scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests.
Right, so can I respond to that, please?
So, conclusion.
Because
to
I
this
said
one.
repeatedly tested.
You
in my
didn't
definition.
know what the second law of thermodynamics was.
Okay, so I would just say that we were.
No, hold on. I'm writing these
One
down.
second. Yeah, 1 second. Let me just say we were discussing a scientific theory. Are you satisfied that he knows what a scientific theory is? If so, can we talk about that now?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead.
He keeps on invoking gravity. Give me the scientific theory of gravity.
I'm not going to do that.
You lose.
So we were never
don't
talking
you
about.
dare. So don't you dare invoke gravity again until you can scientifically validate it. You can move on.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead then, Tommy, with another point?
Right. So are we just going to change courses entirely, or where are we going back to?
Nothing. We started with the second law of thermodynamics and increase in entropy, which you didn't know what it was. And then you brought gases down, decreasing in entropy.
Your interview.
Just by fiat. I'll just bring gases down. right?
Okay.
What the hell is that? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, so can I ask you
Can I
this?
just make an observation as just like someone that has been doing this for like 4 years? Dude, you're trying to wing it. And I don't know why you got the idea that you could just come in here and wing it and have to Google definitions and like have a half-ass understanding of basic physics. Like, I don't know why you thought that would actually work.
I didn't think that. And if
Well,
I could
because
continue,
I mean, should have bet. I would go back to the interview format because
listen.
You don't understand the so-called theory of gravity. You don't even have a mediocre understanding it. You don't have almost no understanding of thermodynamics.
I'm not going to claim gravity.
I'm just telling you. Listen. I'm just telling you. You don't have it, right? You have maybe a high school level understanding. Maybe.
Okay.
And it's obvious to everybody here, and that's why QE is getting mad and he's yelling and swearing at you, because you're trying to make shit up as you go along. You've cited nothing, right? You see QE's posting citations. I'm just trying to give you advice, right? Because listen, to be honest, I'm not all hip on the screaming and swearing and shit, but I understand why he's pissed off, because I get pissed off over the same things. He's posting citations. You're trying to make shit up out of your head. Okay, that's a big difference. So I would suggest find actual citations to back up what you're saying, like the thermodynamic theory of gravity or something, where gravity affects thermodynamics, and these would be like experiments or something like that. These don't exist because so-called gravity has no effect on the thermodynamics of gases. There's no experiments that demonstrate it does.
Right, and that's why I never.
So it's a theoretical exercise that gravity pulls gas down to the earth.
Well, he invoked the theoretical exercise.
The second law of thermodynamics is Einstein called it the pillar of science, one of the three pillars of science. The second law of thermodynamics is so well known and so well thought out, and there's so many formulations of it, it beggars belief. That's not a theoretical exercise. It can all be demonstrated with experiments. At infinitum, mass attracts mass, things like that, that the gas of the air gets pulled down to Earth and somehow violates. We can disprove this with a simple experiment. Listen, I didn't try to get involved to debate you. Listen, I didn't try to get involved to debate you, okay? It's not why I made a comment. I'm trying to help you so we can change the tenor of the conversation, okay? You don't really know what you're talking about.
I think there's far too much interrupting.
I'm trying to change the interrupting and the swearing and shit, dude. That's what I want to stop.
I'm trying to give you advice.
So we can have.
I'm trying to give you advice. I'm like, you don't like. I really am trying. I'm the admin on the server, so I'm really just trying to give you advice. This is going out on YouTube, and I'm just trying to give you advice on why I'm trying to explain to you why he's pissed. I'd be pissed too. You don't really know what you're talking about, so I would suggest actually doing an actual interview instead of trying to do a stealth debate.
Stealth debate,
saying you're doing an interview, but actually,
listen,
I've never seen an interview where the interviewer was argumentative with the person being interviewed.
Can I talk for 5 seconds without?
Yeah, go for it.
Interrupting me? Okay. I just want to say a debate is more than just simple refutation, and that's all that's happened right now. Okay. Can we discuss the actual topic, please? We're getting off track every 3 seconds with red herrings and objection, Your Honor, and shut up.
From you. Yeah. Stop causing it.
Did you just hear what I just said?
No, he didn't. Stop causing those things.
Explain to you why that's happening. Because you're just making shit up, dude, and we all know it.
Everyone
some
knows.
of us here have college degrees, Many people on the server have university degrees, and we know bullshit when we hear it. We do know physics. I took physics 1 and 2 in university. You're making shit up as you go along, and we all know it. We've debated people with PhDs in physics on the server many times.
All right, so what have I made up?
That's why he is angry, because you're trying to bullshit your way through this and acting like somehow your opinion.
Tell me what I've made up.
Friction. The atmosphere creates friction, and all of a sudden the gas heats up, and that's actually an increase in entropy.
Do you know what friction is? Friction is
Yes, I know what friction is. Actually, do you actually want to know what it really is?
Do you want me to cite a source saying that friction is two things moving together? Okay, when
so what?
Air molecules move together because they're being drawn in, they're creating friction. I think.
Okay, I'm going to demonstrate this with one simple question. You tried to use a liquid. What's the difference between liquid and gas when it comes to entropy?
Okay, so the difference between liquid and gas is that they're different densities.
The difference between liquid and gas is the number of degrees of freedom in which the molecules can move. See, this is something very basic when it comes to entropy, because we're talking about microstates, right? And you gave your definition of entropy. It's the number of states something can take. Now, something with an infinite amount of degrees of freedom, such as a gas, is something with restricted degrees of freedom, like liquid, are not equivalent. Okay? So for you to even talk about them in an equivalent way shows you don't know what you're talking about. Do you understand
I said they weren't. I'm actually agreeing with you. And you're saying that I am saying the opposite to what you're saying. I made that.
The fact that you brought it up in the first place means you're just grasping at straws. It's called throwing shit against the wall, hoping something
2 seconds
sticks.
without you interrupting me, okay? Because this is what happened. All right. QE brought up what is evaporation out of nowhere.
Objection. We don't want to hear your fucking color commentary about the conversation. Fuck that.
What is your name? Indio 007 has to do color commentary on the conversation, and I'd like to speak for 5 seconds without being interrupted.
Yeah,
is that possible?
No.
Where's the moderator in
You
this?
just had 5 seconds. You just had 5 seconds, and instead of asking for 5 seconds, you should have just took it.
I'm not listening to a fucking
30 seconds to say whatever you want.
Hey, Indio, I'm not listening to a color commentary rehash of his fucked up conversation. That's a typical ball-tart. He's going to try to recreate history and shit. It's on tape. You didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. You didn't know what entropy was. You didn't know what a scientific theory was. You're a clusterfuck. Period.
No, I would just say so Indio leapt in to try and help Tommy get a little bit more, let's just say, savvy to the. So, yeah, I guess I wasn't talking. Indio leapt in to try and give you some advice. If you don't want to take it, that's fine. Indio, if you don't mind putting yourself on mute.
Yeah. I was just trying to, I didn't like the tenor of it. And
no, sure.
It was just...
I get it. But yeah, so look.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, exactly. You can only give advice so much, and if people don't want to take it, that's fine. I don't know if you've noticed, India, there's some pretty sweet memes going on about you in the arena text. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, so Tommy, we're going to restart the debate from scratch, okay? Where would you like to start?
I'd like to start wherever QE wants to start.
Your science acumen.
Actually, if we could, I actually would. I would like to start. We can move away from everything we've just talked about, and we can talk about, the seasons and the movement of the sun and moon. Can we go there? Is that allowed?
No. I want to go after your science acumen because you can't validate any of those things scientifically. I want to show that your science acumen is a world's third grader. Yeah, you better start interrupting me quick because it's going to get fucking nasty. I'm going to show, without a shadow of a doubt, that you have a science acumen below 5th grader. And shouldn't be in this discussion. You should be picking up cans alongside of the road. Okay? That's where we're going. Right? So, can natural science be conducted without experiment? Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No.
For science to be conducted, for natural science to be conducted.
Sorry, you cut out there. Can you repeat yourself?
So, to have natural science, to be a natural science, you must have experiment. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I said that.
Okay, that's correct. So, we have astronomy astrophysics and cosmology, are they natural sciences?
No.
That's the correct answer. So, who is telling you about the heliocentric model, the globe Earth? Who is telling you that they are scientifically validated?
Actually, no one's told me that.
Astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics.
Right, so can I respond?
Yeah.
Who is telling you that the geocentric model is scientifically accurate?
No one's telling me, and I didn't claim science.
So you're saying that there is no scientific argument that the Earth is flat?
You just compromised yourself.
I compromised myself?
Yeah, you did, because whether the Earth is flat or a sphere isn't a scientific inquiry available for investigation, because science only deals with suppositional predictions about cause and effect, how-why questions. Whether the Earth is flat or a sphere is a what-is question. It has nothing to do with science whatsoever.
Okay, so do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
What does empirical mean?
It means it's been verified more than once in a lot
Incorrect.
of ways.
That's not what empirical means. I asked you what empirical means. You better start typing real quick.
Why?
Because you don't know what it is. You just misdefined that. So let's add that to the other one. Empirical. You're using words you don't know their meanings. Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Right, so I said repeatable.
It's the summary.
Do you think I didn't mean test?
You said it's repeatable, right? But that's not the whole thing. So that's a composition fallacy.
Do you think I didn't mean an observable test?
So that's a composition fallacy. You're not weaseling out of this. You're finished.
Okay.
Didn't know.
So, all right. So you don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
I don't have scientific. When you say empirical, that's a summary of the scientific method. I do not have science because this is outside the remit of science.
Right. So what do you have?
Logical consistency.
Logical
and
consistency.
demonstration.
Can you explain your logical consistency?
Logical, yes. We can move to the black swan. Sure. Yep. 1 second. Are you in live stream?
Yeah, let me get there. Yeah.
The Flat Earth Arena Text live stream.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Stop typing, guys. Appreciate that. So, logical consistency, like I said. Oh, Tommy, you made a big mistake. You know that second photograph that you just posted right there? That's a black swan also. We'll get to that. So, at 46 minutes after the hour, is somebody feeding you information, Tommy?
I just like, before we even get into this, I'd just like to say, how can you bring up any evidence, whether it be representative of a lack of curvature or imaging of a flat Earth? How can you say it's any more credible than NASA Pictures live streams or
NASA Pictures live stream? Yeah, right. So NASA Pictures live, number one, yeah, I'm going to fucking tell you, shut up. Number one, you don't have any pictures or photos. They have images from a second law of thermodynamics violation. There goes your whole fucking proof right there. Now we're on to the black swan.
Listen, man, if you
shut up, don't tell me to listen.
If you swear, interrupt, or
don't
do
be
it
red herring fallacy away from this.
That isn't like, can we even mature?
Shut up!
If you swear, interrupt me again, I'm just going to leave.
Tell you what, you're fucking get the fuck out of here then. You asked me for a flat Earth proof, then you red herring fallacied away, and then you're fucking giving me ultimatums? Carry your dumb ass out of here before I slap you, you half a sissy. You tracking with me, sunshine? Moderator.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and ahead and unmute him. If he wants to leave by his own accord, he can do. But yeah, carry on.
Acknowledge what you just did.
I want to hear first what is QE's response to the fact that
Acknowledge what he just did, moderator.
Yeah, would you actually go ahead and respond to what QE just said without going into something else?
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh my God.
Would you like to repeat yourself?
I'm not fucking repeating myself.
Well, I guess we're at an impasse because I'm not doing it.
That's right. He's not paying a fucking attention. He doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. He just asked me for flat Earth.
I'm actually watching the baseball game right now. It's far more interesting, this conversation.
You're a pretender clown.
Oh, this is a waste of time then if you're doing something else.
Listen, I want QE to explain to me why any propaganda.
Can you mute this guy? We spent time doing this, and we can't keep this up.
One second. Yeah, if you're doing something else, then you're wasting everyone's time. So politely fuck off. Like you've got how many people? 65 people in this chat, and you're wasting everyone's time. So thanks for that.
Clown.
We really thought that this was going to be good.
Yep. He's finished.
And we started out okay, but then it switched to a debate, and that really changed the whole scenario.
Hey, Tommy, just before you go, let me send something with you, you little clown shit. You're probably being fed, too. I can tell. You see your little photo right there? You know, do you ever hear the saying, know your enemy? Look at 49 minutes after the hour, fucktard. I've used that same photo since the beginning. My first presentation, I used that same photo. You posted it like it was some type of gotcha. I had that photo in my presentation for the first one, from the word go. Did you know that second photo that you posted is a black swan? Crayon muncher. Bet you don't know it because you don't know the black swan because you red herring fallacied away from it after you asked me about it because you knew you were done. As soon as I said logical consistency and I said black swan, that's when you knew your goose was cooked. Gobblers, gobble on this. Clown. That's it. I can summarize. Pretender clown numpty dipshit fuckwit didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. He didn't know what entropy was. He misdefined it. He just parroted it right off Wiki, which is incorrect. He didn't know what a scientific theory was, and he didn't know what empirical was. Game, set, match.
Yeah, I just unmuted Tommy because I want him to admit, well, at least let us know that he's switched off the baseball game. And if not, I'm just going to go ahead and ban him because you're wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, no, baseball game's off. If
okay, cool.
If I could get back to the point I was making earlier, how can you respond, okay, to the lack of credibility that any photo you bring up has? Hello? I got kicked again. Jesus H. Christ.
No.
Hello? Is anyone there?
No, you didn't get kicked.
You're
QE?
QE might have left.
Can you respond to that?
Oh, there it is.
Can you respond to
He's not going to save you. The Lord and Savior is not going to save you here.
No
you fucking retard. False equivalence fallacy. My photo right here is on Earth. Your photos, which are not photos, are from a second law of thermodynamics violation, Narnia. False equivalence fallacy. Textbook.
Are those just as...
Textbook. Deal with that.
Are photos of curvature of the Earth also
deal with that
just as viable?
Okay, this objection, Your Honor, he's not dealing with the.
You can't bring up your own propaganda and then say that all other propaganda that is against you is completely wrong.
You're done. Fuck off.
Are you not entertained?
I sure as fuck was. I thought it was live.
I came in, I heard myself talking. I said, what the fuck?
I want to go see if I can get the chill people to come up here.
Good old times. Good old times. I wish there was a lot more people here at Nathan's shows today that nipping that freaking ether to the fucking butt. Go on to QE.
Yeah.
I said I wish there were more people from this server that people that love to talk about ether listening to Nathan's show today. Cause y'all fucking nipped that shit in the butt. Like I was listening for like a whole half hour. I'm like this guy sounds so fucking delusional. Like so religious.
Yeah, there was like 6 of them, man. They did it for like 2 hours. I kind of summarized at the end. That was easy. Just let them speak. Of course, they're all flat earthers, by the way. Pretender clown type.
Yeah, that's the bad part.
Yeah. I warned them about 4 years ago. I identified all the players by name. 4 years ago. I'm not lying.
And you also said it yourself. The worst thing to flat earth is flat earthers.
Yep.
I remember that statement as well.
Yeah. That's a long time ago, too.
Yeah.
Or about the same time. I think I was on Adam, and that was Iron Realm Media, I think. I think I first released that. Yeah. It's like shooting pregnant hippos in a fishbowl. I just wait for them to come out of their fucking rocks underneath the abominations of the earth, and then it's just like flamethrowing time. How many globetards you see smoking globetards for their horse shit? I'll tell you. 0. Right? That doesn't happen here. I'm an equal opportunity ass whooper. You come pretender clowning your way out of here. I don't care what your background is. You're fucking done. You can bet that.
QE. Did you catch the draft?
Yes, sir.
Kenny Pickett.
Say again?
Steelers took Kenny Pickett first round.
Hey, say that slower.
The Steelers took Pitt quarterback in the first round.
Oh, did they? I didn't even know the draft was here, man. I haven't been paying attention. Who'd they pick?
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett. He's from the University of Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Really? That's pretty fucking cool.
4-year starter.
I don't even know him. Is he a half decent quarterback?
Yeah, he broke Dan Marino's Pitt Marks records. He was a 4-year starter.
Really?
Practices at the same field the Steelers, play
Yeah,
at.
I know that. Yeah, I knew that. I know they practice the same build. That's pretty cool, Matt. Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, they weren't going to pass up on him when it was the last time they passed up on a Pitt high quarterback. It was Marino.
Yeah, it was Marino. They did pass on him. Yep, that was a long time.
So finally learned.
Huh. Well, they had to since their other one died.
Yeah. Haskins died and Ben retired.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check into. So the draft is going. Did they have to jump up or did they stay where they were?
Stayed where they were. He fell all the way down.
You're kidding me.
He was the first quarterback taken.
Really?
There were like 9 wide receivers or something taken in the first round. It's unbelievable.
I missed it.
It already happened? What the? When did this? Shit, I missed that too.
Tonight.
Damn it, I was watching the wrong stuff.
Cool. Thanks.
Yep.
This place was 24/7. Well, I guess on the chance we've hit a lull in the conversation. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for showing up tonight. Of course, this is the rare opportunity for the Giggler to take charge of the live stream channel and really ask and poke around at the question of, is the Earth a ball? Is the Earth not a ball? We're still looking for our first caller. You want to go to www.thegiggler.com. There's absolutely nothing at all useful there. But yeah, take a peek. It's fun. In other news, so let me just give you a quick bit of backstory on me. I joined the server a couple months ago, something like that. And I'm what they call a globe head, I guess. I'm still convinced. Head? Yeah. Is that what you said? A globe head?
Yeah, is that what you guys call us?
So I guess if that's what you want to be called. So
So what keeps you on the globe, buddy? Why are you a globe head? Ah, damn, he ran off already. What the hell is that about? Hey, what happened? Why is it so quiet? What the fuck?
Sorry about that. If you're still there, got a call from my wife.
Why are you a globe head? And don't say NASA. Anything else but NASA.
I think it just all the stuff I learned in elementary school still seems very convincing.
Like what, dude? Just and don't use NASA. What?
Just the model of the solar system. Matter of fact,
that's NASA. That's NASA. So something else.
Pluto away.
We want real science, dude. We don't want stuff people say they saw with a telescope or they're hanging out in space. Give us the real deal. If you got it, give it up, you know?
Yeah, I popped in here a bit ago and it was super quiet. And I was just kind of trying to fill the air to some extent until anybody else showed up. Hey, you're somebody else. How you doing?
Somebody told you to shut up? No, dude. I want to hear why you're a glober.
I think I just the model that I was taught in third grade still seems very convincing.
Okay, but do it without using NASA.
I don't know how to do that.
Exactly. That's it. That's all you got.
There you go.
Well, at least you're honest. That's cool.
I came over here totally honestly, to kind of poke fun at you guys, and I'm one of those people who I like to listen to a server for a while before jumping in. I hate people who just show up and look at me. So just hanging out and listening, I realize you guys take a lot of shit from people, you know?
Well, like you said, they do what you started, what you claim to do. They come in here to poke fun at us, and then they realize, well, these people are actually really intelligent, and they know what they're talking about.
Right.
So it kind of throws them for a loop. Nah, see, you sound cool, dude. Even though you're a Glober, you're not a douchebag. See, a lot of guys coming in are just like straight up douchebags, man. You sound pretty cool, so that's cool.
Thank you, appreciate it. Although I do need to confess, you should hear me on the Christian servers. I'm not so.
No, you're atheist too.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not Canadian, but sorry.
Sorry, apologize for yourself. You're a fucking idiot. You believe that something can come from nothing. Fucking life can arise from non-life. So, I mean, you're a dumb fuck. Let's get back to your model in third grade. Can you post the model and live stream for us right now?
No, I'm walking the dog right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I bet you can't. I bet you don't even know what a model. When you said model, was that a scientific model by chance?
I was just thinking like that picture of like the sun in the middle and the planets
Picture's not
around.
a fucking scientific model. You're a dumbass. Goodness gracious, man.
No worries.
God, you're fucking dumb. Let me ask you a couple questions. Let's get this over real fucking quick. Just a series. These are close-ended questions. Real simple. Here we go. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
I've heard of that.
Yeah, you've heard of it.
Oh, I heard a click. I thought you kicked me. You're being pretty aggressive. I'm like, did he kick me out already?
I'm not going to kick your dumb ass. I'm going to expose your ass and then kick you out. So, back to the questions, Mr. Red Herring Fallacy Fuckwit. Are sextants used by mariners? Listen to the question.
Yeah.
Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Okay.
Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from their position, the navigator's position, to celestial objects?
I don't know.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Number 3, here's the really important one. Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent or a curved baseline vehicle surface?
Me personally, no.
No, navigators. No one can. You can't obtain an elevation angle off a curved baseline. So, therefore, the Earth is fucking flat.
Okay.
Simple as that. You're done.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
You're finished. Unless you can redefine a triangle.
What?
Unless you can redefine a triangle.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you told me to go fuck myself. Oh yeah.
No.
I can't read. I can't redefine a triangle.
Yeah, I figured you can't. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. EJ spinning request.
Where are all the white women at?
Yeah, you're done right there.
Oh, come on. That was a joke, man.
Yeah, you're done right there. It's over. It's as simple as that. That's how funny it is. There goes your fucking third grade model. Or picture, like you said. Yeah. Got some more complicated arguments, but I don't really need them. Do I? So any third grade geometry graduate that's listening to this conversation knows that the Earth is most assuredly flat and that you're a clown. How you like that? You got some more laughs there, funny boy? I didn't think so. Have a nice day.
Sorry about that if I disappeared for a bit. Got a call from my wife. Our 5-year-old's got some kind of weird rash from school today. And she's debating what.
Fuck off. You just got your fairy tale religion handed to you. And your hat. So you can bust out of here and bust on and tell different stories. We don't give a fuck. You just got your dumb ass exposed. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit, like all the other ones. And it's not a globe head. You're a ball-tard spinning space monkey. That's what you are. A pretender clown, numpty dipshit. You tracking with me, sunshine?
Yeah.
Yeah. You tracking with me? Go ahead, try some of your Elmer Fudd sophistry or redirect to another fairy tale story.
So yeah, we're not sure what the rash is all about, but my wife is trying to figure out whether or not she should take him to.
Shut the fuck up. Go to a rash forum. Bye.
Anyone ever seen the Kill Bill shows? The cruelty of Pai Mei. Pai Mei knew what he was talking about, though, didn't he? So it's do mariners use sextants to navigate? And then are sextants used as a navigation device? What are the three questions? I want to get good with this.
Post them.
Useful.
There you go. That's all you need. Oh, that fucker didn't format right. All right, let me delete it. Shocking. There you go.
Short and sweet.
Mic check.
Hey, QE, man, I'm trying to find a link to your song. Baltards, Space Monkey. Do you have that available? We could play that.
Which one? Which one is? I did 3 of them. Which one is that one?
Wait, the one just like Baltard, Space Monkey. It's good to be alive, or something. It's that song.
Oh, that's Angie.
Yeah, Angie. Or Angel, or Angie. Yeah,
no, it's Angie.
Yeah, it's Angie.
Yeah.
Do you have a link for that? Because I wanted to play it. I was just.
You want to stay? You want to play that one?
Yeah, it's freaking funny, man. I love that song.
Can I ask for the link to a song that I no longer have as well?
I
think it's the Cheech and Chong spoof.
Oh,
I don't know what you guys
I
call
just
it.
uploaded that to my channel a couple of days ago. So I'll get it to you. Yeah, I want to hear that one.
The impersonations are amazing on that one.
Yeah, that was MacGyver, and his son played guitar, and he did the vocals. Yeah. Yeah, he jumped in the other day, and I was like, "Bro, give me that freaking video," because he took it down for a while, and I was like, "What the?" And he opened it back up, and I said, "Can I mirror it?" And he said, "Yeah." And so I put it on my channel. So, but yeah, you get that video, Quantum Racer. We can play that.
I'm trying to find it, man. I can't.
Right. I know I can't find it on your channel either.
I don't know where I put them. You're not going to find it on my channel.
Oh, really?
No. No, because as soon as they heard the music, they'd block them.
No, they ain't gonna block it, man.
Yes, they will.
It'll give you a
all right, I found them.
I'll put it on my channel because I'm already demonetized. Either way.
Tracks. Hold on a second.
Audio files I'll send you that link, Platypus. Hold on.
Desktop. Videos. Audio files.
So, Platypus, what's your best evidence we live on a globe?
Oops.
There you go, Hilo. That's coming. 1 second. There you go. Oh, posted in the wrong form again. Son of a bitch. 1 second, Helio.
Yeah, no problem. I'm trying to get my video I just uploaded the other day for.
There you go.
All right, cool. I'm gonna download it. You mind if I?
No, go ahead, man. I haven't heard it in a long time, man.
Well, I can actually from that post you just did, I can actually play it on here. From that link too. I'm gonna download it and I can play it from here.
I can't fucking sing, man.
No, you don't have to. I mean, it's a parody. It's a spoof, man, and it's hilarious, bro.
Platypus can't argue the flat Earth, but he's still here. Don't worry about it, Q.
Let me do this. Copy link. Here. But I think this should work. We're going to listen to it. This should work. Here it comes.
Debate, flat earth debate. Is there anyone who would debate me? Debate, flat earth debate. Where is the one who could debate me? Who has the science acumen? Where is the intestinal fortitude? Where can I meet you in debate? But Baltar, Space Monkey, you can't say I never tried. Baltar, where are ya? Get your ass in the arena. Baltar, pretender clown, it's time to meet me in debate. I'm gonna shatter all your dreams. I'm gonna smash that friggin' globe. While there's tears, they taste sweet. Baltar, pretender clown, where can I meet up and eviscerate you? Oh, Baltar, don't you wish to see your spinning ball in Cogdis? Ain't it time you said goodbye? But Baltar, Space Monkey, I see that sadness in your eyes. For your spinning water ball, ain't no argument you can find. There is nothing you can say. Baltar, it's really over for ya. There is nowhere you can hide. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Come on, Baltar, dry your eyes. Baltar, Space Monkey, ain't it good to be alive? Baltar, spinning Space Monkey, You are welcome to our flat Earth.
I forgot how fucking hilarious that thing.
It's fucking brilliant, man. I love it. I love it. It's good stuff.
You know, at the time that really didn't make a whole lot of sense, but these days, where are the ballers at?
Helio, that cracks Helio up. Let's do the Doors, man.
You got a Doors cover?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Bring it on. Post that one.
It's coming. My motherfucker's going slow for some reason. Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
This is going to be funny.
Copy link. Baka man. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, blood in the streets, it's up to my ankles. Blood in the streets, it's up to my knee. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood on the rise and they're all numb teeth. Think about the blacks one day. Ballers came in and they drove away. Food heals in their face. Blood in the streets run the river of sadness. Blood in the streets, it's up to my thighs. River runs red down the legs of the gravity. Ballers are crying, their rivers are weeping. Ballers came in and they drove away. Food heals in their face. Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood stains the roofs of cognitive dissonance. Blood in my love of the terrible solstice. Bloody red sun of no science acumen. Blood screams the pain and chop off coherence. Blood will be born in the level conflation. Blood is the rose of butt-headedness refraction. Blood in the streets, it's up to my ankle. Blood in the streets, it's up to my knee. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood on the rise and they're all numb tees.
That was pretty trippy, man.
All right, you might as well do Hendrix.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna do the one that Platypus was requesting earlier, and it's pretty short. You've heard it before.
Yeah, do Hendrix after it.
I was requesting debate with Platypus. Nobody heard that.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
All right, let's get serious. Hendrix.
Boltars! Space monkeys!
Where's Hendrix?
Hey, is the off timing in purpose, or are you just bad on timing when you're singing?
Shut the fuck up. Helio!
Hey, this is an actual question.
Harold, what are you asking QE if he's...
Shut up, Helio. Nobody's talking to you.
Well, dude, he does parodies, and he's not trying to sound like a professional or anything. I mean,
I was
speaking for QE. I know he can speak for himself. He doesn't want to speak to me. He wants to speak to you. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was. I was. Okay,
my bad.
Hit him with Hendrix.
All right, let me see what we got here.
Hold your questions till the end.
Hold on, I gotta go. All right, so let's see. Let's try this one. All right, cool. The link.
QE is the only person that like to speak to Helio when he's drunk like this.
Shut the hell up, man. We're waiting for Hendrix.
Do that. Fuck you, Jimsy.
Okay.
Fucking love you, Jimsy. That's what I meant to say.
Shut up. Go ahead, put the music. I want to listen to more music. But don't put any more QE stuff, please.
Baltar, Space Monkey. Baltar, Space Monkey. You know you're a wiki parroter. Ha! Baltar, Tender Clowns, yeah. And you know you're a second law denier. Ha! Baltar, Spring Space Monkey. I'm gonna break your globe. Ha! Yeah. I won't suffer this fall, no. You got to be destroyed, smashed. Oh, Spinning Space Monkey. Yeah. Baltar. Baltar. Now I see you from down on the sea. Oh, Space Monkey, you make me want to get up and scream. Space Monkey, oh, listen now, I've made up my mind, yeah. I'm tired of wasting all my precious time. You got to be destroyed, smash. Ball Tart Space Monkey, here I come. Ball Tart Space Monkey. Yeah, I'm gonna jack your yard. I won't suffer this ball, no. You got to be destroyed, smash. Ball Tart Space Monkey, here I come, Space Monkey. I'm coming to get ya. Oh, Ball Tart Space Monkey. You make me want to puke, Space Monkey. Yeah, Space Monkey. Give us some Pretender Clown Space Monkey. Feel like saying Crayon Muncher, Space Monkey. Yeah, Space Monkey. Ball Tart Space Monkey.
Thanks,
You know what?
Thanks, man. That's pretty fucking funny, man.
He actually surpassed his master on this one.
There's one more. There's one more, but I really butchered it, so I'm not gonna do it.
I'm picking up someone here. I got like a pickup in this set, like right here in this corner. Should I just wait for them here? I'm picking up someone. Oh, because I was following the truck. Because I saw it going that way.
But you get pulled over there, fella?
Yeah, this guy, I'm following a truck, and the police officer is like, "No, you cannot follow the truck." But yeah, you let the truck pass, but I'm a flat earther. I can go anywhere.
Man, just tell the cop, be like, "Yo, you work for me, motherfucker."
Yeah, that.
Just for no reason, just do that to him or her. It'd be weird though to say that to a woman. I wouldn't want to do that.
Hey, the drug driver is special, but I'm not. I get it. I get it.
You're very special, Gemsy.
It's all right.
Oh, Helio. What the fuck is Helio doing? Is he talking?
If y'all didn't know, that was QE's parody over the Jimi Hendrix song "Foxy Lady."
But the second one wasn't him, was it? That wasn't QE. The last one we just heard.
It sure was.
Nah.
Sure was, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, he made the flat Earth look fit in there pretty well. I'm glad he left the guitar solo to be heard. So what I want to know is if that's a karaoke track or if that's the original music with the vocals taken out. My guess is it's on the original music, huh?
Yeah, I got
It did
one
sound
more.
like Jimmy playing.
It was Jimmy playing. I got one
did,
more.
yeah.
I really butchered it, but fuck it.
Alrighty.
We already suffered the other two, so we can suffer this one too.
That was the other three. You came in late.
Yeah, hey man, at least he's using original music to back it, which most cats don't do. So there you go.
There you go, Helio. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Jackson Brown definitely wrote long songs. I'll bet that sounded absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it did.
No, the Hendrix playing the violin.
Oh. The fuck?
Hey, bro, I think that was the track, but I didn't hear any vocals.
Hey, dude, Jackson Brown, man, send me off for tonight.
Well, I just played it, but the track you sent me was just the music.
No, that wasn't fucking Jackson Brown at 51 minutes after the hour.
I don't know, whatever you just. All right, let me.
No, I didn't send that.
You didn't send that link that I just posted.
Yeah, I didn't.
Really, the one that says Quantum Eraser QE Jackson Brown .mp3, the one that I just played.
You didn't play that one.
9 minutes, man. Holy shit.
Well, Jackson was a little long-winded.
Oh, so you kind of relate to that guy, right?
I'm not long-winded. I'm pretty concise.
Sure. Dude, I'm pretty sure. Like that. Hold on. Let me,
This one was probably the most difficult one. You'll see why. Maybe you could do it, but it's far, far out of my league. But I did my best.
Pretty sure this is the one I just played. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I was on my phone when I played the other one.
Yeah.
the seats are all empty. Let the ballers take the stage. Pack it up and tear it down. They're the first to come and the first to bleed, working for that minimum wage. They'll set it up in another town. Tonight the flat earthers were so fine. They waited there in line. When they got up on their feet, they made the show. And that was sweet. But I can hear the sound of ballers' fears and rolling tears. And that's a sound we'll always know. Now roll their asses out and lift them amps. Haul their dunces down and kick them off them ramps. 'Cause when it comes to supporting me, you know you guys are the champs. But when that last arrow's been packed away, you know that I still wanna play. So just make sure you got it all set to go before you come for my crossbow. But the clan's on the bus, and they're waiting to go. We've gotta drive all night and do a show in Chicago or Detroit. I don't know. We do so many shows in a row, and these clowns all look the same. We just pass the time in the hotel rooms and wander around backstage till those lights come up and we hear that crowd and we remember why we came. Now we got Chocolate and Jedi on the bus, Indio and Jose. We got Betty in 8-tracks and cassettes and stereo. We've got rural scenes and magazines. We got Mickey on CB. We got Nathan Oakley on the video. We got time to think of the ones we love while the miles roll away. But the only time that seems too short is the time that we get to play. People, you've got the power over what we do. You can sit there and wait, or you can pull us through. Come along, sing the song. You know that you can't go wrong. 'Cause when that morning sun comes beating down, you're gonna wake up in your town. But we'll be scheduled to appear 1,000 miles away from you. People stay just a little bit longer. We wanna play just a little bit longer. Miggy don't mind, Betty doesn't mind, if we take a little time and leave it all behind and sing one more song. Just a little bit longer. Please, please stay just a little bit long. Miggy don't mind, Betty doesn't mind, if we take a little time and leave it all behind and sing one more song.
Too funny, man.
Hey, John, you need to do a CCR song.
Nah, those days are over, but you're right. I fucked up and didn't do a CCR one. You're right.
Yeah, I should do like freaking Rolling on the River or some shit like that, you know.
Green River.
Yeah, Green Real. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an F for effort.
Thanks. Yeah, but I butchered. I couldn't do. I wasn't anywhere close. It's well, like I said, Helio could probably do it, but that's so far beyond me.
You know, I gotta give it to you because if I was that bad, I wouldn't have the balls to do it. So you at least you did.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
No, I mean, dude, yeah, I'll give you an A for comedic effort, man. It's freaking, you already knew you weren't gonna pull it off, you know, and like make it, you know. That's why, I brought it up. I was like, hey, I want to hear that song. It was the first one that I said, hey, man, where's that song?
It makes you look more human, bro.
Yeah, bro, man. I like what you're doing, QE, man. I mean, it still sounds like you and, I love the parodies, man. They're cool. All right.
Miggy doesn't mind.
It's good stuff about it.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't even trying to, do it like when I do. You've heard my parodies when I do it. I try to make it sound really good. I do a lot of work on it, but
well, you
and
can
I'm
fucking
sure you
sing.
do too. Yeah, but that's what I like. I like about just, dude. I like what you do too.
Yeah, I can't. There's a difference. You can sing. I can't, and it's obvious, right? But it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
I do too.
I mean, you can sing. It's not that good, but you can sing.
I can sing in the shower. Okay.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that. You can sing.
Everybody can sing. I mean,
ask for people's permission before you play it.
I'm pretty sure I did that.
Yeah, he did. I forgot all about those, Helio. Thanks for reminding me.
Cool. It's fun stuff, man. I appreciate you, brother, putting that stuff out. It's good stuff.
Be for originality.
Just songs that popped into my head, man, that I really enjoy. So, not all of them, but well, listen, man, it's getting late. So, thanks a lot. That was a good send off, Helio. Appreciate it. All right, guys.
I'm not far behind you, brother.
Next time.
Next time, man. Yep. Out.
See you, brother.
Yeah, bring the next song next week.
He need to do some CCR.
Yeah. After listening to all them, some people might need some CPR. I agree, Helio.
CPR? Yeah, they might. What you been up to, Jimsy?
Work and family and that kind of stuff. Keeping it cool. Just staying on the low and trying to have some fun with you guys.
Pretty much same thing here.
And giving Kiwi shit because he deserved it.
Dude. Yeah, bro. I mean, he gives us shit, so we got to give it back.
Yeah.
You and QE are my favorite comedians here on the server.
Thank you. I wouldn't be able to say the same thing, but it's all right.
Yeah. Well, you guys do a lot of slapstick, and one of my other ones, Deuce Fault. Of course, you love his stuff, don't you?
I love QE when he speak that knowledge stuff. Is very interesting, but the comedy, I don't know about that.
Really, bro, when he just like gets in the flow, man, QE's pretty funny. And you too, and Deuce Fault, man, you guys freaking cut it up really good sometimes. Really creative and being sarcastic and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's just my analyzation of the conversation. And I'm probably fucking it up by analyzing it because I'm a huge fan of comedy and stuff. So,
but it wouldn't be the first time you fucking it up, so it's okay.
That's true too. I be messing stuff up.
I fuck it up sometimes too, even in real life. Not just in Discord.
Dude, I fuck shit up more in real life than I do on here.
That's my story. But it's okay. We can forgive each other. It's all good.
Hey man,
nobody's perfect.
We have a really interesting future ahead of us. Because as much as we fuck stuff up, what is happening with the world today?
It's gonna be okay, bro. Nobody's gonna come and take you away or beat you up or any
They're
of
coming
that.
to take you away. Ha ha, ho ho, hee hee.
And if they do, be like, oh, finally, I've been waiting all this time. Where are we going?
Well, it's definitely going to be a very interesting future for the. There's a lot of unsuspecting people, I think, which, I mean, I don't think they're unsuspecting. They're just, I mean, I guess like we were in the past as well, just how we were, like, put through the system and everything. Like, oh, this is the way it's supposed to go. I mean, it's just like they're in the flow, I do.
I think that the whole, how do you say, the whole equation away from reality is being supercharged in a way, like like the globe, the space imagination, the life of the the separation of the family and the kind of like the giving away your freedom and let other people make decisions for you and having this fantasy idea of I don't know, like, it's like the whole thing is obviously we live in a fundamental place, which is this place that we're standing on, right? But the system is in a way being promoted for people just to don't give a fuck and do whatever the fuck they want in
How does that relate to any family structure at all? It's like, hey, even though I have a mom and a dad, and I'm gonna, I mean, there's, as far as family structure and history of family or whatever, with some of the ideas they have out, without mentioning them, because that's not what this platform's for.
Whatever. There's no Glovers
like
here.
Well, I'm not saying about the glow. I'm talking about,
I know.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get too much into that. It's just like, how can you have families if you don't have that kind of thing?
The families are necessary, but the system is gonna like spoon feeding this fantasy place in the minds of the people that is just there's gonna be always issues with that kind of way they trying to run things because people are gonna resist no matter what. But in a way, the resistance that was in the past that these people been fighting for a long time, it's not such a big resistance like it was in the past. People are just are just going with the flow and whatever. They're like,
I'll tell
okay,
you what, I mean,
things will be better in the future.
For the most part, what I was talking about, the unmentioned thing that I was saying, I think that's only promoted in media and stuff. Most people are just going, doing what humans do, right?
Yeah, but these people can the controllers, they can just do whatever and people are gonna be like, that's not happening next to my house, it's happening in another place, so whatever, even though I don't agree with it, but it's not happening to me, so who cares?
Sure. I mean, I think it will kind of, in my opinion, I think it's going to go by the wayside maybe 15 years from now. All of this, fuck it, I'll say it, transgender shit is just going to be like,
bro, that shit, they pushing that shit like everywhere.
I know, but I think in the it may last 10, 15 years. It just can't last. It can't. So, but anyway, people are going to get sick of it. A lot of people are already sick of it, like me. But anyway,
bro, I see people like they they actually say they don't give a fuck about life. They don't give a fuck about children. They don't give a. They just speak like this, and they have this mindset that they just wanna have fun and enjoy life, and life is you only live once, and you have to enjoy, and have 20 sex partners or whatever, one after the other one, and that kind of mentality. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of been a thing for a lot of people, sex partners, that been a thing.
Disgusting.
This whole kind of like declaring yourself as a gender, or like I'm a woman even though I'm a man. People are going to get sick of that shit.
Listen, at the same time, these people that have this mentality, they want to tell other people how they're going to run their life and how to, deal with their families. And
yeah, it's not gonna last very long, in my opinion.
Who knows? I think there's always going to be a resistance. There's always, I think within us, we know what's right and what's wrong, and that's why they have to break, the system has to break people down for some people not to give a fuck about things. But there's always going to be that code inside of us, that design that is going to show us there is something wrong here, and I might want to do something about it if you guys want to do something about it. But if you guys don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck either. And yeah,
I love it. There's a lot of people that I grew up with. I grew up in the South, right? I mean, where it's supposedly mostly conservative. Like, all the people I grew up with are these freaking liberal weirdos now, and they freaking unfriend me on Facebook sometimes, and they're just like, "What the hell are you talking about?" It's like,
Helio, you are very open-minded and you know a lot of information, but a lot of people just want to be, not against you, but a lot of people just want to be fucking drunk all the time, and drugs, and watching fantasy ideas, and they just want to be in this fantasy place mentally. 99.9%.
No, I'm talking about these guys aren't. These guys are all about like this weird political views and stuff. Whereas, when I was growing up, I'm talking about like people that I went to high school with and other people that I'm associated with, like in rock bands and stuff like that, and different music scenes and stuff. They're all freaking liberal weirdos.
There's a lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm just like, what the hell is wrong?
They've been watching watching CNN.
Yeah, I mean, they believe pretty much everything they see on the news, and they call me the tinfoil hatter and all that kind of shit, So like, all right, fuck it,
They're watching Rachel Madcow.
Mad Cow, yeah, Mad Cow. Yeah, I just like, you know what? Go ahead. But like I was saying, Hank, it's not going to last long, man. These guys are, it's just just be patient.
Yeah, I think that these people, they have to keep the lie going, and that's why they promote all this shit so much, because if they drop it, everybody's going to realize, like, this is bullshit, and people are just going to
yeah, I'm thinking maybe 10, 15 years. 10, 15 years, it's going to turn around pretty quickly. People are going to be like, what the hell was I thinking? But like, people, I've always been like the tinfoil hat guy, so I'm kind of used to being ostracized or whatever. But the more some of this shit comes out, people.
What was I thinking? Let me get this mark in my hand and my forehead.
Well, they're already talking about this shit on Facebook. It's like, hey, well, we're gonna do. I mean, either way, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like. I mean, some of them are begging for it, but it's still not gonna necessarily be different, but it's of course, if you get the mark, that's how you pay for shit. Scan your hand at the grocery store instead of putting your card in the reader. Oh, we live in strange times. Very interesting.
And the pale horse.
And the pale, I think that word means green, right?
Yes.
That's funny, because like the left is like, we need to go green. But meanwhile, like all across the world, like everybody's waging war on like food production. Oh, good times.
It's funny, society, it just seems like every few years, okay, the line is right here and we're not going to go any further. A few years go down the road and then they say, okay, you got the mainstream has stepped over the line, but now the line is right here and we're not going to back up any further. And then what do you know, a few years later, that line is crossed again and moved again and people just keep taking it.
Apathy polices the populace.
10 years from now, this place will be a way different world, just like it was 10 years ago. Actually, 10 years ago, it wasn't that much different, but they've amped up their program. There might be some resistance. I don't know. Maybe people want it. I don't want it, but I don't know. We'll see.
I remember I saw this like old video of like Richard Nixon, or maybe it was an audio. I can't remember. But he was sitting down and he was talking to somebody, and they were pitching like HMO insurance, like medical insurance. And he was like, "This is going to be the greatest thing for America since peanut butter and jelly," or some shit like that. And I just remember going, "Oh man, if they could only get,
holy shit, we're freaking 40 years later, people are still arguing about HMOs." Wow. I don't know. I try to be positive about humans actually seeing how they're being manipulated and shit. I don't know. I don't have my shit together either, so whatever.
I feel like the more that I get my shit together, like the more people around me like take advantage of that shit. And then when I don't got my shit together, like they don't want nothing to do with me and shit. So it's like, I guess my only choice is to, help everybody and, like give and give, because doing nothing, it's like not any better.
What a wonderful world. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
College graduates argue skies are blue.
College graduates. I see skies of blue, clouds of white, bright blessed day, shit, dark sacred night, and I think to myself, hey man, if you think to yourself what a wonderful, and if you walk outside and nobody's messing with you. This is a wonderful world. Like, let go of the stress, let go of everything. You just look at the world. I see
How much do you
friends.
charge, Helio, to sing at someone's wedding?
I don't. I have sang at weddings before, but that was for free. It was for friends and family. But I mean, they gave me money afterwards, but I don't charge.
Any?
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. No, I haven't sang at a flat Earth wedding. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've sang at a wedding.
Did you rock and roll?
I mean, I haven't been in a wedding reception band or anything. I'm talking about like singing the song during the ceremony. What was one song? What was that freaking song by I think it was
by Whitesnake.
Yeah, Whitesnake. No, it wasn't Whitesnake.
Keep it around your door.
Are you getting married, Stormfire?
Yeah.
Nope, but I hope to someday.
Vandross, what's that song? Is it Louis? Not Louis Vandross. What's his name? Vandross. It was a song. Let me find it. I sang this song one time at a wedding.
Luther Vandross.
Luther Vandross. Yeah. I sang. It was.
Unfortunately.
Oh, Here and Now. Here and Now. I promise to love faithfully. Yeah, I sang that a long time ago. That was remember that song?
No, but that was sounding pretty damn good. Can you do any more?
No, I can, but I'm not going to. Dude, yeah, I sang that as upon request at a friend's wedding. Yeah. Here and now, I promise to love faithfully.
This is not the Helio Show server.
No, it's not. So,
it is right now.
I'm not going to sing wedding songs on here.
Well, that sounded like a lovemaking song. I'm not going to lie.
Dude, Luther Vandross is a shit, man. Go listen to some of his shit, bro. He's a beast. I'm a rock and roll singer, but I dig some R&B, bro.
When you get old, you get a rocking chair and put roller skates on.
Something like that. No, but dude, I was a freaking teenager when I sang that at a wedding. I mean, that probably didn't even do it justice compared to. I mean, Luther Vandross would be like, "Yeah, that was alright." And I think I was like 18 or something. I think it's good 30 years ago. I've sang it a few weddings.
I bet all the Cougars liked it.
Yeah. They might have, but they didn't. Well, they all told me so, but I mean, I didn't really.
Hey, my wife's getting up there. What age does she become a cougar?
I wouldn't know. You're gonna have to ask young people.
50.
What? Okay. Yeah. That sounds about right.
Okay, she's got about 5 years.
Hey, like I said, I'm not gonna put a number on that shit. So I'm just saying that's about right because I wouldn't be a judge of that. I love women of all shapes and sizes, ages. I mean, so I wouldn't.
What about if she believes she's a woman?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Dude, I saw a baby pop out of that. I'm just saying, there ain't no belief.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that.
Almost
shit
passed
happen.
out. I've been through
Did
a lot
you?
of shit. Dude, almost passed smooth the fuck out. The doctor
Really?
looked at the nurse like, "Are you going to catch him?" And they were like, "I ain't going to catch him." But they didn't say anything. They said it with their eyes. Like,
I
"Are you going to
watched my
catch him?"
son.
Mm-mm.
I have one son, and I watched him be born. I was standing right there next to the doc. I was like, "This is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life." And it still is. I've seen some crazy shit, but that was the craziest shit I've ever seen. So yeah, watching your child be born, you're like you're like 3-4 feet away, just going, "Holy shit, this is insane."
I've done it twice, and it's not really that insane, dude. You kind of
It was insane for me, man.
Yeah, you were probably like 5 feet away. I was like doing the, I'm going to take a look at this, document for,
I was right there 1 feet away.
Yeah, I was right
like,
there
I'm a
with the
document.
doc. And, I was like freaking out when he started cut her, and I'm like, hey.
Oh no, you're talking about not a natural way. You're talking about like a.
No, I'm talking about he cut.
He got the hedge trimmers out.
Yeah, he got the hedge trimmers out for the vagina. He's like, he's got a. I guess my son had a big ass head when he was coming through the canal, and shit.
You know how like when you cut a piece of meat like chicken and you hear that like snip? It was like
Doc, that easy. I gotta, that's.
Was that
it's hers, but it's also
episiotomy?
mine. You know what I'm saying?
Episiotomy, is that the term?
I don't know. They have to like just put a little snip on the GG to kind of give it more room to come out. You know what I'm saying? I was watching the doc do that. He's like got these little scissors, boom, boom. I was like, Doc, man.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to my wife. She walked out of there with just a busted blood vessel in her eye. Looked like she had been boxing.
Yeah, I gotta give it to my wife. She was like, no problem.
I think I was a little more freaked out than she was too. I ain't gonna lie. I was like just watching it happen. I was like, that's freaking crazy. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. And afterwards, she's like, yeah, I did that. Yeah, you did. I'm glad it wasn't me. That was crazy.
There's a bad joke in there somewhere.
I mean, how are you going to joke about a woman having a baby, man? I mean, it's
Well, I was just talking about the resilience of that organ there, or of that vagina. If I had a pair of boots,
and that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
Tough.
I mean, not to make fun or anything, but I mean,
the guy wasn't done with his point. Go ahead, bro.
What were you saying? You were distorted a little bit. Well, that's what I'm saying. The doc
there was someone saying something, and you started talking in the middle of his sentence. I wanted to hear what he was saying.
My bad.
It was a bad joke.
Never mind.
Pretty sure I already said it. Anyway. I already said it anyway. So
yeah, say it again. Since you said it already, say it again. We want to hear it again instead of the other guy.
The resilience of that pussy. If you had a pair of boots made out of pussy, they'd never wear out, man. That thing is tough.
Yeah, they really do got 9 lives. Like I've seen cats live. The only thing I ain't seen a cat live through is a railroad track. That's the only thing. But yeah, you're definitely right about that, sir.
Bro. Yeah, so one of my something I'll never forget. Watching my son be born, that was freaking awesome.
That's one of the things I never forget, being born.
I don't remember being born, but
what?
I bet my mom remembers me being born.
You know those people that are like, "Don't cry, you upset baby." You know, just shove it all down. Like I read some stuff a while back that said like the memory that like where you remember things happening, like it doesn't go back but like to like 3 years old, maybe 2.5. But like the emotional memory goes way back. So emotional trauma goes back like much further.
If there's some extreme trauma when you're really young, it can affect you, but just like shit that you aren't affected by, it's just like but once you, it's like I don't remember anything before I was like 6 years old or any of that.
Helio, we have a guest.
Sure, go for it.
Is KFX.
I'm about to go smoke anyway. I bet it.
Welcome, KFX. How are you? You've been unmuted. You can open your mic so Helio can speak to you. KFX. Such rude people, huh? I don't reply when others are speaking to them, huh? Where's the man?
They're probably just here to listen.
I don't care. Someone speaks to you, you at least say something. You're like, you know what? I don't want to speak. All right. Bye. I'd rather listen to Helio than listen to silence.
Gotta hand it to them birds, man. They really can't take it. They're gonna keep on ticking, man. They're durable. Like women they don't got a chin, you know. They're not really good at getting punched in the chin, but everything else, man, they're pretty freaking durable. That pain tolerance, man. They got some hella pain tolerance.
You can't break that thing, bro. I've been trying.
You'll get tired.
Everybody knows I'm a bird enthusiast. I like them birds. I ain't gonna lie.
So you have Twitter? You use Twitter, right, Larry?
No.
Because you like birds.
Think about the British kind of bird. You know.
I'm British. I only know American birds. I can eat some of them. And bird eggs. Where's Helio when you need him the most?
To fill the airtime. I mean, if y'all can tolerate this, is that intolerable? Sounds bad on my end.
There's like some type of background noise, but it's barely there, so I don't know what it is.
It's dishes.
So yes, it is tolerable.
tolerable. Okay, so yeah, my philosophy on like working in the food business has always been like if I wouldn't serve it to my grandmother, like I won't serve it to anyone else. So when I do the dishes, I usually do like a really good job because I don't want no bad karma coming back on me. And I love my grandmother very much, by the way. She's awesome. So yeah, females are awesome too. Gotta hand it to females. You know, a lot of people be like, you know, men ain't shit and women ain't shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? Women are awesome. It's like,
I
men ain't
kind of
shit.
hear that kind of argument from some guys, and they're like, I don't need no woman. I don't need no, like, they speak kind of like that, and I don't know. It's tough. It's tough when people kind of speak about themselves like that. It's kind of sad, actually.
I think it's because they don't know the difference between like a man and a boy, right? Because just because someone has like a beard, right, and a mane, like that doesn't really make them a man. Like just because they're like fully developed, like physically, you know. I mean, I kind of look at it like there's 80-year-old people who still haven't matured. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I'm rocking a badass mustache, but I am far from a man, I'll tell you what.
Now, you're a man, dude. First of all, man, you know the earth is flat, so that makes you a fucking Superman straight away. You don't have to be, as long as you know the earth is flat, man, you're like 110% above everybody else that doesn't know the earth is flat, man. Those cocks don't know the earth is flat, and they're lost, man. They're fucking lost. Poor people, man.
How can you be a full man if you dream you live on a ball?
Exactly,
ball
man.
going towards a black hole.
Fucking outer space ball, dude. Are you serious, man? Dude, have you checked?
That's actually gay as fuck.
It's gay as fuck, man. It's gay as fuck, man. You're gay fuckheads. You think you're living on a spinning ball, man.
Testicle Earth.
Testicle Earth. Yeah. You're lost, man. Sorry.
No strings attached.
You're not allowed to join the fucking actual party. You have to wait outside, man, in the line. Because you're just a fucking Mongo that thinks he's living on a spinning ball, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Are you kidding me? What the hell is wrong with you? Come on, wake up.
Living on the avocado.
Wake up, man.
I asked that to a Glover one time. I was like, do you believe you live in a spinning globe? And he was like, yeah, I live in a ball. Spinning ball. I was like, what the hell is wrong with you?
What the hell's wrong with you, man? What the hell is wrong with you? You're lost, man. You come back down here to Earth, man. You're lost in space, man. Yeah, I love that. Old Haas put that.
Danger, Will Robinson.
I love that. Danger, man. You're not living on a spinning ball, man. Is there any Mongos that think they live on a spinning ball that want to come in here and, provide us with some curvature or something simple? I'm not asking for a whole lot, man. Curvature pretty much would do it, man. If you got some curvature laying around, bring it on in here, man. That would be cool. That would be great, man. Bring it. It'd be fun. It'd be fun, man, to see some curvature. I'm not asking for a whole lot, man. Just, simple thing, simple little thing you can provide that proves
What did that guy bring to court? Zen Garcia went to court. What did the other guy provide? Like some computer programs?
A computer program called Stellarium, I believe it was. There, Larry. Hank.
I used to have that shit in like 2012. That's Stellarium, my computer back in the day, man. I don't appreciate it.
I love Stellarium, man. It's a cool program, man. You know what? You can move that thing, the dates, you can move it like 5,000 years, and Polaris never moves. Bitches. Fuck off. Yeah. You can see in Stellarium, you can see where Polaris is going to be in 5,000 years. And it doesn't move. Oh, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a cocky bitch? Ain't that?
How do you find Polaris in the sky, by the way? Anyone know?
The North Star? It's pretty easy to find it, man.
Ursa Major at the end of the cup, from the bottom up, points right towards Polaris.
Yeah,
the
man.
end of the cup. Which end?
The end of the cup further away from the handle. If you go from the star at the bottom and then you go up and then you keep going in that direction, it points right at Polaris. And as it spins throughout the year, it spins around like a swastika, but it's always pointing at Polaris.
Hey guys, there's a guy, Nihilistic Chris. He says he has some questions about rocket launches.
Sure, man. We got rocket launches covered, man. What do you got?
I'm gonna send a video in the chat, and then you guys. It's not long. It's not that long. It's basically from a perspective of someone in the airplane, and outside there's a rocket being launched, but through the video.
I'm not sure you'll be able to post a video because I don't think you have the permissions to do that.
I don't think you got the
Send it to Helio.
Yeah, I'll send you the video.
Send it to Larry, man. Send it to Larry.
No, I got dish full of hands. My hands are palm all soft.
I have to go to work in a few hours, so I have to focus everyone out. I just want to let what?
Helio, go to bed.
No,
Fuck's sake. Go to bed.
Right, cool.
Yeah, you gotta work in a couple of hours, man.
Later, Helio.
They get pissed off when I don't show up or show up really late. So
people get pissed when you show up or you don't show up. So pick your poison, Helio.
No, they actually like when I show up, but they don't like when I don't show up.
Exactly. What's the difference, man? What does it matter, really? I mean,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I've gotten fired for not showing up before. So.
Oh, I was talking about it on here, man. I wasn't talking about it on there.
Well, I was talking about at work in physical reality where
yeah, they get pissed when you
work and I don't show up. So, hey, Chris, what do you have about the rocket launches? I'm going to be listening. You guys handle this.
He's going
I send the video to Larry.
Larry's going to post it. Hold on. Hold your phone. I think I know which one you're talking about, man. It shows the rocket going like parabolic move through the clouds over the thing, man. We were from the airplane, and a pilot comes on and goes, "Hey, man, check it out your window there, man. We got the rocket launch." Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about.
It goes so far up, but the thing is, does it continue going up? Or
it doesn't go up, man. That's the problem, man. It just kind of makes a little boopity boop fucking curve, man. Like
it goes downrange.
It goes downrange. Yeah, exactly. It goes downrange. It doesn't go up, man. Yeah, I know. I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so explain this. How do they? How do I explain this? How that's happening. There was another video I watched also where it was on a live stream, and I know I don't know how they do it, but they're going up, and they say they're already in space, and then they come back down to Earth. And the thing is that it was from SpaceX, and it comes back down. It doesn't show how this the rocket landed. It just cuts off from there, and then just boom, it lands like that. I don't know if you've seen those videos where it's the astronauts are inside and they're about to land, but it never shows how the rocket lands there. It just right there, like
yeah. Those CGI scenes where the rocket lands, they probably cost the most, so they just pocket the change.
Hey, I'm making $65 million a day producing a narrative that allows people to, investigate their imagination. Come on, Hank. If I spend $65 million a day, I can make your imagination do just about anything. I would hope. I mean, right? Yeah, exactly.
How does that song go? With the school bus, the magic school bus,
the magic bus.
Butterfly in the sky.
We're gonna fly in the sky with the magic bus, okay? How? Yeah, we're in the sky with the.
Well, what's a shuttle?
It's a magic bus.
I also got another question. So, the so-called rocket that's going up into there and then coming down, are there actually people in there, or there's not people in there?
Hold on, those SpaceX, those are first stage rocket landings. That's first stage rocket. They don't have astronauts landing on a rocket coming back to Earth. Is that what you're talking about, or am I misunderstanding what you're?
I think you're misunderstanding, Helio.
We kind of
He's asking questions. You kind of move too fast past him. The first one he was saying was that rocket actually going up, right? And I guess everybody has to answer it themselves. It looked like it started to go sideways because if you watch how a missile goes up, it's like, and it goes like straight up, right? That rocket seemed to go like
parabolic.
Yeah.
We call it parabolic, man. Is there another term I can use that's more accurate? I don't know. I don't think so.
And then he asked if people actually go up. So there was a disaster in the 80s, right? The Challenger disaster. And they say that people died, right? But the people that died, a lot of them had twins, and some of the people came back with different names, and people allege that those people in the Challenger didn't actually die because they weren't actually on the thing that exploded. So sometimes, shit just kind of fucks up and shit explodes, and we think that's what happened, but the people weren't actually on there according to the narrative they were. And that's why you can pull up I'm sure somebody's going to post a picture of what they look like then and who we think they are now. And they still have prestigious positions like professors and whatnot.
Basically, man, there's nobody on the rockets, man, as far as we know.
Nobody goes to space.
Who the fuck's going to strap themselves into a fucking rocket and go to space, man? I mean, are you kidding me?
Russians who drink vodka.
Wait, that's why I was curious about, they don't use rockets to bring people from space to Earth. That's not
they use gravity.
That people come back to Earth.
They use gravity to bring them back. They don't use rockets, for fuck's sake.
Well, actually, I mean, if hold on, they these space launches, they use a Dragon capsule from space. All right, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to laugh. I mean, if you
hey, SpaceX, you got any more of those Dragon capsules? I might need to pick a couple of those capsules.
They're going to introduce that to the space station once they launch it in a certain area. And then the first stage, see, when you see them land back on Earth, that's the first stage rockets, and those are the that's the way that they describe this. So it's the first stage rocket.
Helio, man, Helio. I was talking about when they return from the ISS or space shuttle. They come back using gravity. They don't come back using rocket power.
Well, then why does the shuttle have an engine sound when it lands? You ever seen those?
I've seen
when the shuttles land. They have the jet engine sound. Doesn't sound like a glider to me.
No.
Oh, hold on. We're saying this. I'm curious about what do you mean, Chris, by them coming back to Earth from the space station? I mean,
Okay, so
how is that
I think it's better if I show you the other video so it can make a lot more sense. So let me go grab that real quick and then send it to Larry.
Take your time, man. We're here 24/7.
Somebody else. My hands are wet.
We are here 24/7.
Because they give us all kinds of things about how they can go to space, but there's not much about them coming back from the ISS. You know, it's curious. So, Chris, if you have some info on that, I'd definitely like to take.
Yeah, man. We will look at any evidence you have for any potential, thing that has to do with physics, man. The physics of a rocket or the physics of light, man. We are going to be checking it out, man.
Well, so what like with the space
The way it works, right.
Dragon capsule or whatever, you can supposedly, I mean, there's astronauts going back and forth to the ISS for 30 years now.
Man.
I've never seen, how they do it necessarily. I mean, they always launch rockets into the sky, but they don't really show us how the transfer happens.
So, Helio, man, are you saying that they edit the footage so you really don't get to see the entire picture?
No, I'm going to tell you that they don't even show me how it's done at all.
They don't even show you how it's done at all.
Yeah. Now, have you ever seen how they bring the astronauts from the ISS to Earth? Have you ever seen it?
No.
Me either.
Never seen that shit, man. If anybody's got any footage of that, man, let me know.
Well, all right. So, how do they? Have you ever seen any evidence or footage from how they put the astronauts on the ISS when they change hands? They're just like the airlock. They launch the capsule up. They connect to the airlock, and then I'm just like, hey, I did my time up here. I'm going back to Earth. All that shit. Has anyone ever seen that?
Well, Helio, nobody has ever seen a decompression inside of a capsule that equal pressurizes with ISS or space shuttle or whatever. It always like cuts. There's never like, hey man, I'm in this area here in the capsule. I'm gonna open the door. No,
I got a question. I want to answer this question. A couple astronauts almost drowned. They added snorkels. What the fuck is a snorkel going to do for you if you're in a vacuum?
There's one astronaut.
You didn't drown in come on, Larry.
A snorkel. Well, you can't do much with a snorkel if the snorkel is underwater. But anyway, who was the astronaut that spent the most time on the ISS?
He was a Russian dude. He set the world record for traveling through time more than any other man or human.
It's Russian, yeah.
Wait, how many days? I'm talking about the days.
I think it was 3 years ish, like almost 3 years or over 3 years.
How about American? So, what American spent
Not
the
even
most
close.
time? It was a woman that spent 666 days.
No.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
What, do you fucking think I'm kidding?
They be fucking with people.
I'm saying fuck off.
666, not 665 and a half.
Not 62, 665, no, 660. Fuck.
Was it really?
All right. Do I have to look this shit up? Fuck.
I'm looking it up right now. Don't worry. Don't bother.
You cock fuck.
Look, I'm not the type of person to like flip out over that.
No one has gone
Please don't send
anywhere.
it to.
Let's not look up those people.
Larry, I sent you the video and it's time
Bro,
stamped.
my hands are wet. My hands are wet. Please send it to someone else.
Send it to Helio. Send it to Helio.
Here, that's
Yeah, it's
my
a
hands
woman.
are
Her
taking a
name's
bath right
Peggy Whitson.
Larry, why are your hands wet?
Oh, it was a Russian.
I'm a
but
pizza
it
guy.
wasn't-
It's
It wasn't
closing
near
time.
3 years.
Pizza
but
guy,
anyway.
it's closing time.
Closing time. Anyway,
Closing time.
Yeah, you guys wanted
you fucking Mongos, man. You guys kick ass, man. Motherfuckers. Kick ass.
666 days on the ISS.
I spent 600.
They need to make a documentary about that shit.
I circled the globe 666 times. It's amazing.
No, they circumnavigate the globe on the ISS like every 90 minutes. What the hell are you talking about?
See, I'm not even like the superstitious guy. If I go to Walmart and I'm like picking up a few things and the total 666, the cashier looks at me like, "Do you want to get some bubble gum?" I'm like, "No." I seriously doubt John of Patmos was predicting my Walmart total, But it's like every time you look at NASA, it's like, where do all these 666s come from?
Oh shit. They make it up out of thin air. It's just circumstance.
MSU.
Hank.
Shut up.
Listen, Hank. It's just circumstance that gas pressure must have a container, for fuck's sake. It's just one of those things that just has to happen. You know what I'm saying?
And if it doesn't, why do they sell them with the cigarette lighters? I feel like I'm getting like a bag of chips where there's like 3 chips in the bottom of the bag. And it's like the rest of it is just bag.
If I wish the gravity, I could just pull the air together and light my lighter. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't.
All right, here it is. Read this article, and you'll see. It said Peggy Winston was in space for 666 days.
I love it when citations are validated. Fuck yeah, man. Way to go. Fuck yeah. Sweet. Cherry picking.
Britannica.
You're just cherry picking, man. Come on.
I ain't cherry picking shit. This is Britannica.com.
You're just cherry picking, man. Come on.
Exciting your cherry picks.
That sounds like a Jim Brewer voice.
I just looked at the article. It says, she was there for 666 days.
Flat Earth Dude does sound like Jim Brewer, doesn't he? Are you Jim Brewer, Flat Earth Dude?
That is not a fucking chick. Let me see her hips. I gotta see that.
Either way.
Where's the hip?
Jim Brewer's shit, though. That's not the first time I thought of that either. Yeah, I love Jim Brewer, man. He's one of my favorite comedians.
Jim Brewer, man. Hey, man, do you guys know he's a flat earther, man?
Dude, did you see?
Yes,
I
did see it, man.
It was like 6 months
Him and
ago.
Eddie Bravo, man. It was him and Eddie Bravo.
He went off at like some conservative conference and fucking
fuck off, man.
Jim Brewer's
fucking. We need Jim to come on the fucking Discord, man. That's what the fuck
I wish he would, dude. He came to my town. I'm in Fayetteville, Arkansas. He came and did a show. I wanted to go to the show, but I just wasn't able to. He came about like 3-4 months ago. He did a show here. I wanted to go, man. I love Jim Brewer. He's bad.
Jim Brewer's fucking. He was hanging out with Eddie Bravo, man, and Eddie Bravo was flat smacking the fuck out of him. I was like, yes, that's we need more guys like that. Fucking, I heard, man.
I got a video from this conference that he did. He was at like I think it was a Trump rally or like some conservative rally or something. Yeah. And he was talking about the CV shit, and it was so funny. I don't know if you saw this video. Hold on.
Hey, did that new guy ever post something to you guys? Did he was trying to send stuff to me?
Chris seems like he's kind of intimidated. Chris, you got something to say about what we've been saying?
Send you the video.
Yeah, I just sent you the video.
Fucking helium.
666 days.
I'm going back to that, man. I'm going back to 666 days. And fuck off, man. Fuck. Help me, people, man. Help me, man. Help yourself. Help me help yourselves, for fuck's sake, man.
Help you.
Help me help you. You cocks spinning on a globe, motherfuckers, man. Come on. Step out fucking side
You're not even a religious guy, are you, flat earth dude?
I'm pissed, man. I'm pissed at these globers, man. I'm pissed.
Well, don't be pissed. I mean, it's just like, Chris, if if you really have something to say, fucking say it, bro. We talk a lot, and we've been doing this for a long time, so don't be scared. Just
step on in, man. Step on in, man. Don't be afraid. Just cut the fucking
the globe right now. So how is this article related to what I was talking about, rockets launching?
It wasn't. Helios had a few drinks tonight. God bless him.
Totally wasn't. Totally.
No, sure.
Let's all
But,
look at his stuff.
Go on.
Rocket launches connecting to outer space and all that kind of stuff. It's definitely related. I mean, how do people go there, come back? I mean, I think it's related. Go ahead, guys. I'll shut up.
You know what? You're right, Helio, man. It is kind of related, man. How do people go to space?
Hold on. I want Chris to answer and not you. Come on. When it comes to, like, rockets going to outer space, have you ever seen a rocket go to outer space?
I have not. I've never seen a rocket.
I'm asking Chris. God damn it, Flat Earth
Fuck,
dude.
man. Yeah, I thought you were asking everyone. Fuck, man. My bad. Fuck. What a fucking monster. You guys can totally call me a mongo.
No, Chris. Yeah, I mean, how about Hank? You talk to Chris about this. You know, this is
all right. So I've been at work driving all day. I'm completely sober. Let's see how I do. I'm a little winded, but you'll just have to deal with my fat breathing. All right. So, Chris, I didn't get a chance to check out what you sent to someone else. So, can you describe it for me?
About the rocket launching. So basically, I show a timestamp video to Hilo about where they say, "Oh, the rocket's going to be landing on this platform," and then there's like a total cutoff where it says, standby or something like that, and then it shows that it's there, like the rocket appears there.
Right. So the thing is that an extraordinary claim requires extraordinary proof, right? So if I claim that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, right, you're just going to be like, how do you know that, right? Because that's a pretty extraordinary claim. No one's ever said anything like that before. You know that I haven't personally been to the moon. I'm not an astronaut, right? If I was, why would I be doing dishes? So the thing is that they're claiming they got rockets to, like, be reusable. And they land, right? But they cut away at the money shot, right? You know what the money shot is, right? That's like when... the Daredevil, right? I forget his name. Yeah, the Daredevil or Evel Knievel. Like, can you imagine? Like, at the moment where he's just about to jump over 15 helicopters, like the camera guy goes, "Oh fuck!" and he fucking falls down, and the camera, goes on the floor, and next thing you know, he's on the other side of the bridge. How do we know he didn't just like drive around the ramp and not jump over the helicopter?
That's what the video is, really. Yeah.
That's kind of what the video did, right?
They sneeze. The cameraman sneezed.
Yeah, he fell down. Gravity works. Look, guys, I don't know what happened, but I know that if you're claiming something's happening, you should show it, right? Because people are paying like good money to go down there and check it out, but it always seems like it's behind something. And they can't like let everybody fly their drones around. How cool would it be if it's like, okay, guys, we're going to pick like 15 people from the audience, and you're going to get to put your drone in these exact coordinates in these locations, and everybody gets to see the damn thing land. How fucking cool would that be? And then the people who have the drones, right? SpaceX could pay them for that footage and be like, hey, thanks, guys. We just wanted to let everybody know that we really are doing what we say that we're doing, and we're not trying to rip anybody off. But anybody who's been watching NASA for a long time, they always have these things where it's like watching Roseanne. You never see the fourth wall, right? And you're like, suspending disbelief. Like back in the day, before UFC got popular, like in the 80s, people would watch wrestling and they knew it was fake as fuck. The smart ones did anyway. But what they would do is they would like suspend disbelief because they were really big fans of, like The Undertaker. Like he fucking won every time, right? No matter what they did to him, they slammed him, they choke slammed him, they DDT'd him. Like a few seconds later, he would just sit back up. I'm like, oh fuck, here we go, right? But
it's a really
you can't suspend your disbelief. Thanks, I appreciate that. You can't really suspend your disbelief with NASA anymore. At this point, it's like, okay, UFC is out, right? Like, I can't really watch wrestling anymore. I'm sorry, guys. It's not the same.
Reporter who asked if it was fake. It was late 90s. Do you remember that?
Yeah, and I think Hulk Hogan answered that question like, well, really, brother, it's choreographed chaos. And it's like, choreographed? What does that word mean? And it's like, we knew that wrestling was fake, but at this point in our lives, like, we're like the little kid who watched UFC, right? Real, like, actual fights with no rules. And then we go, oh, this is different. Like, they're not stomping the ground when they're hitting each other in the face. They're actually hitting each other in the face until they open each other up and knock each other out, right? And I hate to use such brutal analogies, but it's kind of like what's going on, right? We know that what they're doing in NASA is fraudulent, right? And can we prove it? You can prove it to yourself, but it's really hard to prove it, beyond the shadow of a doubt, like what the court standard is. But if you're watching it and you see like, okay, that dude just tugged on something that shouldn't be there, and it looks like a wire, and it looks like he's wearing like a belt. So what is he doing strapped up like that? And other stuff like that, and the fourth wall thing, and the fact that they never have like a body cam where they're wearing like a GoPro or something, and they get in the shuttle, they launch, they go all the way up to the ISS. There's the pressure thing, and then they get on their suits and they go outside and they do the walk. And they look down, and it's the 4th of July, and it's like the biggest fucking fireworks show all the way across like the East Coast as the sun begins to set. The Terminator line, like where it's light on the west side, but it's dark on the east side. Like, we never seen any shit like that. How fucking awesome would it be to see like the fireworks on the 4th of July or the Chinese New Year? How fucking awesome would that be to see it?
That would be so fucking awesome, man. That would be so awesome to see the fireworks from space, man. Come on, Mongo.
I mean, there's nothing more American than that. Like fireworks from the moon.
American than that, man. Be like, we're on the ISS. We're watching the fireworks from space, bitches. Check it out, cunks. We are fucking watching the 4th of July in America from the ISS, the International Space Station. Cocking motherfucker. Dude, there would be announcers like, hey, man, the ISS is filming us from space. Let's fucking rock this shit. We're going to blow up the entire city, man. Just so we can get it on the ISS live stream. Yeah, that would be cool, man. Are we going to get the ISS live stream of 4th of July in America? I don't think so, man. I think Hank, man, I don't think we're going to get this shit. Fucking cocks. Bastards. They cheated us, man. They cheated us. I mean, that would be a cool thing, man, to see the ISS. Dude, I've driven down the street and seen explosions for the fucking, for 47 miles, man. I could see explosions on the 4th of July here in America, man. I could drive 50 miles and say, there's nothing but people blowing off shit for 50 fucking miles, man. The Americans love to blow up shit, man. I don't know what it is. They just love to blow up shit, especially on the 4th of July, when you can do it legally, apparently, sometimes, maybe, if you're in the right city that doesn't have the ordinance that requires the permit with the thing with the but people don't give a fuck in America, man. They blow that shit off anyway. They blow it off, man. They don't need no fucking permit. Fuck off. We're blowing shit up. It's the 4th of July. We got our independence. We're free. Fuck, I'm blowing shit up every day.
You are
all
free
day,
to do as we
every
tell
night.
you.
What?
You are free to do as we tell you.
But see, the mentality is like, man, I'm free. I'm gonna blow
You're
stuff
welcome,
up.
America.
And like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot off some fireworks. Gonna enjoy my kids' barbecue. We're gonna have a hot dog and a burger. I'm gonna drink some Coors Light.
Here, sit down. Watch these fireworks. Shut up.
Sit down, shut up, fuck
Pay
off.
your taxes, bitch.
Pay your taxes, you little cock. Pay your fucking Wow.
Do we scare off? What do you say his name was? Mike.
Yeah, probably. I hope I scared him off, man. He needs to reset, maybe, potentially. He might need. Yeah, dude, I'm not here to.
So well, Mike. Oh, you're still there. You're free to do as they tell you.
You're as free as they do as they tell.
I'm glad you stuck around. Kenny, do you mind if I try again?
Backdoor thing, man. I love that. Whoa.
You mind if I try again, Kenny?
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. All right. So the thing is, besides NASA, which at this point for me, believing in NASA is kind of like believing in Santa Claus for adults. Well, maybe they just haven't looked into it, right? Because, not everybody's a mathematician. Not everybody can do the math when they say, can one guy deliver to all the children in the world in a 24-hour period, right? But I would just ask you, right, to listen to what Flat Earthers are saying, because some of the stuff is verifiable. Not everything we say is verifiable, but if I were to tell you they're hiding land, well, you can look up the Antarctic Treaty for yourself. You can verify that.
1959, right? All the nations signed. No one's allowed to go beyond the ice wall there.
Right.
Hey, man.
But you can talk.
Hey, dude, you can't even go below the 60th parallel. That's the fucking line, man. They don't even let you pass the 60th.
Right, but there's more to it than that, right? We're told that the Google Earth is like the model. Sorry, go ahead.
They do have tours though that bring you to the coast and some of the islands out there. I will say that.
Yeah, Deception Island. You can go to Deception Island if you want.
40,000 people a year get to go there, dude. 40,000. Has anybody, first of all, man, has anybody ever been born in the Antarctica?
No.
Is there one birth registered? Where were you born? In Antarctica.
That would be cool, though, right? But what nationality would be that?
One motherfucker. 40,000 people a year get to go to Antarctica. That's it, man. Fuck off. That's it. That's
I didn't think there'd be a
you
big
guys would divide that by the fucking 7 trillion fucking billion people that live on planet fucking Earth, okay? You cucks can divide it by the number of the population that they tell us. 40,000 people out of fucking how many billions? 7
Whoa. What's a point, bro?
billion. Fuck off. 40,000.
You can buy a ticket, though. That's all I'm trying to say.
40,000 people.
You can,
That's it,
you
man.
can buy a ticket, but you can't freely go there. Like if you're BP, you can't go there and get oil.
Fuck off.
If you're like New Zealand, you can't go grab some land.
It'd be free as going there, like it's all, fake shops and you know what I'm saying? Like,
you got the gift shop with the fucking rainbow flag outside, man. Believe me. They're going to cock it up every way they can to produce 40,000 people go to Antarctica a year. That's it. Out of fucking 7 fucking billion. Okay? Fuck off, man. That's all I'm saying. 40,000. That's it. That's it, man. You cocks.
All right, I'm off work now. So what was the thing that he posted? Who posted it for him? God-fearing?
Yeah, I was just yeah.
All right, so what is that you posted?
Oh, that was his. He said that that was their live stream. stuff.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, the thing about NASA is it's not really verifiable what they're doing, right? So it's kind of like just any other TV production. Like they're just producing something, and you can watch it and you can believe it if you want to. But something I wanted to point out, like if you listen to what the school tells you, right? They tell you there's this guy named Santa Claus and he lives at the North Pole, and this is the model of the Earth, Google Earth. And you go to Google Earth and you're like, where the fuck is the North Pole? There's no ice or land there, right? But this is where Santa Claus lives. So somebody's lying somewhere, right? And is it about Santa Claus? Most likely, right? But is it also about the land? Because there's supposed to be 2 pole caps. And the whole thing about global warming is we don't want the pole caps to melt because the sea would rise. Well, one of the pole caps is missing, according to, the Earth that everybody recognizes. Like when I say Earth, people picture that, the Google Earth thing, right? So where's the pole cap?
Yeah, the Arctic. Where is that?
Hey, man, it's beyond the gravitational pull. That's where it's at, okay? Come on. You know that. Come on, Larry.
You asked me a question.
I don't know. I think it was just thrown out as a generalization.
Yeah, where's the North Pole cap on Google
Where's
Earth?
the North Pole cap? That's a good question.
Guess it all melted away by this point.
Greenland? I don't know. That's just my guess. I don't know.
Exactly. We don't know. We haven't been there, so we don't know. That's a fact. Hey man, have you ever been to I don't know, the Mojave Desert? Has anybody been to the Mojave Desert lately?
Yeah, I serve, so they have all our combat training there.
There you go, Mojave Desert. How big is the Mojave Desert? Do you know anybody?
Big enough to where it's you see desert in front of you and behind you. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah.
Doesn't take much to do that.
That's how big it is, in my opinion.
So
I don't
big.
know.
It's so big, dude. You could see on a clear day, man. In the Mojave Desert, I've seen 100 miles.
If you guys look up the movie The 10 Commandments, you'll see the dunes that they were filmed in. I'm like 10 minutes away from in
Valley. That was
California.
in Death Valley. I've been to Death Valley. It's 282 feet below sea level. I don't know. It's down there. It's way down there. It's down.
Yeah, it looks like you're in Saudi Arabia already, but you're in California.
Yeah.
Were you in Slab City? Like, how do you know about that area?
I do know about Slab City.
I've driven to- we took
Hey, Slab City is the home of Salvation Mountain. Have you ever been there?
I drove past.
You drove past Salvation Mountain. That's it. You didn't drop in to get your salvation. Come on.
No, it's actually I highly recommend you guys visit because it's actually really interesting. And then they actually get to watch like the U.S. military just blow up mountains. It's pretty cool for them, man. And they live in a free society. It's actually free and it's actually really cool. I wish I actually got out of my vehicle and got to meet some people though.
Well, there's a little diner there, man. You could drop in, meet some people, man. Have a breakfast sandwich, eggs, whatever. Bacon and eggs, man. Do you guys know where bacon and eggs came from?
Chickens.
That's the American breakfast, man. Do you guys know where it came from? Anybody? I bet you Hank does, man. Larry, I know he knows for that. The American breakfast was propagandized by Edward Bernays. Come on.
I was close.
You knew this. Come on. The
Bacon and
American,
eggs is propagandized? What's the purpose?
just to promote eggs and bacon, man. That was the purpose. I mean, you could have oatmeal for breakfast. You could have potatoes or orange juice.
Yeah, but at this point,
you can have a bunch of strawberries for breakfast.
Eggs are like the food.
Eggs are one of the great foods, man. It's
avocados.
Eggs are considered
salmon.
Eggs are considered the most perfect food. Have you guys looked into the most perfect food on all of human history? Is eggs. I don't know if you guys know that. Maybe
everything you need to build a chicken. Seems like a pretty good model for a man.
Eggs are the fucking bitch of the fucking food chain, man. They own it. I'm just saying, man.
Too much macronutrients in the yolk. Does that make sense?
Exactly. It's an incredible food, man. Eggs.
Some people have like high cholesterol or they're very fat. If they just do the egg whites, then yeah, it's still perfect.
Yeah, egg whites are great.
I'm pretty sure any amount of cholesterol is okay also.
Exactly, man. You got to have some animal fat in your fucking veins, for fuck's sake, man. If you don't, man, I think you got a problem, man. You got to have some kind of fat in your veins, man.
Right, if you use it.
Yeah, exactly. If you use it, man, if you're out there busting ass every day, humping 100-pound bags of cement or whatever, if you're using that protein, yeah, you need the protein, man. You guys know this, man.
The people known for thousands and thousands of years that gluttony is not a good thing. You're going to die.
It's not a secret, man. If you're out there humping
you were breaking up a little bit on that. What was that?
Yeah, you broke up a little bit, man. Come back. 10-4 on that one, man. Double check that. What'd you say?
I couldn't make out a couple words. It sounded good. Can you say it again?
Oh, are we talking about God-fearing me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying gluttony. Gluttony. They've known for thousands and thousands of years that gluttony was bad. Being greedy. And I was using that as like a reference to food. If you eat too much food, you die.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Hey, what if I drink too much beer? Is that a problem?
I have a question about gluttony.
What that is.
You guys know me, man. I drink too much beer, man. Come on.
Sinning is its own punishment. Just remember that. Sinning is its own punishment.
So is it still gluttony or greedy if you're like really skinny and you're trying to gain weight and you gotta just like eat a shit ton of food because you got a fast metabolism or what?
No. If you're trying to make gains,
man.
They die early.
Welcome to being young and enjoy it. Keep eating.
Is it the gluttony to want very large muscles?
Not necessarily. You got to earn those.
It's either lust, greed, or pride.
Right.
Which one is it, man? Is it pride? Is it lust? Is it?
But those are deadly sins. What it means is it's not a true sin. It's not an actual sin. And same with gluttony. It's not an actual sin. It's a deadly sin. It leads to actual sin. Does that make sense? So, like, if you lust for a woman, keep lusting for a woman, that will lead to adultery. That would lead to betrayal. That would lead to you understand?
Yeah.
And the same thing with gluttony. It'll lead to abuse of the temple of the body. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's not your better self. That's not what God wants of you. God doesn't want you.
Well, it's not what you want of you, really. Do you want to be that cock fucking dickhead that just lusts after every fucking cock quaint fucking chick that it walks by. No.
Personally,
you do not want to be that cuck. And you know it. But how do you not be that cuck? How the fuck do you not be
train
that
yourself
dickhead?
to look
Yes,
at
you
her
have to
forehead,
train
look at her
yourself.
left cheek,
You have
look
to
at her right
train
cheek,
yourself.
look at her chin, look at her forehead.
I look at her fucking feet and I look at her forehead. You're right, Hank. Dude.
I mean, what are we doing here other than hiding God?
Are you gonna look at her tits? Are you gonna look at her fucking ass? Are you gonna look at her fucking crotch? You know
how they say men
You
are
know what
dogs,
I'm
right?
saying?
So a
I'm
dog
not
sees
being
the world through his
dude,
nose.
I'm not trying to be a dick here, man. I'm not. I
That's his
really am,
primary
Larry.
sense.
It's what?
So when you're looking at a dog's primary sense is his nose. So when you're looking at a girl's ass, your eyes are your primary sense. So you know, hypothetically, you're sniffing her ass with your eyeballs.
How fucked up is that, man? That's so fucked up, man. Dude, that is like breaking it down to like water is level. That's what that shit is. You nailed it, Hank. You fucking nailed it, man. That's it.
I second that.
Fuck off. Dude, I hate
I'm
this
just,
system.
now I'm just gonna think about
hate
that every time I try not to look at a girl's ass. I'm just gonna be like, don't sniff her ass. Like, what the fuck?
Don't sniff her ass from 140 yards away, man. You guys are so fucked. Ah, shit. I wish I would have known this shit fucking 30 years ago. For fuck's sake. It would have helped me, man. I hope you guys that are learning this now, that are, you know, young and vibrant, that take.
Oh, yeah. I'm not young, but I'm vibrant.
I mean, you know.
It's young.
Young and vibrant. I'll leave it at that, man. I'm not going to expand on that. But, yeah, man, enjoy. But if you can learn the shit that Hank and I know, fuck off, man. You guys are going to be golden, man. You guys are going to be like golden fucking cherry, you know, popping.
Tune a piano.
Yes, tune a piano, man. You must learn to tune the piano. And that takes time, man. But if you can learn that expertise in a shorter time, then you're winning, man. You are fucking winning. And those youngsters out here that have realized that we're not spinning on a ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour are the cherries on the cream on the top of the beautiful. Fuck off, man. Thank you.
You know, that's an interesting
30-year-olds, man. You guys fucking are gonna carry this torch. And thank you, man. Thank you, youngsters, man. Half my age, you fucking cucks. Half my age, man, are flat earthers, man. There's people out there that are half my age that are flat earthers. If I was a flat earther half my age ago, I'd have been like, holy shit. I'm so pissed that there's so many people could have told me the earth's flat. Fucking cock bitches. They fucking didn't tell me, man. Hey, man, the earth's flat. Check it out. You know, I'm like, what?
There's been so many deceptions in the past that haven't been airtight. You know what I'm saying? Like the little ones, you know, 9/11. And to pick and choose, because some of them are bullshit. I'll go ahead and tell you that right now. You do enough research on it, it's bullshit. But there are ones that, you know, cock your head to the side and like, interesting. You know what I'm saying? There's been a lot. And I think that's what makes this more real, is because of all the other fuck ups. But this is their this is the marathon, right?
Yeah.
This is the one that they care about.
Once all the pieces of the puzzle come together, you go, oh, okay. So this is what they've been hiding.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure it out, though, or at least I
Here's
am.
the other thing, man. Those cocks can't go through all their procedures and not fuck up, man. They're gonna fuck up, man, and they have fucked up. And they fucked up with Flat Earth, and they fucked up with NASA. They fucked up with a lot of
It
stuff.
probably doesn't work that way, man. They probably.
It was a great show of force during the Cold War, though. It was strategic. Like in the faked moon landing, they're like, oh wow, they can put a rocket on the moon. There's no
holy shit.
The science doesn't.
They could put a rocket on the moon.
How do you?
Oh, I'm fucking so blown away, man.
Without anything to push you or pull you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying. Oh, you slingshot around the Earth and then you landed there? Like, I don't understand.
The universe doesn't have to make sense to you, son.
Wait. No, wait. Dude, the fucking universe has to make sense in my head, man, because I'm spinning around the globe and shooting through space at millions and trillions of miles an hour. And I can make sense of all of this through my brain because my brain tells me exactly that I'm spinning through outer space. Come on.
They give you laws. They give you laws to shut you up. Law of motion. It's always.
It's a Newton equation times the F times the D.
You're breaking the law. Do I need to throw you somewhere? You shut up right now. You're breaking the law. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Breaking the law. Yeah, is there a song like that?
The law of
breaking the law.
Judas Priest.
Yeah.
Breaking the law. Yes, that's Judas Priest. That's right, Hank. Fucking A, man. I was so manipulated as a child of rock and roll. Fuck off. I got fucked over, man. Shit bastards.
Yeah, me too, brother. It fucked me all up too, man. Out partying and smoking weed and being all this fucking
smoking weed, drinking and fucking. Hey, at least hey, listen, God, we kept it like not we were like smoking weed and drinking. That's it. Maybe a little bit of powder, but it was rare. That shit was rare, bro. It wasn't like
God invented smoking weed.
It just introduced us all to just this
chemicals
way of
are
life,
bad. That's all I'm saying. Don't mess with chemicals.
Hey, who was the guy that made the distinction between actual sins and covetousness?
That shit'll fuck you up, dude. You get dependent on.
One more time, covetousness and what?
Introduced us all to this deviant little rebellious fucking hippie whatever. It just wasn't good for any of us, bro.
Right.
It wasn't.
No, you're right. It's not, and maybe that's a control.
Well, I'm sure it was. It was part.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, man. No doubt about it.
And yeah, the weed is not. It's not something that affects people. I know people who have very specialized jobs. People who work as an engineer who do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. And it doesn't affect them. All right. And the same thing goes to nicotine, but everyone knows that it'll erode your lifespan. Does that make sense?
Hey man, it not doesn't, dude. Not only does it not affect them, but it makes them a better fucking engineer, man. It does.
Yeah, it changes your mind to where you're more hyper focused. Some people get very hyper focused, like they only can concentrate at one thing, and some people it's the exact opposite. They get wide span, so they think.
There was a guy on here named Tony a couple days ago, and he couldn't focus for anything, man. It was an amazing psychological evaluation from my point, man. I was like, the guy couldn't focus for 2 seconds on anything, man. And it's fascinating. Some people.
No, I would love. I love if you guys play video games. Watch what you guys do before you smoke and after you smoke. It's a huge night and day difference. Everything changes, and it's always for the better.
Always for the better. Always for the better, man. Hey, man,
I love that's the only time I smoke when I got like some hours to put on some video games, and my performance goes through the roof, and I get into it, and I feel like I'm there.
Well, there's no doubt that smoking weed will help you focus, man. If anybody has any information to the contrary, I don't care what you're doing, music, art, gaming, it doesn't matter.
It helps me more with like creativity, but as far as being productive, like with my life, it makes me lazy in a sense. You know, it is like a time for it, and there's a time, like, you know.
Exactly.
Like, my issue with that is like smoking all the time and constantly wanting to be baked. Like, that's my problem.
You got to use it as a tool. You got to use it as a tool.
Dude, you got to find a balance, because you're not going to like just, oh man, I'm going to smoke weed in the morning. And you got to find where you like to smoke weed, man. It might be in the evening. Might be when you're I got a new music I want to listen to. It might be something chill, man. You know, but it's gonna find you more than you're gonna find it, man.
The reason why it makes you lazy, in my opinion, is your body is telling you something. It doesn't want to do what you're doing.
And then they want to tell you that marijuana is a gateway drug and it brings you to
I'm going to turn into a crackhead, God. Rockin', because I smoke weed. I'm a crackhead now. I totally fuck off. That's bullshit, man. That's total bullshit, and you know it. And that's why I'm just laughing at you.
I got into hard stuff just hanging around people that just specifically did coke. Like, they wouldn't even smoke pot. Like they they were like, nah, keep that shit away from me. Like that, I want, you know.
That's it, man. I was the same way, man. I would walk into a party, man. They'd all be smoking crack. I'd be like, no, I'm good, man. I'm gonna go hang out here by the fire and have a beer. Yeah.
Don't do the hard shit.
I'm not gonna smoke maybe a bowl or something. But yeah, man, there's people that do hard things, man. You don't want to get into that.
You know what's
crap,
hard
man.
and non-addictive?
Yeah.
Some good
I smoked a little
psilocybin.
crack. I snorted a little
Psilocybin, man. Hey, psilocybin, man. That's like mushrooms, man. Out, man.
You will not want to eat anymore for a long time, if ever.
What it means is you
Tell us
didn't
about it.
like that was an accident. You did it once and you didn't do it again, and thank God for that. Thank God.
Well, psilocybin, man. I want to get back to psilocybin.
Mushrooms, those things are a blessing, bro.
Dude,
mushrooms is different too. Yeah, that's also a psychoactive drug. That's
no shit. No shit.
It can reset your brain for people that are addictive, and there's all kinds of benefits to that stuff. You know,
yeah, you can find it.
You know,
absolutely.
Finding out you can do a complete reset on all your receptors and stuff in your brain by doing psychedelics like DMT or psilocybin.
Have you guys ever seen the movie called Limitless?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool movie.
Oh yeah,
I've seen it.
God rockin'. I know you've seen that movie, man.
Yeah,
so it was this, in the movie in Hollywood, it was portrayed as you take this drug, and it'll open up all your receptors in your brain that are sleeping. Oh my God! If Flat Earth doesn't do that for you, you're fucking fucked. Because after Flat Earth, man, if you can open up your receptors, man,
The narrative is too strong.
I can't help it.
We can't blame the people who come in here and argue us.
No, we can't. You're right. We can't.
And the thing that we need to do is work on a model. But in my opinion, the model is based on things that are way more complex. Because how complex is God? It doesn't matter what you believe in. How complex is God?
Well, dude, we can spin that fucking wheel horse from here to eternity, man.
That's what we're doing.
Fucking every which way, up, down. Yeah. We can spin that
Everything
in outer
off of
space.
angle measurements to Polaris. We already got every model.
Well, I'm a Polaris bitch bastard.
I don't know every model because I've been tuned a couple of times before, and I made it work with that comment that I just made. But because there's things that doesn't make sense, right? And
Polaris is one of the keys to the heavens that tells you without a doubt that you live on a stationary plane. I mean,
well, what about the Southern Cross? What do we say about the Southern Cross?
For all these years, if the plane was moving anywhere, I mean, it just would not happen. It's a very good way to show that this thing is not moving anywhere. That star has not moved in what, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years? How many years? Hasn't even moved a quarter inch.
That's right, and every model is based off of the angle measurement to that Polaris.
Yep.
Yeah, and
so
I was
every
curious.
model's flat.
I was just curious, like, what do we say about the constellations towards the south? Like the exact opposite of Polaris would be the Southern Constellation, which is the Southern Cross.
I'll say this real quick, man. I'll just say that all of the.
I just want like someone link something, or because
I'm not gonna link this. I will. I will link it, man.
Brother, you need hyper specificity. I'd go find it.
All stars in the heavens travel the same direction, and they all rotate around Polaris.
Fucking A,
even
man.
the ones in the southern part.
What is it? No, I wanted to hear that. Like, I'm genuinely asking this question because I got trumped.
No, you're good, man. My fault. It's completely my fault.
I'm sorry, I probably interrupted.
No. I actually was listening to you. What? So where is information on the Southern Constellations?
I would suggest that you go to Witzett's got a good stream that he talks about those southern stars, and it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, dude, DM me, man. I'll get you some links tomorrow, man. I'm not gonna do it tonight, man. I can't do it.
We're just hanging out here, man.
We're just hanging out, man. We're just taking a piss, you know. At least I am, man. I don't know about the rest.
In here.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Flat.
I'm just hanging out, man. Just taking a piss. Yeah, I'm about done, man. I'm like 10 minutes. I'm gone, man. 10 minutes.
I'm in Israel right now, so I just woke up.
We like you around here, Flat. You don't need to go anywhere.
Dude, man, like, you know, I'm gonna bring what the fuck reality can we prove for our own, you know, for our own selves, man. Not for any like magical person that believes in outer space and shoots through Star Wars and go. Hey, dude, what can we prove, man, with our own intellectual awareness of our own eyes and measurement tools and
stationary
satellites or fucking, you know, measurement in the millimeter of the nanometer of the fucking bazillion meter? You know,
say the
what can we
self-evident things
do?
are the flat plane, or it's self-evident.
No shit. God rockin', no shit. Fuck. If I was a genius, I would go out and look at the horizon and see 50 miles left and 50 miles right, and there's no fucking curve, man.
Self-evident. It's a flat, non-motionless plane, and those things are very easy to prove to yourself.
Self-evident. self-evident.
It's not moving. Yeah. I mean,
Dude,
fuck.
if you're not self-evident, man, you're fucked, man. That's all I gotta say, man. Become self-evident, for fuck's sake. Because if you're not, man, you're toast.
We in here.
I'm gonna shut up now. Go ahead.
No, I was actually quite curious about the Southern constellations. I was having a debate the other day, and they brought up the Southern Cross, and I didn't know too much about it, and I was wondering if someone brought that up here, what do we? Do you guys have some articles? Or?
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, I know from people that live there in Australia, they've told me, man, the Southern Star itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
The Southern Star itself does not. You can't even see the goddamn thing, man. You cannot even see it. Now,
I don't know much about this.
There's other stars around it that you can see, but you can actually see the Southern Star, man. There is no Southern fucking star. That's what I've learned. Prove me wrong, man. I hope I'm
Southern
wrong.
Cross confused with Sigma Octantis. And like for the Southern Cross, for instance, it can be viewed from Texas, so Sigma Octantis, I don't know if you're talking about a different argument, but it's a common mistake. People, they'll think they're meaning to speak about the Southern Cross, but they're really talking about Sigma Octantis in the argument. But I'm not 100% on what actually is all of this.
You just said Southern Cross. There's a contribution. I looked it up. It's there, and there's a tilt that the globe wants to promote and say that it's down there. I haven't personally been to the southern hemisphere, so I was actually kind of interested on what Flat Earth dude was saying, but it is something that I was curious about because they say that there's a constellation down there. And like multiple people can see it at the same time, in Chile and Australia. You know what Does that make sense? Like that's what he was saying.
There's a guy named Brian's Logic on YouTube. I think he addresses it.
Yeah, I think if I can cut in for a second, it's the next time you can see it is July 22nd of this year. And I believe it's Brazil, northern part of Africa, and then down to Australia.
Isn't it only for a few days though? Something like a few days or something.
I'm not sure. I was just told 7/22 of 2022.
Yeah, and it's real limited on the amount of time. Yeah, I don't have accurate information on that. I do think it's very limited though.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's you can't be at all three places at one time. You just just at one place at one time, and so it's kind of hard to communicate that everybody sees it unless you have three separate people looking at one spot. And so but there were two Globers that came out to me and said, here's 5 things that you need to explain, and then another Glober said, here's 11 things that you need to explain. And a few of them were self-evident, but then they asked me about the Southern Cross, and there was a friend on Facebook that explained it, and then sent me to a YouTube video that debunked Professor Dave because Professor Dave was making fun of it, and this guy came on and said, "Well, Professor Dave's full of what," and so So I just heard about it recently.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't fully understand. Like I wouldn't say that I'm a connoisseur of this science. I haven't gone out and done a lot of this stuff. I'm just watching. I'm doing my own research, yes, but at the same time, I'm not actually doing the studies. I'm reading the studies. So that's why I asked that. And then the other thing was like, like I told that other guy, like there's a million things that could have been. There's a million things that could have been. Okay, because I don't understand.
Yeah,
No one understands
language.
No one understands the creation, right? It's very complex, right? And I think honestly, and this is my personal opinion, that they're trying to this is an act of Satan, and that's hey guys, wait, calm down, all right? Like, I think this is something where we're trying to hide God, and that's hence the name God fearing, because I think once you get past the filament, something's there that they don't want us to see at the very least. And then another thing is like with that, I don't really know how it goes. Like people say, like with the stars, like it means something more significant than we know. And I was curious if you guys have ran into anything.
Sure. Everything in the sky moves from east to west. That we could all agree on that, right? There's a man that wrote a book.
Except the Northern Star and then apparently the Southern Cross. They just rotate.
I was going to talk about the constellations themselves.
Yeah, let me listen. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, all the stars move from east to west. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. So I thought you were going to continue. But what about Polaris?
I got this talk setting set on this thing, and sometimes my thumb falls off of it.
Yeah. Keep going.
Everything moves from east to west. There was a man, I'm trying to remember his name. He wrote a book on the constellations and the meetings of the constellations, and how he called it the book was called The Witness of the Stars, and he was a very smart guy. I can't remember the man's name offhand, but that was the title of his book. But he talked about how even the source, like the names of the stars themselves, Polaris, Sigma Actanis, the Southern Cross, all of these constellations had different meanings in the ancient past, and that message has become corrupted over time. Of course, he was promoting a gospel worldview, like Virgo the Virgin with bearing the seed. Hercules would have been crushing the head of the serpent. And I can't recall offhand, but it's a pretty interesting read, a pretty interesting take on the constellations themselves. But as far in the south, you're just going to see everything go from east to west. So whether you're facing north or south, somebody might argue that you're standing clockwise or counterclockwise.
What did you say the name of that book was? Sorry,
yes,
what was the name of that book?
Yes, please. What was it? Yeah, what did you just say? Is there a link or something?
Witness of the Stars.
Witness of the Stars. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Thank you.
That's one of the arguments of Globers. Is 88% of the world's population lives north of the equator, and so that leaves just 12% in the southern latitudes. And so when somebody says the sky rotates in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere, and that proves globe, well, I'm not going down there to check that out, and few people are down there, so that they can make that claim, but they can't back it up either because they haven't been there. And so the fascinating thing about Globers, and I feel bad for them because I was one, and they just lie to protect their God, and it just they do it out of ignorance or not being naive or gullible, or maybe they're paid shills. Who knows? Because we know NASA doesn't spend $66 million to not explore outer space, so that they're going to spend it somewhere, and part of it's probably propaganda. But the wonderful thing about our creation is, Polaris has always been, North Star has always been fixed above the North Pole, and the sky has always revolved around it, and it has for as long as, people have been looking up in the sky. And so obviously we're not traveling, we're not going, those speeds that, they're doing, because it wouldn't remain that way.
Yeah, I gotta look at the stuff that dude sent me. He sent me a video too, and then I'll look into this. I'll try and look into the book as well, Witness of the Stars. Do you know who wrote it? Because there's a couple that pop up.
If I heard his name, I would be able to say it. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't recall it.
For those here who haven't seen the documentary that came out February 22nd, just a couple months ago, Flatten the Curve documentary.
Bollinger, is that right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
But yeah, I was just trying to figure this out.
Yeah,
Bollinger?
E.W. Bollinger.
Bollinger, sorry, I apologize.
E.W. Bollinger, you got it.
Witness of the Stars contains Western. Ooh, sorry. Trying to find a. Oh my God, it's coming up as Hebrew. I can't read Hebrew. Sorry, I'm in Israel right now.
The man spoke several languages.
I travel a lot. So.
Yeah. He was of a different sort. He was a flat earther too.
I'm actually gonna try and Wikipedia him and see more.
You've seen what
So
Wikipedia?
I'm like genuinely curious about this because I came up empty-handed when they said that, and it just I was like, well, there's a lot of things that could be, and that's not a really good argument.
Have you seen what Wikipedia says about flat earthers or the flat Earth model?
Oh, is this not a good source? Should I go somewhere else?
Whatever somebody uses is great.
I don't know what the man was arguing against or arguing, but I know that there's there's an argument out there that will make a mistake with the Southern Cross, and I believe it's Sigma Octantis.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's correct on the pronunciation. Cygnus Octantis. I am looking at it right now. I've Googled it, Googled images of it, and as far as I can tell, Southern Star is a group.
Oh, wow, dude, this guy is intense, man. Absolute satanic perversion of truth is basically what this book is how that makes sense. I want to buy this book. Absolutely satanic perversion of truth.
And what is
that's a pretty strong comment.
What is the satanic? What is the satanic perversion of truth?
Perversion.
Let me just read this. Bollinger's view were often unique and sometimes controversial. He is so closely tied to what is now called, and this is a huge word, ultra-disputationalism. Just go with me here, guys. That is sometimes referred to as Bollingerism. Noted dispensationalists Harry A. Ironside declared that Bulgarism is an absolutely satanic perversion of truth. Bulgarism differed from the mainstream disputation nationalism on the beginning of the church. Mainstream dispensationalism holds that the church began at the Pentecost, as described early in the Acts of the Apostles. In stark contrast, Bulgar held that the church, which Apostle Paul revealed as the body of Christ, began after the end of the Acts and was not revealed until the prison apostoles of the Apostle Paul. Bulgar described these dispositions as a divine administrations and arrangements under which God deals at distant time periods and distinct groups of people on distant principles, and the doctrine relating to each must kept distant. He emphasizes nothing but confusion and can arise from reading into one disposition that which relates to another. He lists 7 dispositions, and those 7 dispositions are somewhat listed here. The ending with the expulsion from Eden, ending with the flood of judgment on Babel, ended at the rejection by Israel of the grace of God at the end of Acts, and will end at the day of the Lord, and will end at the destruction of the Antichrist. The other views says that he argued the death of Jesus, right, occurred on a Wednesday, not a Friday, after Polite had condemned him at the Privilege Midnight. I could keep going. I'm just kind of curious. This is obviously edited in a way that it doesn't really.
The book is going to be hard to read too well.
Yeah, the book doesn't really accredit him. But the interesting part is where it's a satanic perversion of truth. That is a very strong phrase.
The book or the topic covered.
Okay. And he's sitting here, he's speaking for God, and I don't understand that comment. And Wikipedia is edited by a significant group of people, so I wonder. Like, if I wanted to, I could edit that out right now. It'd be changed in a day, but still.
Yeah, Wikipedia was purchased a number of years ago by a group of 10 leftists, 10 quite liberal-leaning people. And they've basically taken over all the content. And so, yes, if you try to change it, you'll find it go back to what they originally wanted it to be.
Yeah, I want to read this book.
Yeah, me too.
It's and it's called Witness of the Stars, and I was just reading a little bit more information onto him. He had controversial ideas, and he was persecuted for those. Essentially, not like persecuted physically, but defamed essentially. So I'd be really curious to get my hands on this and then learn a little bit more about the stars, because I don't know enough about it. Like how they rotate and just the theology. I want to learn more. So I have more about that, because that's the only time I've been, in question. And I said that could be a million different things, Is there anything else while I try and pull this up, try and figure this out?
No, that's cool. You took an interest in it. happy searching. I hope you seek what you find. Or
Yeah,
find what
and if I do, and if it's solid, I'll try and post it somewhere here, and we'll go further into this. So there's more understanding there, if that makes any sense. Because I am very curious as to what you got. I mean, we got to come together. I mean, there's no
I
other
get
way
the
to do
feeling
it.
I can't say nothing slick. I can't say nothing slick to a can of oil.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one.
It's a lot nicer and a lot calmer to be around fellow flat earthers, geocentric people than it is to be just one, maybe 2 or 3 of 13 people in another chat I had, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. So it's nice to be back here where things are more calm.
I like the chaos. That's why I'm here, and I really appreciate that we have an open forum so we can. I mean, they might be little assholes coming in. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not actually listening, but they are. You know what I'm saying? They are listening, and when they leave, they do that walk of shame. They change their name, come back here, and they're a flat earther, just like dude, just like heliocentric. He was a glober. When his mom told him his Earth was round, you know what I'm saying? Like he went with it. What else does he have to go on? And then he does his own analogy. Everyone here is, it's just what we're pushed into, or maybe you weren't. Maybe you were privileged enough to know that something was off, and that's great, but. As of now, like that's where I've came into this, and I came into it late.
I came into it because the last 25 months, what we've been told on TV was an entire lie. So that's what brought me to Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, that's not even a conspiracy. What we're told on TV is a flat out lie.
It is.
It's not a conspiracy because everyone knows it. Everyone knows it, that there's lies sold to us all the time. I mean, there's empirical proof that it's propaganda for one thing or another. Maybe for a company, it's all advertising.
TV has really exposed itself the last 25 months. I mean, all of TV. There's no more right versus left, red versus blue, Republican versus Democrat. They're all the same on TV.
Yeah, I think it's a one-party system. I would be curious to figure out how you guys think this actually works. Because that's the real that's the real conspiracy. Like, how is it working right now? How does the mind control work?
Lies versus more lies. That's all it is. More lies after more lies after more lies. There's no truth out there anymore.
Yeah, it's total psychological warfare for the human mind, and the human mind is losing.
Of course, absolutely. I mean, they do it in warfare. That's very well documented, and that's what I was trying to get at. It's just like they pay people just to focus on coming up with new and creative ways, and they're good. That's the sad part. They're very, very good.
In the UK, they're called SAGE, SAGE, and in the United States, it's called Tavistock.
I want to see that too. That might be interesting to look at.
Tavistock. Isn't that those music producers too? Don't they do that? Tavistock?
I'm not sure. I know in SAGE, SAGE has more behavioral psychologists in it than they do virologists, and they basically run the show. There's actually this lady named Michelle that's 60 years old that is part of SAGE, and she's been a Communist Party member in the UK for 40 years, ever since she can remember. And somebody interviewed her and said, does your political affiliations determine how you advise the government on Convid? And she goes, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. This is like, give me a break.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, the thing about, those of us who went to college, we usually get a sociology 101 class or a psychology 101 class, and if we don't enter, either one of those fields of study, that's all we get. But these people that are, these people got PhDs and all that stuff, masters in psychology and behavioral psychology, and so they know every trick in the book. They know exactly how to manipulate humans or a large mass of humans at one time.
Yeah, it's always nice to see the status quo lose. Have you guys been watching? I don't know if you guys are in America or not. Have you guys been watching the audits where they go out and they fuck with cops?
That's the best.
They're actually genuinely interesting, and you can learn a lot about the law there. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they actually able to do? And I'm not saying, like, say if you don't know what you're doing illegal, man, you could have an address that's wrong on your license and you didn't change it, but now you have to pay a fucking ticket. You know what I'm saying? Like, it boils down to that. Or I mean, they just eat your time. Like, like you're sitting there on a traffic stop and you're waiting for them to search through all your shit. You get back in your car and it's all fucking turned upside down. All your shit's on the floorboard. All your shit's on the fucking dash. And they just say, okay, have a nice day, you fucking dick. And then they fly away. Give you a fucking ticket for whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to deal with that. And a lot of people do. A lot of people go through the status quo and they're like, hey, I'm searching for this or I'm searching for that. Don't worry about it. I'm not here for you, but they are. They're trying to get you to go to their slave camps so that they can, pay you 30 cents an hour to go make furniture.
We are meat.
The reason why you do it in prison is because you don't want to sit in your jail cell. It's really fucked up. It's legalized slavery.
Do you think they'll be that nice to us?
No, dude. That's why I love those audits so much, man. They're not nice to you. They're trying to fucking condemn you for bullshit, for absolute bullshit. I mean, it's not like you're sitting there human trafficking a bunch of, whatever, and trying to make the world a worser place. No, man, you're driving around, you're living your life, and yeah, maybe something the government sees as, something that they could kidnap you for, and that's what they want to do. They want to kidnap you.
Be honest though, do you know anybody who's ever been kidnapped?
Yeah, have you not been arrested?
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
But I was doing shit wrong.
Yeah? What were you doing?
Yeah. Driving drunk.
Okay, that's something that I can kind of.
Oh, also, I beat the shit out of somebody in the middle of the road once. We beat the shit out of each other. We were both fucked up.
Okay, well, the mutual combat is not a crime, and it shouldn't have been a crime. Mutual combat is not a crime.
Dude, listen, I was shit-faced drunk. I pulled up in front of this guy, slammed my brakes on so he would hit my bumper and stop. I got out. I went up and smacked him a bit. He came over, smacked me a bit. Okay? What I did was wildly illegal. So.
What's the argument then? What's the argument? Is it true crime? Is there true crime? Yes.
Yes, there's true crime. I assaulted a man and I forced him to get in a car wreck. It's fucked up.
Is there a true, clear, and clairvoyant purpose of policing? Yes. Is there something that they're supposed to be doing? Yes. Okay, but
and they were super nice to me. Super fucking nice to me. let's just say that that's not on my record. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and that's amazing.
So,
but there's good cops and bad cops, man. There's good people out here.
You know what I told my grandma tonight? I said, they're not all bad eggs out there, Grandma. Because if there were, we wouldn't have any eggs.
But the bad thing is they're trained to be bad eggs, and the good ones are the ones who can come over that. And it's one-sided because the people who get promoted, the people who actually get looked at, are the ones who have the most incarcerations. That's why you see all these people doing really fucked up shit, is because they're kind of pushed or guided that direction. They're guided that direction because they know, well, hey, I put this many bad people away. And it doesn't matter how bad they were. I mean, yeah, you were drunk driving. You made a lapse in judgment, and you were kind of fudged because you lost your inhibitions with the alcohol, and it's kind of a compounding issue. But I'm not trying to justify what you did. I'm just trying to say, that's how you learn, and I appreciate you had a good interaction, but that could have went much more wildly.
It could have gone south. You know what's funny? I had accidentally left my brand new, and I really liked it, knife that I had on me. I forget what it is. Anyway, so I really liked it a lot, and that was the one day where I forgot it at my girlfriend's place. The one morning that it ever happened.
No, man, someone was looking out for you.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy. What's up?
It sounds like
You're breaking up a little bit, partner.
I just meant you should have had a Snickers.
Right? So I didn't turn into that diva ass motherfucker in the middle of the road. What an idiot. Just chill out, have a Snickers bar, and think things through. You're right, I should have done that.
I've had an alcohol incident. I've reported in with too much on my breath, and that was fucked up. But humans make mistakes, right? And also, there's things that are out there that shouldn't be as prevalent. But yeah, if you're swerving on the road, fighting people on the street, that's one thing. But if you're just driving around trying to do your own business, and you get persecuted for that, that's
I understand.
Another thing.
It's tough.
There's too much of that. There's too much of cops trying to take advantage of that and trying to look for more and more and more and more things.
Do you think you're ever going to stop that? It's programming, man. It's in the human nature, which is unfortunate. But yeah, man, we're certainly a warring tribe if we feel that we should be and it's justified and we're paid to do it.
I think I appreciate the argument.
I think the thing about cops is cops have a quota every month.
Exactly,
and they have to meet it, and that's why most traffic speeding tickets happen in the last half of the month and not in the first half of the month.
I think we all have a problem because we all have to govern ourselves, and when we don't do that, we start screwing up, man. We can't be free unless we can govern ourselves first.
Well, I don't know. If you guys haven't been harassed by the cops, I'm very surprised.
I've been kicked around by the cops so much, man. I used to skateboard all around my town. Yeah, I know about it.
That's why I enjoy those videos, because I have been harassed by the cops where I wasn't doing anything wrong. I may have sped a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like I was going.
But what does it really accomplish? Why does it make you feel good? It should make you feel icky.
Yeah. That I don't really believe in going 10 over. I was just kind of following flow of traffic, right? And
I've gotten a couple tickets that way. Yep.
I'm stuck on the side of the road for an hour because they want to, wait for the canines to get there. They want to search my vehicle. They want to do this. They want to do that, and it gets belligerent. It gets flamboyant. It gets way over the top. And then if you haven't had that experience, and then guess what? In the end, They just let you go because they
do, yeah.
they don't have anything because I'm not fucking doing anything fucking wrong. But now you just wasted all of that time. Pulled me over on the side of the road.
Hey,
You fucking
Godson.
fucked me this whole fucking time. I'm sitting there cross-legged on the fucking curb waiting for this motherfucker to prove himself wrong, right? Like, what the fuck is going on? He had no reason to go in there. He had no reason to do all that. And it happens all the time. All the time to a lot of people. And what it is it's just, you know, people assume this and they take advantage of you.
Hey,
Well, that's the problem, man. You can't have an objective third party when you're putting humans in charge of other humans. Not only that, we're paying them to do this to us, so we're told. So it's a vicious cycle.
It is, but to say that they have no purpose would be far-fetched.
And I'm not saying that either, man. Everything's got its purpose, and also shit's real fucked up in a lot of places. That's kind of where I'm coming from right now. It's 2:30 in the morning where I'm
I don't know where you are, buddy, but you didn't have to wait for those dogs. You could have asked him to, if he's going to write you a speeding ticket, he just should write you the speeding ticket and then ask if you're free to go, man. Because if you're free to leave, you know what I'm saying, he can't make you wait for no dog.
Yeah, except that wasn't the case because I said that several times. I mean, the case got so.
You asked if you were free to leave?
There's nothing I could have done, man. There's nothing I could have done because there was no. They didn't even write me the fucking speed ticket. They didn't even fucking do anything. They just said, "All right, you know, we searched your car. We're having a lot of problems with drug trafficking in this area." And I was just like, "No, you guys are a fucking bunch of dicks." And I hopped in my fucking car and I left. And I mean,
So it sounds like that happened to you, and then you had.
Go ahead. I didn't hear what you said. Hello? So anyway, it was pretty brutal. Like, but that all I was trying to say there, and we kind of went way left wing here, is that there is a status quo, and the narrative, right, for this explanation is off putting, and yeah, I like the people who challenge the status quo. They actually go out there and put themselves in a dangerous situation, in a very dangerous situation, and you know they flex their rights. And I wish I knew more. And the other guy was trying to go in there and say, "Oh, I didn't have to sit there." Well, yeah, and I probably could have sued him for that.
Well,
but I mean, who am I really suing? Who am I really suing, though? That's the fucked up part.
I had a part of my life where I was like a major menace to society. When I ended up finally getting caught for what I was doing, I got off with just a slap of the hands by comparison to the things I'd done. And so I really don't have any animosities whatsoever. I deserved what I got. I did my time. But I should have got probably 10 more. I should have got 10 times what they gave me. And it was just like a blessing in disguise, actually, because it could have turned out way worse than it did, but I got it. It was a blessing. I don't know if anybody's had that kind of an experience before, but I definitely have. And I'm
sure.
I don't have any animosities at all toward it.
I'm sure there's a lot of good cops out there, and I wish there were more. You know, like the system can go both ways.
guess my point I was trying to make is you can find a blessing in just about everything that happens to you. Believe it or not. There's something there. There's a blessing there somewhere.
And silver lining.
Yep, so to speak. Yep.
I'm really happy it worked out for you, man. I'm always happy for, personal development. I mean, everyone should strive to be their better self, and that's what Christianity is about, striving to be better. And you can believe whatever you want. That's just where I'm at,
Flat Earth was sure a blessing as well, wasn't it, fellas?
Yeah, I think it was very eye-opening for me to a lot of things, honestly. Physical science. Like I didn't really know what that meant before.
Just being able to find some truth when you finally come to the realization that you really never been given any, and then you actually stumble upon some, regardless of how you take it at first, it's definitely a good thing, regardless of how long it took to get there or whatever. For me, it was just like, wow, finally some truth. Felt good.
Yeah, it's verifiable truth. I love it.
And then you try to spread the truth and try to communicate the truth to others, and you quickly realize that there's not much of a silver lining to that one.
Well, I mean, people are very faithful. I mean, you could give me empirical data that Christ isn't real, and I'll never believe it. You could tell me whatever you want about my religion, and because my faith is strong enough, I'm not going to let that go. But I think a lot of people fall into that for the wrong reasons. I still categorize myself as open-minded, but there are some things that I don't drop, and I think that's what a lot of people do is they get prideful, they get stubborn, and in the end they feel stupid, and I think what we're doing here is a great thing, and I mean, it'd be really great to get a couple Globers in here, by the way, and you guys listening to YouTube and stuff, and hear their opinions, because that's my forte. I like hearing the argument. I do. I like seeing other people's point of views.
I'll challenge anybody. Not really challenge anybody, but I invite anybody listening to the live stream at this moment. I invite you, personal invitation from me, Bud Rockin'. Come on in and have a chat with us. Just a chat, nothing abrasive. Just come in and say hi. See what's up.
Hello.
Hello. Are you new?
No, I'm not new.
Well, what's up, man? You got something to share?
Not really.
Are you you're a flat earther or a glober?
I'm definitely not a glober.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What you said something, so now we want to hear something.
Oh,
What
I
you
see.
got?
All right.
Yeah, bring a topic to us. Let's go.
Okay. What about the sun? The sun's solar flares going off right now.
You tell us, man. What'd you learn? What's going on?
Oh well, those
Tell
solar
us a
flares
story.
are the solar flares happening right now are affecting human beings today. Like right now, type of deal. I have a whole list of like what they're
What, like
actually doing.
sunburns?
What's that?
What do you mean by like sunburns?
Solar flares?
Like how they're
Borealis. Like what is it called? I forgot. Hold on. Anyways, but it's like basically like cosmic rays. All right. Acute myocardial infractions, febrile strokes, terminal arrhythmia, anxiety, stress, and emotional instability, cognitive diminution, uptick in traffic accidents and work injuries, suicide risk, mental disorder flare-ups, and radiation risk. And that's all because of the sun being extremely active right now.
Why do you think it's active?
I thought we were in a real low solar activity right now.
Low solar activity?
That's what I was told. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, it's. I mean, dude, it's going crazy. I mean,
We're at
even
solar minimum right now.
the Schumann resonance, it's been spiking a lot, and that's just basically deals with the what is it called? It's like basically like the auric field of the Earth, right? And they measure that. So yeah, it's been spiking, and I've been monitoring it, and it's just I don't know. Are you guys aware of that stuff or? Do you guys pertain to like the sun? Like,
I don't know anything about this.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have anything to post in the chat or something?
Yeah, dude. Give me a second. I'll go ahead and crop some stuff out.
Oh, awesome, man. Well, thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know too much about solar flares, and I was just kind of teasing you a little bit by saying.
Oh, you're okay.
Oh, what do you mean, like sunburns?
Man, that's funny.
Says the grand solar minimum will devastate the Earth until 2070.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh, does anyone else here have something cool to say or post?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have.
I'm still learning, man. I think we all are.
I don't know if I trust that information though. Whether they say that it's a grand solar minimum, I don't know if I believe that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. How do you prove it? I mean, what do they tell you?
Right. How do you prove it? And like, I'm basically going off of somebody else's evidence. So like, yeah, who the hell am I? Right? Like, yeah, I'm with you.
There's secondary factors, man. Like, I mean, think about the use of lead in ethanol. I mean, they say the guy who invented that was to produce anti-knocking systems to where they didn't have to turn over the vehicle. People used to die turning over vehicles, by the way. Like they would go in the front of their vehicle and then crank it, right? And a lot of the times it would crank early or crank unexpectedly, and then the handlebar would hit you. And it was actually very dangerous. So I mean, they went from that, and then they're like, hey, if we do this, we can pressurize the gas, right? And it won't prematurely explode. Oh, awesome. And then they started using that, and it was very effective for the machine. But I mean, you guys, you can look this up, man. Like the amount of damage it did to the entire world, putting lead in the air, is just immense. Absolutely immense. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was some sort of craziness, you know? I mean, they say it was accidental, like the guy had no idea. But I mean, they've known lead was extremely toxic for the longest time. They're like, oh, it's in the, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, I mean, I'm going off on a limb here by saying like this was a way to control, but the craziest thing is it stops your brain from having synapses. So that means like your brain has problems computing things. You get dumber when lead enters the body. It erodes your neurons. It doesn't just go into the bones as you know, your body sees it as calcium, and then it goes into your bones. But they've had higher lead samples pulled from cadavers and such all the way through this century, and they contributed it to the lead in ethanol.
Lead is no good.
That was something interesting I learned.
What is it? Exegesis? What is a auric field and how is it measured?
Oh, dude. Hold on. Okay.
Where are you posting? I don't see what he just said.
Well, I didn't post it, but hold on. I have screenshots of the stuff from my phone. It's just I need to organize it. That's just it. I gotta scroll all the way up, dude. You ever walk past somebody and like you can like feel like the energy in a sense, or like you're like, oh, that guy's like off or something, you know? Like you can almost just tell, you know, in humans, like in a sense when someone walks past you, or like you can feel some type of energy or some, you know, you could even say thermal radiation if that. Um, but it's even said if someone walks past you or very close to you, they may even unintentionally take some of your energy. Um, like if someone reaches out and grabs your arm, they're like interrupting the flow of energy around your body in a sense, you know, because like this stuff is constantly moving in a sense. It's not stagnant, right? And if someone reaches out and touches you, it's like their their energy is like influxing into your energy in a sense. In theory, it's like they're taking your energy in a sense. But you know, is this stuff proven? Not really, no. But this is just only like either like observed or like just like felt really. But yeah.
Were you posting a auric field and its measurement?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm not gonna find like peer reviewed studies upon like auric field measurements in a sense. I just got like other reports of people feeling this or actual like little headliners for it really. But most of the stuff is just screenshots, honestly. They're all on my phone. I have about like 11,000 photos. So just on one phone. And I just gotta scroll through all of them. I mean, it's gonna take a minute, but um I'll get back to you on that. Really, I'll just send some to you directly. Who was that, by the way? Matt.
Matt. Yeah, Matt Willies. Yeah, God willing. Some people call it the ether. Other people call it the Holy Ghost. I don't know. What's y'all's opinion?
Yeah, like I can definitely send you this.
Sorry, guys. I wish I was funny.
Well, um, I'm gonna try to be more talkative in here. I really always like to observe here, but I'm always on mute.
Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's where we
we live in. Control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell you vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting a citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically as entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like Polly want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. And you're rocking the boat, or you ever having any thoughts of your own. You better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
Everybody asleep in here?
Yeah, where is everybody? So who's here? Who thinks that light is a wave, or who thinks that light is a particle? We were discussing this yesterday on Nathan Oakley's show about whether light has wave-like tendencies or particle-like tendencies, whether the ether exists to be able to exhibit light like a wave, because the ether was almost like a wave theory. It's how the propagation of light waves move through a medium. Any takers? Klaus Schwab, nice to have you in here, buddy.
Thank you, man.
I see on your tags that it says that you're a globe skeptic.
I'm pretty flat too.
What's been the one piece of evidence that's been presented to you that's made you most skeptical?
I mean, water source, but
Sorry, you broke up a little bit. You said water.
yeah, sorry. I'm on the countryside.
That
Yeah,
water always needs to be contained, and that the surface, the meniscus of the water is always level.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was the one thing that was presented to me right at the beginning that just shook my entire understanding of this place. How can we have 70% of the surface of the earth covered in standing water? And that standing water always presents as level. Then it must follow that 70% of the surface of this place is level.
Don't you get conclusion?
So you're still fairly new to this then, Klaus?
No, I've been a flat earther since 2015, maybe. I don't know if you can hear me good.
I can. You're a little bit soft. I've got you at max volume now.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. So. No, I've been a flat earther since 2016. So, and I've been on this server for, I don't know, maybe 2 years.
Wow.
My old attempt at band. So.
And you haven't gotten the flat earth tag yet? Are you still in the skeptical mindset?
Yeah, no. I'm not so much.
It's the most peculiar. This is the most peculiar topic in the world that, people often think that it's impossible that it could be anything but a sphere. Because obviously we were all taught that from kindergarten level, that it must be a sphere, and this is where we're the third sphere from the sun and all of this stuff. In marketing, we talk about familiarity breeds liking. So the more you repeat a message to someone, it becomes familiar in their minds. And eventually, because it's familiar, it seems most preferable. It's amazing how well they've achieved that level of familiarity with the globe, that people feel familiar with it enough to think that it's the truth. Then in that same vein, I often ask myself, is it because now that I'm familiar with flat Earth, that it becomes the most preferable because of the familiarity with it? The human mind is very malleable. Like with the Pavlovian dog experiment, where they rang the bell and then the dog would salivate, start drooling for its food. And then they did pain. So they would cause pain to the animal and then ring the bell. And then the dog would start salivating. And then they got rid of the bell entirely and would just cause pain to the animal, and the animal would start salivating. So it was the way, the ability that they have, or the control that they have over how we react to their messages it's quite frightening. Should make one question always, are these your thoughts? Or are these thoughts that were handed to you by someone? Are your thoughts your own?
So did it come easy for you, man? Or was it hard? Lester, over.
Did Solar cut out then? Or was it me?
And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat My name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds the water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
For the 200th time, Xanic.
Hang on. He already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you, Chocolate.
I don't know why
jump
this
in.
is. Yeah, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, that would be way better than fucking.
Yeah,
with
behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the
Is he
first.
like famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah.
Isabel got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames.
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
just-
ears are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe you
no
could
one-
No one
DM.
cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah. We are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
I'm not trying to confuse you, just letting you know about how you can't leave a reference frame. It's not possible, but you can go to another reference frame if you'd like to. It still exists.
Stop explaining.
Observation point.
No, we didn't ask you
It's just
that.
an all-inclusive
All about
reference
observation
frame that we can go to.
What's that?
Could we tackle rainbows while the McQuest is coming?
How about crepuscular rays?
How about these observations and long-distance measurements that are defying the very model that you are preaching here, Zanuck?
Okay.
How do we deal with those on a ball when they directly contradict the supposed curvature that we should be seeing, according to their story?
In the measurements of large mountains at a distance?
Well,
as well
yeah,
as
just long-range observations in general, right? I mean, there's so
McWest is coming. Sorry, got to reiterate. McWest is literally coming in a minute now.
Nice. I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Hello, buddy.
So, yeah, those are interesting observations, right? And a lot of them aren't very accurate. They're looking at, I see the light that should be 100, 200 feet below the horizon. How do we see that? And the answer is, from my perspective, not perspective, no.
Yes, perspective.
Refraction has only a small effect, but there could be something called diffraction, which could actually allow those. Yeah, diffraction can actually
could
be.
Could
I'm admitting that I don't know, and I'm interested in that test, in replicating it myself.
Could it be that we see what there is without anything?
Yeah, until it's shown otherwise, that's the logical base assumption, so that's where we leave it. I'm sorry.
That's the first step in science,
it looks
right?
like a beaver. It looks like a beaver. It smells like a beaver. It has a tail like a beaver.
No, but how come? Then answer me this. Then. Answer me this. So when I shine that same laser to an 11,000 foot peak, 123 miles away, what do you think we'll see when there's less refraction or diffraction involved? You think
I don't know. The fact that you shine the laser on something
does not matter.
100 and however many miles away just means there's no curvature.
If we use a laser targeting device to aim a laser at a target, we'll probably hit the target with the laser if you've got a direct line of sight to it. Okay. Now, refraction over vast distances will have to be taken into account because quite possibly if you're viewing this mountain over a vast distance, it's going to be refracted to you, the observer, anyway. So you'd have to take account for this, wouldn't you?
But you've shown 200 feet over 20 miles, so we got to see, a huge amount of diffraction or refraction that's going on over 100 miles, right?
Well, yeah, more distance, more atmosphere, right?
Yeah. Well, that would play into my case here in that when we show a mountain 125 miles away, why is it angularly much lower than it should be for that given distance?
I don't know, because you're comparing a geometric function to refraction.
Yeah, but
this observation of the mountain, you're observing it, the light is being refracted through that atmosphere. More atmosphere, more distance, more refraction, possibly, right?
3 degree? We're talking about a refractive index.
Refraction over long distances is 7 to 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, if you're able to shine a laser on a mountain that far away, you shouldn't be able to see it due to the alleged curvature.
Refraction, 2 factors, right? You have your angle of incidence as well as the material you're shining light through. If it's air, it's very low refractive index. Then you have the angle of incidence on top of that. That no way accounts for the amount of sink those mountains would have at 125 miles. They're 11,000.
How come they're visible? How come they're visible?
We're seeing them being angularly at 7,000 feet. Where did 7,000 feet of that mountain go?
McWest in the house, people. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah, Mick knows this. Mick knows this very well.
I know. I do actually. I know all about the refraction problem. It's very interesting.
Also, welcome to the server.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it too, Mick. It seems like the only time you can get light to bend down is in a tank full of sugar water.
Oh no, you can actually do it fairly easy in any type of thing where the refractive index is higher the lower you go down.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah.
Ooh, no, well then do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see laser light bending down in air. Can you demonstrate that, Mick?
Okay, yeah, no, that's really,
just gonna make
really
a small
easy to do,
announcement,
actually.
guys. Just to make a small announcement, guys. I understand we've got Zanik and Mick West in, so if we could just dial it back 10% and try and keep him here as long as possible before we start getting involved.
Okay, yeah,
Emotional conversation.
okay.
You should get married.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. Mick West here is very informed about the. No. Mick West here is really informed about the refraction problem. So I've asked something very simple of him. Can you demonstrate laser light bending down in atmosphere, not a tank of sugar water, please?
Yes, I can.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
All right. Well, I have a video showing how to do it, actually, but really simply, the way to do it is just to kind of cool the air lower down, and the laser light will bend down towards the cooler air. And the easiest way to do that is with a large ice pack, just like the type of thing you put in a cooler or an ice chest. You take that and you shine the...
when it's really cold, and conditions are just right on the lake for us to observe a mirage of a skyline that's about 36, 40 miles away. So those are perfect conditions.
No, well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously conditions vary, and sometimes they're better than others. But yeah, if a lake is very cold, the light will bend down towards that because it cools the lower air and makes it denser. And more dense air has a higher refractive index. A light bends towards the higher refractive index, though, towards the denser medium. Which is why on a hot road, when a road heats up, the air expands, it becomes less dense, and the light bends up, which is where you get that kind of mirage refraction. It looks like a mirror, the typical, like mirage, like pool of water in the desert type thing. That's because it's hot down there. But when it's cold, it bends in the opposite direction.
Is it the same reason that I saw an experiment done with laser and in the iron? Iron was heated normal, like an iron what you iron your shirts or whatever. And iron was put next to the laser, and it changed the direction of the laser.
Yeah, it is. With hot things, it's kind of tricky to do because hot air moves around a lot more because it rises. Cold air just sinks, so it doesn't move so much. So you get a lot more turbulence with hot air. But you can do it. I have a video. Can I post links in here? So I've got a...
Maybe post.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you the appropriate.
Hey, Mick, I got a question for you.
Sure,
One of the things the flat community has done is they did an experiment out there at the Salton Sea. And they basically, really simple. Guy sitting in a chair with a camera, guy across the Salton Sea 20 miles had a mirror and was changing the mirror angle up and down, up and down, up and down. And they were shining the sun off the mirror to the person holding the camera. And they did see a flash when they got the right angle from 20 miles away, which would be about 150, 200 feet below level. So my thoughts, and that's what I kind of was interested in, because refraction would only account for so much in air, as we know, 0.003 or something.
It varies though based on the conditions.
Right. But in this case, it was a fairly warm day. All the light flashed from the camera. We all saw it. Is it a chance, because the light is traveling over an object, water, that could be diffraction involved?
No, diffraction happens around the edges of things. It doesn't really work over a surface like that. Diffraction is when basically when a wave kind of spreads out when it goes up to a corner or something like that. So it's not really an issue, other than I suppose atmospheric diffraction, which is just kind of glow, which really isn't an issue here. What they're seeing there was an actual line of sight from the camera or from the guy's eyes all the way to that mirror and indirectly to the sun, because it's reflecting an actual beam of light. But because the lake is cooler than the air, the water just above the surface of the lake is cool, and it curves around that curve of the lake.
It seems like
Hold on. The curve that much around over 20 miles, it actually followed the surface?
Yeah, well, it's not really that much when you think about it, because the Earth, being so large, the curve really isn't very much. It looks flat because it's curving so little, so it doesn't really bend the light very much.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the angular change is not that great, but over long distances, it was enough to where it would.
Yeah, exactly. So over 10 miles, it's only got to bend a few feet, which is hardly anything really.
This implies duplication of the image, a real image that is giving light rays that are coming more or less straight from the object, and a duplicated image from the light rays bending up and refracting. It's a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a duplicated image, essentially, of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took like the object and drew a ray in every single direction, all 360 degrees, the ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved, and then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's it got
a tiny little bending of the?
This is not on your regular air. We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
No, we're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it
it's been proven it's not been. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction anytime that there's a difference.
No, there is not.
Refractive.
No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Let's let West respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah. Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh well, yeah. Why are you?
Yeah, right there. There's the there's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Nick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question.
There seems to be quite a lot of change in the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, like over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize because at some point the refraction bends down, at some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it
laser light bends up. We've seen it. It bends up because of the humidity rising off the water if it does. That's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me. Or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I've demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video of me actually showing.
Not in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use like an ice pack to cool it locally because, well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't
exactly.
need to
Just like Dr. John D called you out big time for your calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh,
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
But if you're just saying I'm lying, then like, how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here?
Are you a government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick, going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors. Oh, there's a bit of an echo. Sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus say bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena, one where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John D. used 2 different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction with different colors is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. If you look through something like a magnifying glass...
No shit, and he took this into consideration over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot. It's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening? Is by using different colors. So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it, and that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sunset?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's being refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this refraction is applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you can have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it works.
If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how's this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
Which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light. Which is why I actually use ray tracing when I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator. You've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I posted that picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? All you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focuses rays.
I get it.
It's there.
Lemon, nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion.
There's compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing.
Usually is compression down at the bottom.
The bottom is completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck, why do you guys think that we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you I want to know If I'm wrong, why am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been high enough?
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough? Like,
you don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace back in the 1800s was actually a really good experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court. We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Mick, let's
Dr.
talk about
John, he redid the Bedford level experiment anyway.
No, he didn't do it. Dr. John didn't do it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So.
But do I think it's? I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? Like, all my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations are all of a flat Earth, right? Are your observations?
You've seen things like. No, my observations are of a globe. The observations I've taken show that there's.
You've never seen curve in your life or motion in your observations.
You've never seen anything. None of us.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
No, he just wants to beg the question and apply a model to it. He's like the model to.
But you've never seen it, right, Mick? You've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like us.
See it every day. Here it is.
Nobody has seen the globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, man.
You go to space every day?
Hold on.
Guys,
just
taking it out of hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe? Rather than just repeating the question and shouting it, just ask Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
Well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that.
Zanik, shush. That was directed at
It's
me.
not Mick.
My problem is I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't deny that anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Well, I see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing is
not the evidence, the observations. What do you observe?
Okay, the observations, like I observed, say, Catalina Island, like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice, next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
I just posted.
Hold on, Zanik, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the curve.
I can't hear. I can't. Shut the fuck up.
Santa Monica all the fucking time.
Shut up.
You're talking about.
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon is about 3 miles with the naked eye.
The horizon is a horizontal line. That's why it's called a horizon.
I'm asking Nick a direct question. What's the horizon?
It's not a physical thing.
I'm not asking you.
By the curve of the ocean.
Platypus. No one is talking to you, dude.
You see of essentially
I don't think he can hear anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
who's talking to you, bro? Yeah, shut your ass up.
Sorry, y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize a little bit.
Let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both sides.
Live in LA.
Yeah.
I got a picture.
I want to know.
Check out the picture I posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all know what the horizon is under the standard model. Understand.
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing.
But
the horizon is the limitation. The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere. And nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy.
But it matches exactly the standard model.
Wrong.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across a flat surface.
You can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the ocean that's 35 miles away. It's reduced in angular size.
You've been to Santa Monica.
The angle. Next person who ever talks to me is going to get moved.
Bulge. You've seen the water curve up. and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore.
It's just a smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing, and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like, there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right, because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. That's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view, is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface.
Literally. Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real. All you can do is all you guys can do. All you guys can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Hey, that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on, Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. And everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. Like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish, and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea, because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but it would be good if we could actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it. If you go up about like 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop, you'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet, and you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Sorry, are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's
right.
Too
so you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation for a curved surface.
The infrared photograph.
Not talking about. We're not talking about airplane.
Concession to this?
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through a curved lens.
An infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So through a lens, through another two curved lenses.
A ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah, so through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved, and then through the window.
That would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet?
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like to. You should unmute him.
You're misidentifying what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another
Mick, I also posted a picture of a HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line, which would only be possible if the surface below you was curved.
Dude, that could so
or sloping away from you, but yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like two tubes that are connected, and you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
It does.
So parallel horizontals that
way. Away of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what
from above Dubai. Above Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the pilot admits it. 2,800 miles away and then tries to explain it away.
Hey, Mick, can I just get
Yes, from Dubai. Himalayas and Mount Everest from Dubai, 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's being
watch
claimed.
it. Watch it.
Mick, did you?
But you say that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect.
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but you're going to say though that was no, it wasn't clouds.
Jason Tolan actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in his videos.
Do you disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
man.
He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he was saying that it looked flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's technically wrong. Yeah, it's wrong.
You say 1,000 feet. You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from.
You can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and a clear horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have
What about? Is it possible?
I'd be
Is it possible
interested to
that
see
it's
that.
a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras, and they share the same thing.
You have peripheral vision.
From your point of view, you see.
It's irrelevant though. Like, let's
You see
don't
the
talk
same
about vision, because vision's irrelevant. What's relevant here is photographs, because the photographs look like what we see. So let's talk about like how a photograph is made. You can make a photograph.
That's not true, Mick. A photograph is not what we see. A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks like
that right, didn't I?
if you take a photograph of something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole camera.
Different cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day. This can be observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the midground and the near ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play. But what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera, which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
At distance.
So, Mick,
hold on. Real quick. Mick, do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you going to provide us with anything like, or do you have any like conspiracies that you kind of think are real, or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
You must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails in 9/11. So. He's on the far side.
He runs a website called Made Up.
I think there's a lot of corruption in the world.
Mick West. Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theorist. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
That's why I called him Michelle.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints?
Can y'all all
other than the
stop
official
talking at the
narrative?
same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust
Give me
anything
an
a politician
example.
says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians so they will pass laws like the drug laws that end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and affecting
it with the water level
precession and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take up like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
Depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4-foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes, I've done
something
that, mate. Do you want me to get that video?
Distance, okay.
Can I just
ask a visibility concept that you're just totally disregarding?
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So, Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
long post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up. I'm
interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Flatopus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
So just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But Mick West in the chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish, Lemon. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So, what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct?
Hey, Mick, was your dad?
Oh my God!
Right, just a couple more, and I'll be done. The moon landings
happened.
Happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught fire.
You're an absolute buffoon. You're an absolute.
Just getting a quick gauge on that.
Hold on. On the link you sent that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
my name is Mick West, and there's nothing here
let's go back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick, sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all we know, he's literally he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, no.
So I kind of feel bad. No joke.
Right?
I mean, he makes some money.
No, it's
I'm pretty sure. The government's paying him.
I don't make money. I'm retired. I actually, I used to be a video game programmer.
He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired.
But Mick, you agree that right now people
Look, can I just address this real quick? Like you say, I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just do you know
that's
what
a possibility? I never said you were.
Right. Okay. Well, let me explain why I'm doing this. I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular back in the day.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So it was a very popular game. I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests.
Well,
this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds that
most are
around.
flat, though. Would you agree? Most are.
Yeah, they
flat.
are. But
the water's flat. Everything's flat. Like, yeah, I can show you a cool video of like, a lot of different maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be a video game programmer.
Is this your dad
Could I
was
jump in and ask
FES?
a question?
So because the video game is flat,
Hang
the
on,
Earth
guys.
is flat?
Hang on, guys.
I'm seeing that. I've got to ask this question. Was your dad FES, Flat Earth Society, Mick West?
No. Okay.
Huh?
There was a question. There was a question in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello. Can I finish? Can I just ask this question?
He can't answer that question.
Yeah, hold on.
Emma. The thing is, ask him a question.
When somebody pauses and lets me answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
all right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
1 month, huh?
Oh, that's ironically.
Emma, go and ask your question.
Well,
it's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah, guys, everyone chill out and let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well,
well put, Emma.
the thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
He's gone anyway.
Funny. You know what's funny is that he put in all these pictures that could be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask Mick a question here?
Yeah, no, he's gone.
Wait, what happened? Did you scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were all shouting over, like, I think this is what I warned when I said calm down.
Maybe
I think the fact that we were all shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we needed to be respectful
he didn't
and shut
just
up and let
leave.
everyone
He
ask
got
the question
banned.
when they won.
What? Oh, he got banned.
Yeah, this isn't okay. Yeah, for the
chat, are you? Somebody pulled the trigger.
Yeah, for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and yeah, just before he came in here, there was like 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, like 40 people joined. Okay, so. Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool, Mick West, the tool,
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well,
So,
he presupposes
He says he made all this money making video games. Shit, how do you know that's even true?
Look,
He could just be sitting
totally
there being a
impossible.
paid show.
I don't care.
We don't know.
Look at this picture I just posted. Look at his leg.
He
His leg on that picture.
He presupposes that the Earth is spherical and has a certain radius.
Dude, he just told everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
Hold on.
Metabang side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so funny. 2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35-mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
Well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. that entire idea
35 miles away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You can just see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days where you can see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats.
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his low line. That's it.
Although
That's all he came in here to talk about.
Not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site.
No, he is.
Not all of us have
This is
spoke
the
to
case.
him
No,
before.
no, his dad was a member of Fire Earth Society. McWest is banned on site. He's an idiot.
I didn't finish.
I don't.
There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth Society
I don't
member.
give a shit.
McWest is a ban on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is. No, it's ban on site. Okay. Flat Earth Society is ban on site. Yeah, Flat Earth Society is ban on site.
Flat Earth Society, though.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's associated with anyone who.
Hold tight. Let's
Then
try
Mark
and calm
Sargent
it down.
wouldn't be welcome here,
Gold, three moderators. Come on, guys. We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Mick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose are. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator, the presupposition that it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The part is if he's in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are people who want to hear this discussion who now no longer have the option.
Bambi,
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how these dumb conversations are. I mean, that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the Globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
Could have got a lot more.
He's better than Zanuck.
Calm conversation.
Zanuck.
There you go.
We could have got a lot more.
To be fair, I like Zanuck more than Mick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think so.
Never mind. Listen,
was talking.
It doesn't matter. He can come back or not.
Somebody message him and tell him to come
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's really hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question, and he left and got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
so
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity came around for them to ask.
The moderators need to moderate them better.
Yeah. Well, see, okay, so Bambi, so now you know though.
Guys.
So, but now you know. Now you know.
talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey, listen,
times.
guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter. And if there's
I
50
doubt he'll
odd
come
people
back.
in here, there's plenty other people to speak to. And if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So let's not.
Yeah,
dwell
and
on
you
it.
can't come back if he's banned. Listen to what the moderators are
just can't
saying
come
when
back
it
if he's
comes to that
banned,
sort
so.
of thing.
Yeah,
I mean, to keep the conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have people come in with all of their concerns, as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be able to, honestly deal with these people.
Lemon, why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
missed or something."
statements were so ridiculous, and like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
He was hanging himself anyway, so leave it to the mods to decide, and we'll see what happens.
Well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group, so we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, then me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person, so we don't have 10 people asking the same question, and keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive. Eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Lemon, it wasn't that bad though. You just asked him a couple of simple questions.
We need to elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how
know-
you gotta handle it. You got to get Eric Dubé and.
Can I
To be honest, we're usually pretty good with this stuff, but it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when other fighters come in that are kind of well, no, and it's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. Mick West, right? Mick West.
At some point, I'd like to make a point. If someone would let me.
Okay, I got you. I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, Mick West is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get Mick West in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay, it's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
not a lot of globe earthers, not all globe earthers like Mick West either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma, can you speak
okay.
now, please?
Emma, what are you saying?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma, please speak now.
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on. So no,
of course, there's an agenda. Either he was trying to feel us out or see what's up.
No, it was a complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty. And what happened? They came in here and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though it's not.
We proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well, you haven't seen what's been going on in the background. I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That
Well, the
a few
thing
of
is-
us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.